Hello, hello, everybody. What's up? There we go. Good morning. What's going on, y'all? God damn, I did not feel like streaming today. It genuinely took me some convincing myself to show up today. Not for any like particular reason. Not even like bad news or anything. It's just I want to play video games. Me being lazy. Yeah. Either way, we are here, as is. I'm gonna keep going, as usual. So, as per our now new usual, gonna start off stream by talking about the air traffic disasters and potential disasters that we have every day now, every single day. So first in, we had a United Airlines flight carrying about 200 passengers that needed to make an emergency landing at Newark Airport in New Jersey. This one was not too bad, not too bad. The next one is insane. Like, genuinely, how does this even happen? My God. Wait, hold on, sorry. YouTube is messed up. Okay, cool. No, we're fixed. Lovely. So, I don't understand how this happens, genuinely, because have a look at this. Like, I get how this happens, but the order of oh wow, that's loud. Sorry. The order of events required to happen for this to be the case is a bit wild. An incredible save there. Like that, genuinely. Like, do you know how difficult it is to slow down, to pick yourself back up after landing, to have any real reaction time to what exactly came in clutch, Captain Buggy? But so you see, like right here as it's about to land, they notice the other plane taxiing onto the runway, and it's like just a bare miss. Like a second later of a reaction time, and that would have hit that. That was what, 100 feet, 50 meters at most. So, you know, impressive flying for that pilot. I don't know what the hell was happening with that pilot. The thing is, like, you have to have some sort of internal communication between the people on the tarmac, between the people in the air traffic control tower, between the pilots on the planes. And once this system breaks down, all hell breaks loose. It's essentially, if we got rid of all of the traffic lights, how would people who drive to work feel going to work? Like, how many more accidents would happen? How many more deaths would pile up? I imagine quite a few. But, like, I mean, check this out via flight radar. So,
Flagship 560, turn left on runway 4 left.
Oh, there's actually
cross
like
runway 31 left and hold short on runway 31
traffic
center.
controller.
Right, left on on 4 left, cross 22 or 13 center, FlexJet 5.
Okay, so that's FlexJet 560. So that's telling them to cross into the center taxi area.
60. Flagship 560 negative. Cross runway 31 left, hold short runway 31 center.
Cross 31 left, hold short 31 center, FlexJet 560.
This would be 31 center. So like they've been given the right instructions here. I didn't realize there was going to be actual like flight controller voice on this. What's up, Sister Doll? All right, so now here we're going to see the actual landing plane coming in. And they're being told not to keep going. Again, like 560, hold short, hold 560.
Southwest 2504 going around.
2504, roger that, can maintain 3000.
Flagship 560, hold your position
2504 up to 3000.
And here you can see actually the importance of the air traffic controllers, because the only reason this Southwest flight was able to pull up in time is because they were aware of what's happening because of the people doing their job. You can't see all that well out of a cockpit I've been in a cockpit. Like you can see, sure, but enough to make split-second hair trigger decisions that could genuinely, like, whether or not you're the pilot, your brain power is being used on a bunch of other things while you're landing. You're not really looking far off in the distance. You don't expect on the runway for some idiot to pull out. This is not you driving in your town expecting some dipshit to pull out of the driveway of their house as you're going down the road without, I don't know, some warning, without slowing down, without backing out and putting the lights on. None of that shit. There is no system here other than the people that are actually speaking to you over the headset. And that hold position was ignored. It was whoever's flying that 560 jet needs to be fired. They need more airports, but there's also a lot of empty land. Like at this point, I don't want more airports until we bring woke back, because this is what we need, more of these people doing their jobs. This could have killed hundreds of people.
Continue across the hold short of hotel.
Cross hold short hotel.
Hundreds of people. Like, here, let me play the video again one more time. I didn't realize that not only were flight traffic control aware, but actually told the private jet, because it was the other plane is a private jet that almost got collided with, T-boned by this Southwest Airlines flight, or told them not to continue forward. What the fuck were they doing? This is like a matter of seconds. Either way, I'm glad that nobody was harmed. That was a full flight. You know, a lot of people could have died there. And this is the importance of having a functional FAA. Maybe they got overwhelmed because they're incompetent and just kept going. Maybe. Maddie, MX, maybe we shut down private jets till we figure out what the hell's going on, folks. Maybe we should just shut down private jets in general. MX Maddie. I feel like that might be a better solution, but, you know, bringing the woke back is a functional plan here. I mean, this didn't start happening until we started firing folk, so. So, moving on, we really are the bad guys. As, like, we just got rid of the Biden era order that made it so the United States was not selling arms to groups and countries that are, well, we were, but, I mean, on paper, we weren't selling arms to countries that go against human rights. Now, obviously, we were already doing that. In fact, not having this on paper is probably kind of a good thing. We don't need to be lying to ourselves to that extent about what it is we're actually doing. But, I mean, at the same time, this is an open way of saying, I have no issue with selling arms to groups and countries that are anti-human rights. I do take issue with it. Whether or not, like, the government is a hypocrite over the subject because we already were doing that, even with the policy in place, that's not what I'm talking about. It's the idea of actively going and removing this policy when you were already ignoring it is just a virtue signal, or rather the opposite of a virtue signal. What would that even be? Like an evil signal, a sin signal of we're totally on board with war crimes and attacking human rights. So there's that. But I want to spend a bit of time in the beginning here focusing on Europe. We did talk quite a bit about the deals between America and Russia over Ukraine. We talked about the European Union's position over the subject, but didn't get to go really full in depth as much as I would have liked to. So I want to kind of finish that off now before we start talking about how we're getting fucked back home.
There is now talks between US and Russia. But I think Prime Minister Starmer said it diplomatically. We need to get the fundamentals right. And the fundamentals are not, let me put it that way, complete.
I mean, true, Tyler.
If it's only this dialogue in the way we see it. And I don't think, you know, we all agree that there can be nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. But let me put it this way bluntly. Europe cannot complain its way to the table. It cannot simply raise its hand and say, here are we, include us. Because I think the US president will say, what are you bringing? Why should you? And you.
Well, like that's already what's happening. You know, America says, I don't care about you complaining. We're doing that to our own citizens into this entire concept. Europe can't complain its way to the table because the table has been flipped over, chopped up into firewood, thrown in the fireplace, covered with gasoline, and then lit on fire. There is no table.
You get all this dialogue that we are experienced over these four or 5 weeks. So that means that Europe really has to get there through strength, politically, financially, and militarily. And allow me, President Costa, to say that, and Ursula, that I am not EU.
The US is such an erratic and unpredictable ally. It's like a box of chocolates and some of the chocolates self-implode. We didn't used to be this way. Like, it is now, obviously, but, like, as an ally, in any point in my history, like my experience of US history, my lived experience, we were pretty all right with our allies. Like, obviously we were never good to them, but we weren't erratic, we weren't unpredictable, we followed a general trend. We are now an unpredictable ally, but it is what it is. We used to be a real country, is what I'm trying to say here.
I see Europe as being slightly more than EU here. It is, of course, the EU 27. Perhaps not all 27, but let's say EU 27. But then there is UK.
Almost 28.
Yeah. There is UK. There is fundamentally Turkey. And Turkey is always a bit complex, but Turkey has to be in the equation. And we heard President Erdogan and your recent visit, Volodymyr. Turkey has to be there. Norway is proud to be there. Iceland is proud to be there. And we even heard President Macron said the other day that Canada is there. We are buying.
No, whether they liked us is a different thing, Tyler. I'm saying we were not unpredictable in our alliances that we had with the governments of the countries. Obviously, everyone's hated America, like, in those countries for a very long time, but it's not the same as we were unpredictable. Yeah, exactly.
In Canada, so we can get them back. No, but I think, you know, this is that concept of Europe. But that concept of Europe has to have an opinion on the substance of the peace and the process of the peace. And here I think there's no time to lose.
You
I think
literally have no time to lose. In fact, this is already probably too late. Like, this summit should have been happening when Donald Trump won the election. This should have been November 7th, November 8th, give them some time to get all of Europe to have this exact emergency summit then, because they all should have known this was exactly what was going to happen. Following. They really should have known. You don't think these countries have, like, intelligence agencies that know more than we get off? Like, what I find this shit going on Twitter, going on YouTube, looking at social media. Do you not think that any of these European countries might have had an intelligence apparatus that might have known about collusion between Trump and Putin, about America and Russia, about the likelihoods of what might happen following a Trump victory? Of course they did. Of course they did. If I can find this shit months and months and months and months and months ago, they can find that shit months and months and months and months and months ago. We always had the Hollywood card to play, but now we don't really, since now we really don't have that, since it's full of crackheads now. Hollywood was always full of crackheads, and I don't even know what card we'd be playing with it.
Convening of the meeting on the 6th of March is great, but then for this larger group, we have to come together and make it meaningful. Macron is in Washington today, Starmer in another few days, but we have to bring this together. Because if we don't, there is not a European voice, and then we are simply much weaker.
Europe will literally get invaded. I mean, I'm not even remotely exaggerating. Russia will 100% invade Europe following this, and honestly, so might we.
So my final point here is that for us to make a contribution to security guarantees, and we have to do that, the best and fundamental security guarantee is to bolster Ukraine, that Ukraine has strong capacity from its military capacity. Then there has to be a European security guarantee with a US backstop.
You're not
and I
getting
think we
that.
should not give up on that, because it should really be in a fundamental US interest to see the value of this.
It's not.
Because
man.
now we hear that this is a European thing, but I think there's a good case to be made by...
Still trying to, like, think on the premise that America isn't anti, like, everything of the West now. We are just a straight up Russian ally.
This is linked together. So there's no time to lose, really. Finally, when we saw this from the clinic here, I read and met the other day Timothy Snyder in Oslo, and he has written extensively on Ukraine, and he's using this notion to define freedom. And he is saying the Ukrainians have invented a word which is called deoccupy. I never heard that before.
Deoccupy.
We are being deoccupied. So the question was, is a village, is Bucha a free city? Do they enjoy freedom?
We always had Hollywood card to play, but now we don't. Yeah, so our government propped it up status worldwide via media like Hollywood, and I don't think that's as effective these days. Well, for one, no, it's not, but that was part of our soft power in a way that was different than, like, what we actually did to prop up our government status was done through, like, USAID. That's kind of what we used for that. Now, yes, Hollywood definitely gave us some clout. We had some extra clout. We had some extra positive press about the States. You know, like, the government might be doing some bad things, but the people, like, look at the art that they create. Whereas now, everything is even more hyper-capitalist, and all of the movies and TVs, shows, and whatever it is that comes out are generally pretty shitty, because they're all focused on getting it out as quickly as possible with as little time in between for editing, and they also want to pay these people the least possible amount that they can.
Just because they are deoccupied? And the answer is no. You are still under war, you are still under attack.
Oh yeah, Tyler.
So defending Ukraine's freedom is not only about securing the occupation, it's securing sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity.
Look, I need Europe to understand we're just like part of the Russian coalition now. The White House is pushing to axe Canada from Five Eyes intelligence. Like, this is insane. This is Five Eyes is our intelligence NATO. It honestly goes above NATO in its degree of importance. If we kick Canada out, Australia needs to back the fuck out of the Five Eyes. Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and the UK have been trying to make a free movement deal for about a decade now. A deal in which, if you live in any of these countries, you'll be able to live and work in any of the other countries without needing a visa, without needing residency. You just have that because it's all part of the same system. It was like Kanzuk or Kanazuk or something. America can't be doing this kind of shit without consequences. The Five Eyes is the intelligence apparatus that we talk about Pine Gap. You know, we make jokes about, like, I'm the AI that's in the Pine Gap balls. Pine Gap exists for the Five Eyes. What the Five Eyes are for is to share the intelligence that comes from the geosynchronous satellites that America has that can see the entire world. Kicking Canada out of this it's suicidal for our country, for America, for our security. But again, it's just the Russians. The Russians want this to happen. This is from the Financial Times, too. Like, this is right-wing sources. Now, obviously, right-wing sources lie constantly, but the fact that this is coming out means that they're at least workshopping the idea. The Commonwealth is pretty connected. Exactly. You can't kick Canada out without Australia backing out. We need Australia to back out if they do this. Australia won't. But if the UK maybe pushes, then who knows? You know, like, the king is still technically the king of Australia as well. We just don't really pay too much mind or attention to that. Can't be doing that shit. Whereas at the same time, we're also closing NATO bases in places like Greece because Turkey wants us to. This is what I mean by Turkey is weird in that they like to play both sides, and it's still undecided on what side they've chosen to go with. Oh, thank you for the follow, Feeling News. So, U.S. President Donald Trump has reportedly ordered the shutdown of U.S. military bases in Alexandroupoli, Greece, according to Greek newspaper. According to Greek media, Trump's decision to dismantle the military presence came after a joint request from Russian President Putin and Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. So, it's very funny. Look, Erdogan wants Cyprus. That's kind of all that's about. Greece and Turkey have been going back and forth over islands that are in between them because of their exclusive economic zones. None of that shit really matters. Like they'll keep going back and forth there. This action is like we're already pulling our NATO troops out of Europe. We are Russian. We don't want our NATO troops there because when Russia invades, we don't want to be there to die. Plus, we're going to come in from the other side. But the defense of Europe needs to be based off of Turkey and Germany, as we've all agreed upon, including those of like the European counselors. And so what Turkey does next is fucking crucial. Erdogan's met with Zelensky last week, said fully, unconditionally support Ukraine. Met with Lavrov yesterday and said Turkey will host the peace talks between the US and Russia over Ukraine. Okay. We got to know what side they're going to be on. They're the second largest military in NATO. And America's essentially out of NATO. And that's awesome Feeling News. I'm glad. Good to have you. And like, again, like we are on the Russian side. Here's Pete Hegseth saying that like he won't go with anything other than the Trump line, which is don't even really answer. Although this was a couple days ago, I suppose now if they asked him, he would change his answer to, oh yeah, no, like they started the war. This was when they were still trying to be ambiguous, like Trump was just not answering the question.
Zelensky should come to the table because this economic partnership is an important thing for the future of his country, and we hope that he will very soon.
Oh yeah, and this is on the mineral deal, which we're going to go over in a second.
But fair to say, Russia attacked unprovoked into Ukraine 3 years ago tomorrow.
Fair to say it's a very complicated situation.
Okay, we'll leave it there.
Zelensky
it's incredible that I said true to this Fox News host. And that's kind of it. That's the only people that matter now. May he burn in hell. May all of these people burn in hell. Now, apparently, surprisingly to nobody, Trump is also planning to meet with Putin again. Xi is likely to come to New York in the next couple of weeks. By complicated situation, does he mean Kremlin justification? Yes, exactly. The one-for-one translation of the words. In fact, they have like a little booklet, and in the booklet, they have words like Kremlin justification. How do I say this on TV? Oh, you say complicated situation. And what's up, Camel? Good to see you.
And French President Emmanuel Macron are holding talks at the White House. The two met following the news that the UN adopted a resolution from Ukraine and several European allies demanding Russia and Moscow's aggression. CBS News White House reporter Willie James Inman is following this for us. Willie, what are we expecting to come?
Oh my God. I hate when they do this, and I'm never going to stop complaining about it. When they take a video title and they make half the video about it and not the rest. Where in this video, or is that even the section? The headline never changes.
That meeting on Truth Social, he talked about the rare earths deal that is he's set to negotiate with President Zelensky of Ukraine. And during that Oval Office meeting, he mentioned that Zelensky could perhaps come to the United States to sign that deal this week or next week. It's unclear when that'll happen, but the message that the U.S. is trying to send is they're trying to recoup some of the money. That's what White House officials are saying.
Again, like, we didn't give Ukraine any money, y'all. We gave them $0. Actually, at one point, we gave them some money, but it wasn't our money. It was Russia. Like, it was Russians' money that we stole, that we froze their assets. And that's what we gave to Ukraine. What we did is we gave them military hardware that was going to be decommissioned, that we had, and then spent money on our military-industrial complex to buy more. The only money that we spent went to Lockheed, to Raytheon. If you want that money back, that's not bad. I'm totally in favor of taking all of America's tax money back from the defense contractors like Boeing, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, like the gun manufacturers. I don't give two fucks about the military equipment that we gave to Ukraine and how much that cost.
Some of the billions
they do
that
this with every
the United States
video
has
as well,
spent in
Camel.
supporting Ukraine with that military assistance, economic assistance as well. And this is one of the ways that you do it, have this economic partnership.
Oh, and by the way, that money that we spent to replenish our military hardware after we gave the shit to Ukraine, that money that we spent was at least twice as much as that we needed to, because our entire system is built on privatization now. We used to, you know, way back in the day, I don't know, build weapons in the military, not to buy them from private companies. You can see the decline in quality through looking at Boeing. Boeing is a defense contractor. Boeing makes our planes. Look how shit Boeing planes are now, whereas for decades, Boeing was considered the peak of excellence. Why? Because now they get to rely on cushy government contracts where they make ungodly sums of money and have very little oversight, whereas before, they just had to exist as a regular corporation and had to fit into the competitiveness of, well, if my company shits, someone else will make money. We don't have that when it comes to defense contractors. Oh, and remember, you know, like SpaceX is a defense contractor. They will charge significantly well over the cost of even just profit. Like, cost to make a large profit, double that. At least, for everything. Every little thing that we buy from the military.
On top of that, during this Oval Office meeting, that really was a mini press conference, so to speak, because the president took many questions from those in the room. The president mentioned how he could potentially be open to visiting Moscow once this is all over. He didn't necessarily commit to a certain timetable, but the focus here is getting the war in Ukraine, getting that problem solved. The president said he was open to.
Sorry, I looked this up. This is from the literal, like, Defense Department, all right? In 2020, 57% of the money that we spent went to aircraft and related systems out of 47.3 billion. Obviously, this is not, you know, the actual number. In fact, Congress doesn't even know the actual number of how much we spend in the defense industry. So, you know, who knows? We'll need something independent from the internet because AI is out of control. They want everything will probably only shrink to regions in communication. Yeah, we're going to have like cyberpunk-esque parts of the net that are overrun by rabid AIs and safer parts of the net. I swear to God, these people just played like a bunch of dystopian like sci-fi games and watched some Blade Runner and then decided, yep, that's what we're going to go with. USAID website says that we gave $22.9 billion in direct budget support to Ukraine, so it wasn't just weapons. We didn't give them direct money that was ours. We gave frozen Russian assets to Ukraine. That number sounds about right. That might be a little bit higher, but we might have given some money to, let's say, support hospitals, medication. Like USAID might have given money for that, not for weapons. But any weapons and equipment for the military that went to Ukraine was decommissioned hardware, not money. Like, even this would be half its price if we just built our shit in the military rather than buying it from private companies. Slava Ukrainian, valuable foul.
To peacekeeping troops, European peacekeeping troops being stationed in Ukraine, saying essentially that it wouldn't be a problem. So a lot to talk about here, a lot on the table for these two leaders as they work on both sides of the ocean to try to get some type of deal done as the U.S. talks with Russia. And I'll also note that...
Can I just go to the other side of the black wall and stay there? Because, fuck this. Like, we're going to go to Russia to meet Putin. Okay, have fun. Krasnov. Oh, and we're also going to drop the sanctions, as I said we would, like a week ago. Hey, dropping all of the sanctions on Russia and creating an economic deal. Everyone loves that. Also good to see you, Batgaz. Remember, this is what's happening in Europe at the same time. In fact, this has been happening for a while now, and this is what they're going to do. This is the hybrid warfare that NATO was discussing just weeks ago is still continuing, and this is all prep work for the invasion of the rest of Europe. Again, like, we know that they have 150,000 soldiers. The Russians have 150,000 stationed in Belarus. Where are they going to go? They're not going to go down into Ukraine through the most, like, heavily fortified section of Ukraine. No, they're going to go into the Baltics. They're going to go to Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and then they're going to keep moving. Every single one of the times that this has happened, it's caused massive, massive issues in not just one country, but several. Our system of communication is incredibly fragile. By the way, this is not just the Russians. This is the Russians doing it in European waters, but the Chinese are doing this on the other side of the world in the Pacific. America, just like a month or two ago, had to stop a Chinese vessel from continuing on forward as it was dragging its anchor across the seafloor towards one of the cables. And Ukraine actually agreed to the deal with Trump. We're going to talk about that in a minute, which I was really hoping that, like, Europe's offer would have made a difference and that maybe, you know, that they would have done that, because Europe did offer them to buy the mining rights. But we'll find out. I don't even know exactly what they agreed to yet, because the news was just fresh, so I didn't have time to gather the sources and read about it. Did you happen to see the Make Kosovo Serbia again tweet yesterday? Like, we're just gonna restart this genocide as well. We're totally on board with that one. You know, let's make it so that genocide is actually required. Yeah, Jesus Christ is correct here. That helped. Look, again, the only good thing Bill Clinton ever did was bomb Serbia. The only good thing the man ever did. You know what? We should probably do a research stream into that topic, because it is incredibly complicated and it's interesting. Might do that tomorrow, because, I don't know. We'll go on.
Baltic is that in some ways they do actually seem to resemble some of these kind of more...
This one, Maddie Holmes. Also, good to see you. This one. It makes me happy when you guys just see this and know what this means. Like, oh, okay, we're gonna do that again. Whereas, like, I would have expected more people just be like, what does that mean? Sub chat, I don't know what to call myself anymore now that Elon declared that Canada isn't a real country. It is, oh, sorry, it's Make Kosovo Serbia again is the tweet, Maddie Holmes. Canada is as much of a real country as Australia is, at the very least. Because, you know, they call us a non-real country. It's fine. You know what? If you're not a country, then that means you're saving your country. And if you're saving your country, ADHD debater, then according to, you know, the president of America, who is the president of the world, that you did not break the law. I know the basic gist of it, but when you look at the current maps, it's really hard to understand. Yeah, I don't even know enough about the, like... Someone told me how to say Kosovian? Was it Kosovian? Koslovian? I don't know. As an American, I see Australia as more powerful than Canada. Really? We're not. We're not at all more powerful than Canada. We could be. Like, we have the actual means to do that, but we're not. Batgaz, well, I guess Zelensky is capitulating to Trump. Let the USA defend them. Well, the USA is not defending them. It's not capitulation, it's extortion, Batgaz, because the reason Zelensky agreed is because Elon threatened to turn off Starlink if they didn't, which they need for defense. That they use Starlink constantly to track, like, enemy missiles and shit coming and have communication between them. Canada is as a paper tiger, heavily backed by the US. I disagree entirely, Tyler, because Canada has resources out the, like, fucking ass. Why do you think America wants Canada? It's because we want their resources. Canada can be a massive economy even without America involved. In fact, that's why I've been saying what Canada should be doing right now is not only forming, like, trade relations with Mexico directly, but with countries like Brazil and generally in South America, trying to connect directly to Europe, maybe even to China, more so than they already have been. It's a mafia shakedown. It is, Matty Holmes. That's kind of what's happening. But, like, understand, like, we're going to war. All of this shit is happening at the same time. But, like, have you ever seen them flex? No. But have you ever seen Australia flex? What are we flexing on? And go look up, like, some of Canada's military achievements. They kind of kick our ass. So, like, anyway, like, the undersea cable shit, like...
accidental causes. This is...
skip a little bit. All of these are at risk. More so, even. And... this is a demo. This is test runs. It's just like how China is in international waters between Australia and New Zealand doing live fire drills for 4 days now. It's all preparation. India operated covertly inside their borders, and Canada was like, no worries, eh? Canada's really fucking mad about that and has been mad about that. There was new news that came out about that yesterday that I didn't really see, but like, they're liberals, obviously. You don't expect, like, a strong reaction from them, but Canada definitely wasn't like, oh, yeah, no, that's fine. That's not what they said. And we're not getting the nuclear subs. Are you kidding? America's robbing us, man. The AUKUS deal was that we were supposed to have at least an American nuclear sub as well as 2 other, like, non-nuclear American subs loaned to us while we build them. Here, like, while we build ours here, and America said no. Like, we agreed to it and then said no, backed out. And now Australians are kind of going back and forth. And again, like, Australia needs to back out of its military relationship with the United States. The Five Eyes shit is insane. Sorry, a bunch of you came in, so I suppose I should show you that we want to kick Canada out of the Five Eyes, which is, like, one of the main things. Like, we have 5 of them. I can't say one of the main of the 5, but, I mean, Canada's fucking critical. And again, Australia is trying to set up free movement agreements with Canada, New Zealand, and the UK. All 4 countries. We need to back out of any US military cooperation. We need to kick the Americans off of Australia. Be like, no, you know what? Pine Gap's ours now. Come take it. And that's it. Like, this is insane. An eye for an eye makes the world go blind. How is it an eye for an eye by saying I want them out of... like, I want out of this agreement. I want out of the military alliances. Honestly, at this point, Australia should work with China for, like, military defense. America's not going to defend Australia. In fact, that is why China is in Australian waters and, like, literally international waters sitting between Australia and New Zealand, occasionally coming into Australian waters, doing live fire drills. It's because the Americans aren't protecting us. So maybe we should seek protection somewhere else. The Five Eyes are just a smaller alliance of the larger intelligence alliances with, like, the Nine Eyes. As crazy as this is, I still think some Pentagon heads will prevent this from happening. The Pentagon heads that you think that would do that got fired recently, Captain Buggy. We fired a whole bunch more generals and career civil servants and, like, high-ranking military officials. A bunch of them just got fired, so that's not happening, man. But, like, again, this is like smaller NATO. This is the core American group of NATO. We need to back the fuck out if they kick Canada out. I saw they were fired some super high qualified black dude for being black. Well, I mean, that's a given, but there was more than that. I'll look for it in a second. Here, let's see how they're gonna. This is how they're gonna kick off, like, the invasion of Europe. By the way. They're going to cut all these cables. They're going to cut the ability for these countries to call out for help to the rest of Europe for at least a moment, temporarily at least, and then they're going to invade. Again, they're in Belarus with 150,000 soldiers. Everyone was like, oh, they won't invade Ukraine when they did the exact same thing in Ukraine. Why would they not do the exact same thing again? the like European, what are they called? The European Union, whatever, like not their, I can't remember what the actual body was called, but announced the 16th package of sanctions on Russia. They included like 72 ships in that package because they're the ghost ships. They're the ships that aren't owned by Russia, but they are. Like, they are based in a different country. They get to avoid the sanctions, but then they carry goods for Russia, and then they do shit like this for Russia. And so more boats were added to that list, meaning that they're not allowed to come into waters, that they're not allowed to be brought into ports. All of this is good, but I mean, like, this stuff is scary. Could you imagine how any country would react if all of their communication lines were cut immediately following an invasion from Russia, from the east? Like Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, how long would it take for any of these three countries to call for help when those lines were cut? It might take a little bit. They might have like a landline that is protected, that's not connected to those cables. They might have some form of communication that is direct, like satellite linked or whatever it might be. They might be able to do that, sure, but that'll be government officials if they haven't already been attacked, because again, this is hybrid warfare. As the chiefs of NATO have been describing, they hit you in several ways at the same time. I'm not, like, this seems like it's a very clear blitzkrieg strategy. And I think it would work. Russia is not invading Europe. 300,000 soldiers can't take 25% of Ukraine. 150,000 soldiers could not do anything to Europe. You think that Ukraine would have lasted anywhere near as long as it did without America backing it? Lost Zote? America is out of the NATO alliance. America is backing Russia. There's Alexander Dugin is talking about how America might take half of Western Europe. Okay? Like, France has put out the, like, nuclear threat. Great. The nukes aren't going to get used. No one's using one. Now, like, Europe is not prepared to take this on without America backing it. That's the whole discussion we're having. Why Germany needs to up its defense budget. Why they need to up its military spending, building guns and equipment. Why France needs to do this too. Why Europe needs to keep Turkey happy as the currently biggest military in NATO, because America says we won't protect our, European allies if Europe gets invaded. You need millions of soldiers to take Europe. I'm well aware of that. I'm not saying they're doing it all at once. In fact, the plan that was outlined by NATO of what is likely to happen is a 5-year plan. It's 5 years, not like they're going to slowly invade Europe. Let me see if I can find that. NATO 5 year possible. We took on Germany in 1939 without the US, but yeah, in 1939, your entire, countries were all different. Come on, don't believe NATO? What the fuck else am I supposed to believe other than the people whose job it is to come up with, a scenario of what's likely to happen? Also, I also said this well before NATO said it. I have eyes, man. If you pay attention, you can see this shit. Why do you think all of this is happening? Before invasions, they always try and install puppet heads of state first. When they fail, they get toppled, and that's when they start to invade. Check Romania, check Poland, check Georgia, February 11th of this year, Russia could start a major war in Europe within 5 years. Danish intelligence warns. Not even NATO. Sorry, I was wrong. This was Danish intelligence. Russia is likely to be more willing to use military force in regional war against one or more European NATO countries if it perceives NATO as militarily weakened or politically divided. This is particularly true if Russia assesses that the US cannot or will not support the European NATO countries in a war with Russia, which we won't. Krasnov won't help them. The updated DDIS threat assessment comes as US President Krasnov seeks to end the war with Ukraine. The agency offers 3 scenarios that could occur if the Ukraine conflict stops or becomes frozen, working from the assumptions that Russia does not have the capacity to wage war with multiple countries at the same time. Within 6 months, the updated projects, Russia would be able to wage a local war with a bordering country, while within 2 years, it could launch a regional war in the Baltic Sea region. As in, within 6 months, it could invade a Baltic country, a regional war with a bordering country. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Within 2 years, it can launch a regional war in the Baltics, as in all of them. We know they want all of them. They've said they want all of them. They say they actually already own all of them. In 5 years, meanwhile, it could launch a large-scale attack on Europe, provided that the US does not get involved. I'm realizing I'm going to need to understand everything here if the war happens, because I will be harassed and questioned by idiots. Yes. And Camel, no, you don't need to understand everything here. When the idiots start questioning you and harassing you, you don't have to answer them. Just call them idiots and move on. Or, you know, say a point, and if they say you're wrong, tell them to back up why you're wrong, and then move on, because they never do. Batgaz, as far as I'm aware, British and Europe have massively increased military spending. Russia is in for a huge surprise. Not all that much, Batgaz. It's still like most European countries are not even at 5% military spending, and Russia's increased its military spending significantly. EU military spending. Like, ideally, that is the case. Ideally, what you just said is correct, Batgaz. That's not what I'm seeing here. So, like, here is the amount, like, the line has gone up, right? Of how much the EU is spending since 2020. Quite a bit. Most recent year. All right. So, Poland is at 3.8 as of 2023. I want 2025. Is there not any 2025 numbers? Oh, here we go. This is the best we're going to find. Albania, too low. Armenia is well over 5, actually. That's interesting. Azerbaijan's close to 5 because they're trying to invade Armenia. Belgium, not high enough, but it's Belgium. Denmark is at 2, though it needs to go up. Finland is not even at 3, that needs to go up. Estonia is almost at 3. France, still 2, needs to go up. Germany, 1.5. Germany just recently increased, didn't they? I think these numbers are still the old ones. Damn it. 5. Like, we're going to talk about how they're trying to get more money and they're trying to increase the spending, but like, okay, that's not too bad. There was a 30% increase in general military spending among members of the EU between 2021 and 2024, which is pretty awesome. It's nice. Regionally, though, where has this money been going? Or rather, which countries? Whatever. We'll get to this when we get to it.
Tanker.
So, the EU had offered its own mineral deal to Ukraine to try and get it to not have to capitulate to America's mafia-style theft of half this country's minerals. The cartel of, I don't know, technocrat billionaire incels that are going to steal from half of this country as well. But that was ignored, because what did happen is Ukraine agreed to the US mineral deal instead after we threatened them with cutting off Starlink. Putin declared many times at the outset of the war that Ukraine's integration with NATO was his biggest concern. If he can eliminate the threat, he can have peace. That's not how that works, man. Ukraine was never going into NATO. Ukraine had applied to join NATO, but they never fit the criteria. The process hadn't even begun. Putin's declaration is bullshit as well, because they want all of it. They want all of the former Soviet states. They don't want peace. There is no chance at peace. You think that there hasn't been this negotiation? Zelensky has literally offered to not join NATO for peace. Zelensky has said, fine, you know what? You give us all of our land back, everything that you took, and the war, and we won't join NATO. Zelensky said this, and Russia said no. There is no like desire for peace from Russia. Russia just is an imperialist empire who wants to spread more and more and more. They want not only Ukraine, not only the Baltics, but they want Poland. They want to expand to own essentially half of Europe. They want half of Germany. And then they want America to own the other half. So Ukraine just agreed to the U.S. mineral deal after Washington backed off the worst demands. So what does that mean? Ukraine is getting strong-armed into handing over its natural resources while getting zero security guarantees in return. They want the USSR back, but they also want like pre-USSR Imperial Russia back. So 50% of Ukraine's mineral profits now go to the U.S., a U.S.-controlled fund. No actual military protection is included. Trump's deal is basically economic blackmail. This, like, it objectively is. Update to this, strategic negotiations. The focus is on granting U.S. access to Ukraine's rich mineral resources, including rare earth mineral elements vital for technology and defense. Security concerns. Ukraine seeks firm security guarantees from the U.S. as part of any agreement, especially amidst the ongoing tensions with Russia, which they're not getting, and the geopolitical implications. Let's have a look.
Attempt to improve relations with the Trump administration. Let's go straight to our two correspondents who are following developments for us. One is in Ukraine, Charles Strafford, and we have Alan Fisher in the...
And yeah, Putin lies literally all the fucking time, so...
United States. Let's turn to Charles first. Charles, what are you hearing coming from Ukrainian officials about this deal?
Well, so far, according to the Reuters news agency, the agency is signing officials as saying that Ukraine's cabinet is expected to recommend the minerals deal to be signed on Wednesday. We have very little reaction other than that so far from the Ukrainians. But of course, this is hugely significant because certainly according to the Ukrainians that we've been speaking to all week, this is seen as being means that
it's not. I don't think that it's the USSR shit, but like there is lots of evidence that they are planning an invasion. There's lots of it. Show me evidence that they're not, Lost Zone. I've been showing y'all evidence that they are for a while now. We're talking about European countries' defense agencies saying this. You guys, like, this is the same thing that people did before Ukraine. Oh no, there's no way they're gonna invade Ukraine. Oh no, they're just doing military exercises in Belarus. There's no reason for them. They're not gonna do it. America's just fear-mongering. Like, understand that the Russians are not in favor of peace. And in any possible way. They want Europe. It's not about the USSR. It's not about Imperial Russia. It's about money and power. They do have the manpower if America helps them. And again, this is 5 years. The Danish intelligence agency estimated that it would take 5 years for a large-scale war against Europe. But within 6 months, there could easily be a regional war with a bordering country such as one of the Baltics, which is right next to Ukraine. And yes, resources as well. It's resources, it's money, it's power, it's influence. They are carving up the world, the fascist powers. Again, like, we've read Dugin's posts. I keep seeing them anyway. They talk about countries in very specific ways, key ways. All of them do. It's not just Dugin. Kushin does this. Petrushki does this. All of them do this in that, like, they refer to China as Great China, India as Great India, America now is Great America. They're talking about kingdoms. They are carving the world up between each other to trade. By the way, guys, please jump on YouTube and like the stream. I see all of you on YouTube. The concurrent viewer number is not the same as the like. But, like, even y'all on Twitch, too. Please, that shit really does help because I probably am going to get banned from Twitch the moment they, like, decide, okay, let's go after the leftists now. And I could use all the help I can get. Ghost Pepper, it's all they talk about on their state television. It's Russia versus the rest of the world in their eyes. We've watched Russian state media on this channel talking about this constantly. They were showing videos just like 3 days ago of what a potential nuking of New York would look like, or DC would look like, on Russian state television. They are fully in favor of war.
Donald Trump can basically get what he wants. Zelensky initially, the initial draft deal was thrown back at the Americans by the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Zelensky saying that it didn't have enough security guarantees. There has been, we understand, as one can imagine, significant additional pressure since then. And that includes the kind of insults that President Trump has thrown at Zelensky.
And yet, Russia's economy is entirely set to a war economy, so they're totally up for it. What's up, Prop EPG?
Calling him a dictator, implying that Ukraine was responsible for starting the war. So this is of huge significance that seemingly, certainly according to these reports that we're getting, that the Ukrainians have been persuaded to turn around. But it is of huge significance also in relation to Europe. We saw Macron, the French president, in Washington last night speaking to the US President Donald Trump. And he indeed said that he saw this potential deal with the US.
Oh, by the way, speaking of the fact that, like, they called him a dictator, Fox News is talking about how he has no approval, everyone hates him. 268 members of parliament on Tuesday voted unanimously that they like Zelensky, while the only 12 people that didn't vote in favor of this just weren't there. So, you know, I feel like his approval rating might be a bit higher than what they're telling you on Fox. This is straight up Treaty of Versailles shit. PBG, did you see that we're thinking about kicking Canada out of Five Eyes? This is worse than that.
Looking at harvesting effectively up to 50%,
this
we
is
understand,
World War III shit.
Of Ukraine's minerals and rare earth materials. The timescale is as yet unclear. Macron himself endorsed this plan. He saw it as being something that was significant, that could potentially lead to some sort of the beginnings of true peace negotiations.
Jeez, goddamn, you're so boring. I did see that, Captain Buggy. Look, again, we are stealing this country's minerals. That's the deal. We threatened them with turning off their ability to communicate in the middle of a war if they didn't give us half their shit. Genuinely, like, it's armed robbery, really. It's armed robbery. What does Ukraine get in this mineral deal? Let's see what Trump says.
With Ukraine and this mineral deal, what does Ukraine get in return, Mr. President?
$350 billion and lots of equipment, and military equipment, and the right...
Oh, so you mean the stuff that we already gave them?
...to fight on, and...
Oh, and the right to fight on.
Equipment, and military equipment, and the right to fight on, and originally the right to fight. Look, Ukraine, I will say, they're very brave, and they're good soldiers.
Motherfucker, you don't get to decide when the people of a country have the right to fight for their country. He who saves his country does not break the law, Donald Trump. What happened to that, eh? But, like, we're so cooked. Okay. The fact that he's saying that they got $350 billion, understand, we're not giving them a new aid package. He's saying this is them paying for the stuff that we gave them, which, again, as we've said, we didn't give them any money. They didn't get any of our money. Not a single U.S. taxpayer dollar was given to Ukraine. Not one. It was given to American defense contractors. But people are too dumb to know that. We're giving them the right to defend themselves. What the fuck is true? But again, like, this is just evil. I mean, what do you expect from the country that pulled itself out of the Human Rights Council and just removed the law that we had in place that said we're not allowed to sell arms to countries that are harming human rights? Like, we are the evil country. Tyler the Flower, the last time I went on holidays to Russia invaded Ukraine, and I'm going on holiday again in April. We got 2 months. Bro, I'd be scared to fly right now. Are you kidding me? I would not be going on a plane until they bring the woke back into the offices. Back as, oh, they get the right to defend their own country from invader. Thanks, very kind. Literally, like, who are the major powers in the future war? Well, it's us, it's Russia. China is a wild card. There's Turkey. who's currently like outside of America is the largest military in NATO. There's the rest of NATO, Europe, you know. Australia is kind of a wild card. Like, well, France is the one that leads the EU, while as Germany is the one that leads in manufacturing. So it's going to be like, it would have to be an EU government, not the countries internally, that handles this for at least the beginning of it. I low-key want to see the USA get pressed to force our show our hand, and we all get to see the crazy tech they've been secretly developing. So, like, here's the thing, Tyler the Flower. We have all this tech, but our soldiers are pussies. The vast majority of them. Now, we have some, you know, we have some that came back from Afghanistan and Iraq. Those are still, you know, they don't know how to fight, sure. But we haven't really been in an active military conflict in, what, 2 decades now? Openly, with our soldiers. Like, sure, we had soldiers on the ground. That doesn't mean we were like, since the Iraq War and Afghanistan kicked off, and the first few years after that, like, once we got Bin Laden, everything kind of started to wind down, and then we had ISIS. So, like, we never had U.S. troops on the ground fighting ISIS. So it's been about 20 years. You need these people to be practiced. Where at the same time, during the Iraq War, we had to recruit soldiers from the Klan, from neo-Nazi groups, from violent prisoners, because we didn't want to put in a draft, and there was not enough people that were interested in joining the military for the war effort. Also, good to see you, Leftist Leo. And so this time around, we're going to have conscription in some context. I mean, we're already trying to implement this as a test run in Oklahoma. I made a video on it. You can check it out on YouTube. But that is meant to be the testing ground so that that can then spread to the rest of the country. That's how they want to fuel the amount of people needed for the war effort. But if you look at what Russia does, their conscripts get slaughtered by the Ukrainians who have actual military experience. So, like, it's weird. The only difference here is that as America, we don't really have to go anywhere. As long as we don't want to keep the thing, we can just bomb them from afar. Like, we're likely going to start drone striking the Mexican cartels within about a month. Or rather, whatever we call as the cartels. They're really lining it up, you know? They're getting everything perfectly ready. Trump is pivoting towards encircling China. The next big war, if it will happen, will be the US versus China. I don't think so. Trump is friendly with Xi. Xi's coming to New York to meet with us, like, next week. There is, like, the US versus China is still likely possible to happen, because it depends on how we go with Russia. Now, Russia has openly said, by the way, that they're willing to drop their military and technological ties to China for an alliance with the United States. It seems like Russia's more on board with, let's work with the Reich and cut up America, whereas China still, like, understand, like, all of the countries that we're talking, the bad countries, America, Russia, Israel, these countries all function as oligarchies. They have incredibly rich people running that country. Whereas, like, so does China to an extent, but China does at least still put some pressure on wealthy people in China. Like, I mean, they will kill you. It doesn't matter if you're a billionaire. If you piss off the government, you're gone. Whereas we don't do that in America and Russia. So there might be some kind of a thing happening there, but I don't think it's likely in the short term. I think more likely is the US will capitulate to China in favor of war in Europe, and then we'll come back around to China when we have more solid partnerships with the Axis powers if we were to win. Drones are going again. Yep, that's true. Vietnam had no tech, but they kicked USA's asses. That's also true. I think Russia and China have potential to fight each other. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is more likely to happen here, because Russia seems to be more interested in partnering with the Reich, as in America, than it does with China, because China does still have some sort of regulation. It's not an ANCAP free-for-all over there, you know? Trump is unironically going to be the reason China takes off and is the most influential superpower of the rest of the century. Honestly, do nothing, win. China will be the winner here in the end. America and Russia together could take on China now, but not after we fuck with Europe first. Russia knows Trump is a fascist too, and China isn't fascist really. I mean, like, they're authoritarian. They're close enough. They'll work with them, you know, but like there's a difference in that the type of authoritarianism, the type of fascism is, as like you said, Trump and Russia are fascists, whereas Xi is an authoritarian and China is an authoritarian state and leans very, very closely to fascism. At the day of the week, you know, who you're asking. You can call it fascism. Some people will get mad at you. You can say it's authoritarian and then they won't. I don't really care to make that distinction. They are still one of the bad countries, but right now they are the better of these countries. They are the ones that still, at the very least, aren't entirely controlled by capital. Capital has taken full control of the reins of the US, of Russia, of Israel, of like the Axis powers. China has control over its capital class. It still feels the need to keep the working class, the proletariat of China, somewhat happy. Their standard of living still goes up. That's the goal of the Chinese government. That's the difference there. Now, like, why is different and how is different, and I'm not saying China's good, but that is the difference. World is bad. Is there anything that could be done to get the bad countries to start nuking each other? Sorry, that's Fed posting. And I can't say that. Jungler Wind. I mean that if Russia, USA, and China just divide Europe between the three of them, well, it would be Europe divided between USA and Russia. It would be China would grab the entire like surrounding South China Sea, Japan, all of the other like smaller countries around there, Vietnam, whereas India would likely take the space of half of Iran, because America might get to take out Iran with Israel, and Israel will get greater Israel. That's kind of the plan there, you know? Won't be that kind of occupation. 2 nuclear powers, it means it will immediately escalate to thermonuclear. You're ridiculous if you think that. Just because 2 nuclear powers are at war does not mean that it will immediately escalate to nuclear war. Like, that's a very silly thought. Again, like, Donald Trump is not that dumb, because he gets nothing out of it. Again, to launch a nuke would mean to sacrifice your wealth and power. You think that we're going to do this? You think we're going to sacrifice wealth and power? Captain Buggy, I am not CCP pilled. Like, I get that you guys disagree with the China stance here, but they will kill one of their billionaires if they go against the government. If the government wants all of the capital class to go on one pathway and one of them steps out of line, they're not getting killed for that. And that's the difference. And plus, capitalism is just like, fascism is capitalism in decay. Like, I understand that China is authoritarian and is fascist. They are capitalists that are, like, decaying. It's the same thing, but they're not as bad as the rest of us right now, at least America and Russia-wise. It's like, I feel like I'm trying to make the distinction here by saying, yes, Israel is bad. Yes, Iran is bad. Iran was the least bad when we were talking about, like, them launching missiles and stuff. Nuclear experts say something like 90 seconds to midnight that the threat is growing. Please link me some evidence of this, because, again, 2 nuclear powers going to war with each other does not mean that they will immediately escalate to nukes. It does not. Right now, at least the way that we exist in our current material conditions, even nuclear-powered countries, even batshit crazy ones, nukes exist to make the threat, not to actually use. Why do you think Russia has made the threat of nukes over and over and over again and never launched one? Because it would never gain anything from this. As a chap, I came in to kill one of their billionaires. Well, I was talking about China. When a nation has a desire to fight to the last pitchfork, it need be, just like Stalingrad did in World War II. You cannot beat a nation like that. China will fight to the last. We're not beating China. China's gonna win. China, like, do nothing win is the case. China will win. The Mehdi Hassan interview, yeah. I did a video on that one as well. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that the Uyghurs, like, would agree with that, Maddie. I understand that, you know, China's doing a genocide. America's doing one, starting another one, and has flipped on our allies and is starting a world war. Do you think that China's not, I don't know, partially less shitty than the literal Hitler countries starting a world war that are fully controlled and consumed by capital, whereas like China at the very least still has some, it's not a whataboutism. I'm asking you like what the difference there is, in that there is a slight difference. I'm not saying that they are all that much better. I'm not saying China's good. I'm not saying China's good. I'm just saying that they're not the same. And that might cause a divide between them and Russia and us because of that. I'm comparing a hypothetical future to what China is doing now. No. I'm comparing like the current, we're currently genociding Gazans, right? We're talking about genociding several other like nations and shit, but we're also genociding trans people in the country. Like right now, in America, trans people are being genocided. So we are doing 2 genocides, whereas they're doing 1. I'm not like, you know, it's just like there is still a distinction, at least between how they operate and how they might see each other because of how they operate. Hold on. You have seen the atomic clock. I think that this is bullshit, honestly. Like the doomsday clock thing, I genuinely don't believe in any way that it has ever been useful. And I don't think that they're right. I think a lot of people have varying degrees of paranoid fear over nuclear weapons. And there's a difference. Oh, thank you, Aramis. Nuke propaganda has been going on since the 50s. They're saying anything different now than they did 40 years ago? No, not really. I see where Maddie's coming from as well, leftist Leo. It's different. Reality is that China will kill an oligarch if they piss the wrong person off, but that's not the rule of law. That's all I mean. It's just that difference. It's just as cronyism as much as Putin defenestrating another oligarch. That's kind of what I mean, though, in that in Russia, that happens for displeasing Putin. In China, that also happens for displeasing Xi and anyone like high up in the government. But it also would happen if, like, let's say a company, a billionaire, fucked up financially and it hurt the country. What if there was like a 2008 financial crash crisis created by billionaires in China? Those billionaires would be punished. They would be put to death, not for pissing off the government, but for just fucking up economically and harming the country. Whereas that would never happen in Russia or America. Like those people would never face consequences. In fact, no one did face any consequences after 2008. Armis, what do you think about the far-right uprising in Europe, mostly Slovenia? There are camps being built. Like, I've been covering it for a while, Armis. You might want to go back and watch some of the rest of my streams, but, like, I think it's deeply concerning. I'm hoping that all this stuff with America is helping shift some to the left. Very glad that the AfD didn't win entirely in Germany, but, like, you guys are looking a little rough there. There's a chap Vietnam is trying to kill some rich lady so they have communism. Didn't Vietnam execute some, like, rich lady who was like a billionaire for doing something really minor? Tyler the Flower, the irony of the doomsday clock is that it'll never reach 12. Oh yeah, sorry. Like, speaking of that, it's mostly just like performative, just like Captain Buggy said. I don't know. We did that with the Bankman-Fried, that one guy. Right off. What did we do with him? Oh, yeah, no, we did. That one super famous billionaire from China, I think like a year or two ago, was crying about the CCP. Look, also, like, with China, there is the added extension of the US being against China, a possibility being higher than a team-up of, like, all of the world's bad countries, is that the Falun Gong. The Falun Gong, we've covered, like, the cult that is very anti-communist, that got kicked out of China, that now bases itself in America and creates incredibly schizophrenic hallucination type advertisements and news about Donald Trump being a angelic savior coming to end the Communist Party of China. They own the Epoch Times. They own Shenyun, like the dancers that you would see of like Chinese culture. And like I looked at this yesterday, there was a report of an interpretive dance being done by the Shenyun in front of the Kennedy Center. And this was being reported on YouTube as these are Democrats that are peacefully protesting. They're not Democrats. Those were pro-Trump, actually. And actually, I have watched this exact video on stream before, Zach. So hell yeah. It was nice to EU leaders in Kyiv recently. At least there is some sort of hope. Were you in Kyiv, Indie Crap? You got to go talk to the EU leaders? Are you like in the government? Are you a spy? Camel, hang on, Visora. I want to take this time to put this in the AI system. Please, never. Never even joke about it. It does hold some weight because it's created a bunch of scientists in different fields that all have that all unanimously agree. When it comes to something like the doomsday clock, I don't know. Like, unanimous agreement on scientists is like a good thing. That probably does mean something but when it comes to something that's not physically measurable, that this is a psychological thing. When we're discussing what are the chances of nuclear weapons being used, we only analyze this from the physical perspective, from the context that we see it, from the material conditions, but we rarely analyze this from the psychological, because there is this there's this idea that it's not good to psychoanalyze politicians, and I'm kind of sick of that bullshit. Like, yes, you're not a doctor, you can't like diagnose these people, but you should absolutely be thinking psychologically here. Artemis, if you're scared of the far-right hate movement that's being built in Slovenia, I'm going to tell you the same thing that I tell everyone else. Nobody is coming to save you. You have to save yourself and your community. Go protect your friends. Create an Article 5 with your friend group, with your family, like a little text group where you just have a setup, you have the title, and it's any message in this chat means come to my house right the fuck now, I'm in danger, as a way of like protection in the community outside of also being able to call the police. You need to build that community, go door to door, knock on some doors, have some pastries, some cookies, some snacks, some fruit, and see if you can build something like a community, like Garden for Food, or maybe like build a club, or maybe really even if you get the traction, a political organization. You need to make this change. Someone else won't do it for you. And if they do, it'll likely be shittier than anything you would actually come up with yourself. Captain Buggy, Xi should give them the Chinese people's elbow. I mean, in this case, yeah, I'm kind of becoming an accelerationist with America. I want the United States to collapse as fast as possible now. Like, as fast as possible. We are genuinely at the precipice of, like, a proper war. Indie Crab, I'm not in the government, just happened to misspell it. Fair enough. I was gonna say, that'd be cool. On the nuclear weapon topic, not gonna lie, I think the United States might be the only people evil and crazy enough to... Honestly, yeah, we might be the one that does for the first strike. If anybody's gonna nuke anything, it'll be us. And... like, maybe France, but, like, France is not going to, realistically. Not unless there's somewhat greater danger to Europe that isn't the Baltics. What's up, Headless Chicken? All I hope for is that the Americans still in the US realize that escapism is not the solution. No, they don't. You can't just move somewhere else and close your eyes, do something. Unfortunately, most Americans still don't even understand what's happening. Like, they think everything's fine. It's okay, they're gonna find out real quick that it's not, though. Like, very, very much. No, I want the collapse of the US economy entirely. I want the collapse of the United States, Matty Holmes, because that will mean less, like, boots on stomping on children's heads as they invade Mexico, Canada, Greenland, Panama, possibly Europe. Like, that's the thing, you know? How many planes crashed today? None Luckily, Knack, but I mean, some of these were insane. Yeah, I'm going to show that one again, because that one was fucking wild. This was today at Chicago. And, like, the fact that this happened is fucked. Nobody was like... That save was fucking insane. Like, it was just seconds ago. And this plane was told to not keep going. Matty Holmes, I know people who wanted that last year and realized the problems with the collapsed US. I get that. There are a lot of problems there. In fact, it might make certain problems worse. But I'm thinking about this from the global perspective. If the US economy entirely collapses to the point where we can't sustain full-scale war in other countries, then I'm hoping that, like, we can liberate the United States with other countries. Maybe, who knows? French nukes reminds me of the end of the world Flash animation from 20 years ago. Look, you guys ever see that movie, Don't Look Up? About the meteor coming crashing into Earth, whereas nobody on Earth will believe it? Secretary of State Marco Rubio tells Breitbart that the UN Russia bashing resolution was antagonistic to peace efforts, reminding the org of its true purpose to prevent war and conflict, not escalate tensions. From Russia Today. Thank you, Russia Today. This was the, you know, UN resolution to end the war in Ukraine. Yes, of course, that is somehow antagonistic to ending the war. Oh, but I gotta fly in a month? I'd be terrified, Tyler. It's always RT now. I'm afraid at this point, full-scale war with other countries means war will come, war with US former allies. It would almost certainly mean this, Indy Crab. At the very least, there will be war with Canada or Mexico, both which are former US allies. One or the other is going to get invaded. Indy Crab. That one you can guarantee. Matty Holmes, if I might be a little selfish, the collapse of the US looks worse being in the absolute middle of it than... No, I know it does. And I know I have a lot of family and friends in America. You think, like, I'm not entirely disconnected from this. I'm not, saying this flippantly in a way that I'm not thinking about the damage this will do to people's lives. However, there's already going to be close to that much damage done to regular people's lives anyway. Like, that's you don't need the economy to collapse to have this shit happen to your life, and it's just going to happen to your life anyway. So if we can use that in a way to not allow us to, I don't know, go into several countries and murder folk, that would be ideal. Now, like, if we have a better plan forward than this, like, if anything, if you give me something better to hope for that's realistic, sure. But we're going to talk about this when we get to what's going on in Congress with the budget bill. But I don't want Democrats to pass that bill. I want them to ensure a government shutdown. There are more real reasons, but I'm on the phone. That's fair. Matty Holmes, you know you can, like, come onto the channel and chat with me. We can have conversations about this kind of stuff. I'm perfectly happy to. Tyler the Flower, do you think spending 3 months in Japan is a bad idea? Nah, I think you're fine in Japan. Yeah, I really wish those aliens were real, like the ones under the fucking ocean. I want something, you want something literally better? No, I mean, like, give me, like, a better option to hope for that is realistic of the least possible damage to, like, to society. Because I'm not working towards this. I just hope for this. I don't get to do any, I don't get to decide what happens to the US economy. But I want it to collapse. For good reasons. Knowing full well that this would harm, including people that, like, I care about, lots of other people. I'm seeing massive outbursts and people super active confronting legislators and hundreds of people in some of the most right-wing places here. Yeah, and we've covered some of that. We've seen these things. We've seen them getting pulled out. We saw that, in fact, we're going to talk about it because there's an update to that woman. In fact, let me just pull it up right now. But how long will this be allowed to be kept up? Remember that, like, we've had Trump talk about how they're going to use the military against American citizens and political dissidents. They're currently talking about every leftist as if we're like literally Maoist fucking guerrilla fighters hiding in the trees. So, excuse me, I did not ask you to play the video, YouTube. Yeah. Hold on, just lining some stuff up. Like, it's impressive. I was going to say when the recession comes, Trump wasn't responsible for it, but then he started doing shit and I can't say it anymore. I mean, the recession wouldn't have come without the tariffs. So this woman, we watched get dragged out by non-cops, no badges, like just people, pulled this woman out of her chair inside of a Republican town hall for asking questions. For literally what she said prior to this was, is this a lecture or a town hall? And they dragged her out.
You're assaulting us. Teresa Bornfall was attending a Kootenai County Republican Central Committee Legislative Town Hall Saturday, discussing topics like Medicaid and school vouchers, when she was forcibly removed from the meeting.
This is a see-through lens into the future. You are looking at 3 years, 2 years from now, 4 years. This is, by the way, this isn't a part of Idaho that is, according to conservatives, extremely right-wing. So, like, I saw a person who is a Republican saying that they're some of the most okay with Nazi parts of Idaho.
All of our elected officials.
Oh yeah, no, Democrats do the same thing for like Gaza, but this is for nothing. She literally did nothing here. At least in Dems, you have to mention a Palestinian for them to do this to you. She asked if this is a lecture or if this is a town hall.
In Kootenai County and surrounding areas are all
the people clapping. There's more people yelling at the people to stop than clapping, but nobody got up and helped her.
Republican, and so
took like 3 minutes.
That is why the Republican
not one person got up.
Did the town hall.
I think it was a representative.
The auditorium was full.
Bornfall, who has previously run for a seat in the Idaho House as a Democrat, tried to ask a question during a discussion about reproductive rights.
Now, like, they're cheering here, but they stopped cheering eventually.
Her friends, Megan Kuntz and Tamara Saenz-Cremelis, tell KTVB legislators would not take the question.
You were there, Oxyander?
They even used the words "shut up."
Yeah.
At one point.
The guy on stage was making fun of her by saying like, "Oh, woo, woo, woo." Yeah, the little girl, called her a little girl, is scared to leave. She was being disruptive, and now she has to face the consequences. And look at her, so afraid to face the consequences. There has to be consequences for action. Like, he's making fun of her as these non-police officers. They were not cops. Private security, or dragging this woman out of her chair. Oh yeah, like, I just mean, like, this is a future of what it's going to look like, a picture of Nazi America.
So yes, she said, is this a lecture or a town hall?
There's an opportunity for you to sound off.
Bornfall was first approached by Sheriff Bob Morris.
So, the thing is,
Zach, all right, I'll get the kitty cat. Go and drag him out just the same way. You coming, buddy? Hey, my boy. Franklin Delano Roosevelt over here. See, he's getting better with being on camera. He's not as afraid now as he used to be. Sorry for waking you up from your nap, buddy. Hey, look, there is a thing in the chat. The chap spent channel points and redeemed it. When that happens, I gotta go do that, you know? That's okay, Leftist Leo. I can make a clip of that later. I'm a fascist because the cat did nothing wrong. Yes, exactly. Your cat, you would name your cat G. Of course you would name your cat G. My cat is big, yeah, Camel. Well, he's 5, and I adopted him this year from, like, the shelter. He's been in a shelter for a couple of years now, so. But I'm glad that he's getting more and more chill on camera. He's quite skitsy as a cat. What's next? Plutonium T and really big windows? No idea. Alright. Sure, headless chicken. Can pin that chat for 10 minutes. Y'all, please don't forget to go and like the stream on YouTube and join the Discord while we're at it. What's up, XU? As well as also maybe drop me a sub if you like. There is also the dono link that you can donate to me directly so that Twitch or YouTube don't take a cut. Meanwhile, I figured, like, while we're sitting here just chatting, I might as well do the little ad run there and then we can move on. God, I hate saying all that shit. Discord requires a legit phone number, doesn't it? I think you can sign up with an email. I have to get paid until I resub. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people do. Oh, and thank you, by the way. I forget that you're also a Patreon sub, Leftist Leo. You are genuinely a legend. But, let's move back on. Hello, Lanky Sapien.
We're asking you to leave on video. Please get up or be escorted out.
Sheriff Norris asked her to leave, then grabbed her.
Please don't touch me. Please don't touch me. Please don't touch me.
Again, like, this is not a cop.
Let's go. Let's go. You're going to be escorted out.
I just happen to have a nice offer on.
Okay, I'm asking you to go.
And, like, listen to the background. This is where he starts to make fun of her. You can have a look, no human.
You're going to be escorted out.
I just happen to have a nice offer on.
Okay, I'm asking you to go. You want pepper spray?
Then Norris called in 3 unmarked security officers.
Nobody knew who these people were.
Pepper spray, yeah.
That were.
He does have the hat, sure. No, sorry, yes, you're right, Zachab. One of those was the sheriff, and then he, instead of doing this, called for private security to do it. And yeah, they were gonna pepper spray this woman for being in a town hall and asking an elected representative, is this a lecture or a town hall because you're not letting me speak? I'm gonna turn against my party if they keep firing forestry people. Oh, XU, if you're a Republican, please stick around for the rest of this one. I got some bad news for you. Like, not even political, this is just economics.
They pulled her out of her seat.
And she wasn't doing anything threatening.
Oh,
She
yeah,
was
and the same
sitting
thing,
in
I
her
forget,
seat.
by the way, that pepper spray in an enclosed room with a lot of people does not just hit her. It would literally go on everybody in the vicinity. If there's, like, an old lady next to them that has trouble breathing, that lady could die.
Not doing anything threatening.
And into the hallway while Sheriff Norris filmed. Kuntz and Signs Carmelis say the MC of the event spurred
You
it
are
on.
correct, SN. The sheriff was already investigated a few times. He had a history for being a piece of shit. And yes, the private security did lose their contract details, but there was like, this is still, the fact that this happened isn't the point. This is a glimpse into the future. The cruelty is the point. They want to do this to you. They do. They want to do this to you. No charges for her, which is good, because originally they were trying to charge her because she bit one of the security guards while they were dragging her, and they were threatening her with assault and battery charges. So it's very good that she's not getting these charges.
Entirely off. Her undergarments were exposed. It was a terrifying situation that I never thought that I would witness at a public political event, a town hall.
Get up or be arrested.
Sheriff Bob Norris trying to lift Teresa Borenpole out of the chair after she refused to
I don't know what Mastodon and Pixel Fed are, no human.
see Sheriff Norris talk to the security guards.
Yeah, I would have done a whole lot more than bite too. Are you kidding me? None of these guys are cops. I would have fought the fuck back. I mean, I'm streaming, not human. You think I'm just gonna look them up now? To like learn about something that I don't know? A concept? Like, okay, it's decentralized social media platform. You said I'm on there? How am I on there? And what's Mastodon? It's another social network service. Okay. Are any of those based, both those are based outside the US, not human? Because that would be great, actually, in case I get banned off YouTube and Twitch for being a leftist. The world is bad. The security firm lost their business license for not having the right markings or something, it seems. Seems like they can easily fix this going forward. Oh, so they didn't lose their licenses for just doing this. They lost it because they had filled out paperwork wrong. She has a legal right to self-defense. She's being unlawfully manhandled. You guys forget that you only have legal rights when you have $1 billion. And if you have anything under that, you have legal privileges. I would have gotten another charge. Yeah, I think a lot of us might have ended up with a felony if that happened to us. The fortunate thing is that peaceful protests really, unfortunate thing is that peaceful protests rarely work with these people. Well, like, on a big, large-scale protest, your job is to get the shit beaten out of you on camera. It's not to fight. It's to make others feel bad and sympathize with your side instead of their side. That's kind of the point there. The fact that none of these, there was people looking fully concerned. Like, they were not exactly chilling here, but not a single person did anything. Look, they're getting up to film. They just want to film and not do it. Why the fuck are you not putting your phone down and helping this woman? Like, it's evil. Do your own research on them. Okay, sure. Just drop me 2 platforms and then don't tell me about it. But okay, I'll look them up. I mean, I need more platforms that are outside the US. It's kind of a weird way to put that out there. And yeah, like, fuck Meta. I don't personally use Instagram or Facebook. I have an Instagram, right? I have my Instagram. Some of you follow it, but like, I'll only ever post there every now and again. If I'm doing, like, if I go out and do something. You also need courts to have rights, and you know courts are kind of irrelevant now. This is true, Lanky Sapien. Remember, any interpretation of the law that differs with the opinion of the Attorney General or the President is not the law, so. You want the real answer? It's because they're middle-aged white people and they're not ain't gonna do anything besides watch. This person isn't. She looks like she's what, like 27? 25? That's 20s. You have a camera. You have a phone. Do something. Maddie Holmes, I'm kind of surprised you hadn't heard about Mastodon. I've heard the name, but I just don't, like, nothing has been kept in the memory banks for that. Look, all right. Moving on from this one. Here is how Republicans are talking about the Republican voters voicing their concerns.
So good morning, everyone.
This is how Republicans, this is how your representatives feel about you.
So good morning, everyone. I want to start with last week.
Why is this so buggy?
Videos of protesters yelling at members of Congress.
Sorry, hold on. I'm refreshing this because it's very buggy.
Everyone. I want to start with last week. Videos of protesters yelling at members of Congress went viral, right?
By yelling, she means, like, asking questions, being angry at losing their job. Like, some of them were yelling, right? But it wasn't just yelling. It wasn't just, like, doing nothing.
But the content focused on the confrontation, not the why. Some of the people that hijacked those town halls...
Hijacked, right? The Republicans complaining about their material conditions, their life standards, their jobs, their tax money, their health care. All of that is hijacking, right?
Are happy with the bloated status quo. They want the bloated status quo to continue.
I don't know if there's any Republicans actually in here, Camel. I just, like, people watch everything. I've had Republicans coming in here and then they change their mind oftentimes, the ones that stick around at least.
We don't want to get our country back on track. Yet
she's essentially calling them snowflakes.
Democrats are soliciting sob stories from bloated bureaucrats with 6-figure salaries.
Okay, first of all, no, that's not true. Second of all, sob stories. Come on, you're talking about Republicans who are losing their, like, who are gonna die because they're losing access to, like, healthcare that they need. They're losing access to their SNAP benefits. They're losing access to their Medicaid. They're mad about the fact that Elon has their personal data. Like, again, Republicans were fucking pissed about Hillary having like her own private servers in Benghazi. Why are they not, like, they're pissed about Elon. Some of them are, at least the smarter ones, are pissed about Elon having private servers in the Treasury.
Give me a break. Now.
And finally, just before we really move into like U.S. economics shit, before that gets crazy, did you see, this came out just now, this is fucking insane. The U.S. says it will start selling permanent residency or gold cards for $5 million per person. Captain Buggy, you had one of my old buddies who's a conservative end up in your stream in Discord, but they left. That they confirmed you're not shadowed on YT, by the way. Well, I'm not anymore. That went away. But damn, they left. Sometimes the conservs just can't handle the critical thinking and the exposure to discomfort. This was reported like minutes before I started stream, Zach.
We're going to be doing something else. It's going to be very, very good. We're going
an indie crab. Trump is actually FSB. I'll show you why in a second.
Selling a gold card. You have a green card. This is a gold card. We're going to be putting a price on that card of about $5 million, and that's going to give you green card privileges plus. It's going to be a route to citizenship. And wealthy people will be coming into our country by buying this card. They'll be wealthy. And they'll be successful, and they'll be spending a lot of money and paying a lot of taxes and employing a lot of people.
I thought we were cutting taxes on the wealthy.
And we think it's going to be extremely successful. Never been done before or anything like this, but it's something that we're going to be putting out over the next week.
It's really fucking stupid. Where rich people just need to have business worth $500,000 and they can have a green card. Who's going to pay $5 million instead? Non-business owners. So the reason, by the way, that I'm convinced. So when I saw this, right, this came out the other day, I did not believe this. I was like, no, this is too sensationalist. I didn't believe this, right? But what happened after? What happened after is what convinced me. So again, this is a former KGB department head saying in 1987, they recruited Donald Trump, nicknamed him Krasnov. Backstory is around this point in time, Donald Trump was down about $1 billion. He went to Russia. There's photos of him there. We know that he went. His travel agency that he booked with was also had some sort of connections to the KGB. He came back from Russia, spent a little over $100,000 running ads that were anti-NATO. And so, like, his nickname was Krasnov. Sure. Can this be true? It could be. Did I care? Not really. Did I believe it? No. Then I saw Artem Kyushin, a massive Russian propagandist account, an incredibly important Russian propagandist account. They are really, like, when you're trying to figure out what they're doing behind the scenes, this is one of the accounts that you look at. Very, very strongly trying to deny these allegations with about, like, 17 posts of this, like, over and over and over again. And they're not just copy paste either. So I do believe it. And it's not just buying more oligarchs, it's buying spies in foreign countries that they wanted to invade. I mean, this was back in 1987. You're gonna get yourself canceled, are you, Zach? Let's have a look. I'm curious why you would be canceled. I hate that you sent me ChatGPT, but I mean, like, why are we talking about green cards? I know how the green card system works. A normal conversationalist would pull from Trump, man. He sure loves cards. He won't be quiet about them. I like cards. Yeah, I like all kinds of color of cards. Every morning when I wake up, the first thing I say is I need a card. Trump is with cards like Samuel Alito's wife is with flags. The guy is leaving NATO, for fuck's sake. How obvious is that? Like, it is. It's true. We've openly said we won't defend a NATO ally if they get attacked. I don't know, like, how else you could take that. All right. So I suppose we can start off with some of the American stuff. I got a lot here to, like, cover, so it might. You know what? No, we're gonna leave the, like, policy stuff for a second, I want to focus on the economy. What's going on with the economy? It's sort of the same. Remember a few weeks ago when I talked about Trump in Moscow for the Miss Universe pageant hanging with out Russian mafia? Yeah, I do. And like that really does tie into this, doesn't it? Like it's all showing us the same fucking thing. Annoying. So, if you guys didn't know, the economy's collapsing. Like, badly. So first of all, more than 100,000 jobs are at risk currently because of the tariffs that are about to come into place. The tariffs officially start on March 4th between like the US tariffs to Canada and Mexico, as well as their retaliatory tariffs back, obviously, which is not great. It's going to raise the prices of goods quite a lot. And by goods, I mean kind of like everything. But at the same time, consumer confidence is quite down.
Markets are pretty smart. The stock market going down. Headline confidence coming in at 98.3. That's February from the Conference Board. We're expecting.
That's your Trumponomics for you. You see that very sharp decline?
Expecting a number over 102, sequentially significantly lower than 105.3 in the rearview mirror, and it is the lightest level going back to June of last year. Now, if we look at present situation, a bit of a different story.
I mean, fuck Apple, but like, yeah, sure, they're investing. They're like, they are rich enough to do that. But yeah, you know, gotta own the liberals. So I'm gonna crash the economy and make my own life worse.
136.5. It's a little better.
You do realize the stock market isn't based on reality, SN. It's just vibes. There's nothing real that ties the stock market to like the prices to where they are. Like what happens does not change this shit.
Than expected, and it's better than what was in the rearview mirror. But we see a revision. Last month moves from 134 and change to 139.9. So once again, it becomes sequentially lower. If we look at what lies ahead in form of expectations, 82.2 in the rearview mirror, which makes 72.9 the weakest level since June of 24. Now, Richmond Fed, the manufacturing index, I thought we'd be looking at 16.
Well, so like, listen, there's a reason this is happening. We've had the Trump administration send officials on television. They've talked about how they want a recession. They want a recession. Recessions are good for the wealthy, for the oligarchs. What's up, Vaya? The reason they want this recession is because when the economy crashes and all of these stocks lower in wealth, their worth rather, the wealthy can continue on. They're fine. They're not losing any of their shit. And then they can buy all of these companies on the cheap and monopolize them. Remember, the entire goal, like the stated goal of this administration, is essentially monopolies. What is happening to the United States, if you look at it from like an outside angle, it looks like what America did to Russia after the fall of the Soviet Union. When the Soviet Union fell, what happened? America raped the Russian economy and ensured that like 5, 6, 7 oligarchs that were high up in the Soviet Union are now like the main oligarchs today. They're still the same people. We put the wealth over to them and then we fucked off. Ukraine was them raping our economy? Again, no, it wasn't. Like, we were spending fuck all on Ukraine. We were spending a drop in the bucket on Ukraine, and that was helping our economy because all that money was just going to US defense contractors. We gave $0 to Ukraine. And so because of that, like, we were making money. It's not the other way around. We've covered this already. So, Biosux, as a trans person, do you think it's a better idea to find another country to flee to or stay here and build community? I think that you should get out of the country immediately, Biosux, and there are options. I have posted in my resources for safety in my Discord some information about visas for Australia. I know you can go to Ireland if you have any Irish heritage. You might be able to go to the UK if you have any UK heritage without like too much issue. Even a blue state? Yes, even a blue state. They're genociding trans people in America right now via sucks. If you have the ability, leave. If you don't have the ability, then there's other, you know, like you're not immediately gonna die. What you could, no, don't tell trans people to do that. Not human. What would you tell? You would tell the Jews in Germany in 1939 to okay, you have to fight the Nazis, destroy what destroys you. You say to the Jew covered like in Nazi Germany. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. The neoliberal system is practically designed to crash. I mean, like, yeah, it kind of is. Link me whatever that is, and I'll have a look at it. But I'm telling you right now, like, what you just said is you telling a Jew in Nazi Germany, grow some backbone and fight back. Okay, great. You're trans. Love that for you. You're not afraid? Good for you. Someone came in here asking me for help because of fear. There is literally a genocide being conducted in the United States to trans people. So like, yes, leaving is the correct answer. Fight back for literally everyone else to make it safe for the people first in line for the camps. You gave me your username yesterday. I don't even have an account for this site, and I didn't see that message clearly because I didn't even know about it until today. Yeah, you do. You're right. Not human. I fully agree with you. In fact, that is based. You're good for you. But I don't think that should be expected of every trans person. I think that's unfair. That should be on every other American, not on the people directly at risk. If they, if you are strong enough and courageous enough and are willing to sacrifice enough to do that, then great. I hope you are. What are you doing in your community? Like, have you started building like a support system, a communication system? Like I've talked about building like the Article 5 group chat in your community, for example. What have you done so far? I'm curious. I buy communist goods. Okay, so you're financially trying to boycott the system on your own, which is not bad, but it's not going to do much. Do you have plans to do anything else? Again, I'm not coming at you here. This is not me trying to like pinpoint that like you're not employed. Okay, that means you have some more time. Have you thought about, well, first of all, I suppose it would depend. Do you live in a blue state? Are you like, I don't pay income tax or generate wealth for the boss? Based, great. All of those are great. What are you doing for your community? I bought into stocks and property. Am I helping the system, Visora? No, you're not. I post online all day. Okay. That's not really helping your community. What I'm doing isn't helping my community either. This is spreading the word. What direct action are you doing? Like, I've talked about various different things you could do in your community. Small things, even. Just to start building a rapport with other members of the community. Have you, like, you should go onto my YouTube and check out my You Need Community video. No, I'm not trying to come at you. Not human. I'm trying to offer next steps for you. Like, you're giving me your answer, and I'm thinking about it, and I'm giving you my honest opinion. I'm not attacking you. And then I'm literally, as I'm saying, I do have some, like, other ideas that I've put forward that I think might be good for you to try, that might be worth giving a go. And, like, they see my AOD, I don't know what this means, man. I don't know what this means. And, like, if they think that you're too much of a commie and don't want to talk to you, maybe you should fix that. Because then you're not fighting for your community then. Then everything you said before is entirely bullshit. If you're not willing to... Oh, the Vietnamese dress. Okay, never mind. Sorry, I was like bright red. I was like, what, they think you're a commie? Like, is that what you're saying here? They see my AODI and it's bright red. Okay, great. Knock on some doors with some cookies, some pastries, and talk to people. Again, I have a video on this. Go check it out, and we're going to move on.
Consecutive negative months in a row. Not to be. We got a positive number here. Moves up to 6.
But again, like, not human. I'm not coming at you. You're fine. I was just trying to build on the concept.
That's the best level going back to, wow, April of 22. And if we look at Richmond Fed business conditions or the service side, positive one, a bit of a disappointment, but it is the fourth consecutive positive number in a row. We see that the stock market, of course, moving lower on this, interest rates moving lower, and we could say that
Captain
the slowing...
Buggy, he's an CNBC economist. Of course he's on coke. I just don't want to get what more you want from someone living in a car. I'm not human. You said that you are fighting for your community. So I asked you for details. And then I gave you more ideas that you could do with those details. But going back to this, you told off a trans person for asking if they should leave the country out of fear. And you said, stick around and fight back, grow a backbone. I'm fighting for my community. What you have described of your actions is not consistent with that. So I'm like, first off, like I'm saying, you shouldn't have said that, even though you are correct. And like the mentality that you have around it makes sense, sure. But at the same time, you're not actually doing the thing. You're not doing the thing. You're not fighting for your community right now. I get that you're homeless. I get that you are living in a car. I get that you don't have the full material like conditions available to you to do this at a larger scale. But none of the things that you listed are doing that. You need to form communication regularly. You have to make them like you. You have to talk to your neighbors first. That's step one. All I want you to do is talk to people. Talk to people in the community. Go for a walk. Say hi to strangers. Go and, become friends with the fire department. Go hang out at the library. Viasucks, I'm a union contract action team member. Based, Viasucks, depending on what your field is, the fact that you're unionized in the United States means it's probably something with like construction, manufacturing, something like that, right? Like your trade stuff. So you will easily get a visa to Australia. So there you go. Like that's one way out. Hi, there's an old saying about fighting battles that you can win. True. You should not derail from someone asking for help. True. Not human. Fuck that. Locals think I'm a freak. I stay online. And that's why you're going to die. That's our fucking problem. That's the entire issue right there, lined up. Every goddamn American thinks that everybody but them is a demon, thinks that they're a freak, hates them, does not want anything to do with anyone in their community. Everybody outside the walls that I live in is an enemy. I'm like, great, so you're committed to death. Why the fuck are you talking about why other people shouldn't flee just because you've committed suicide? No, not human is not based. Hyper-individualism is what got us here. Hyper-individualism is what's killing this country. The fact that you people would rather die than talk to your fucking neighbors is insane. It's psychotic to a degree that is the end of civilization shit. Opposite of hyper-individualism, that's not what you're doing. Your actions are not are not the opposite of hyper-individualism. Your actions are. Your mentality clashes with your actions. You have this cognitive dissonance where you're not processing the fact that you are not doing anything for your community, for yourself. You are actively allowing the situation to get worse when you know. Okay, great. You're at the public library. Are you going to talk to strangers? Or are you going to, like, you don't have to, okay, great, love that, I hope they do. Please, if you hear me, go and talk to your neighbors, guys. The fact that nobody talks to each other, nobody wants to be friends in their community, that's what's killing America. We're all alone, all of us. We're gonna, like, if let's say we had another recession, how many of you are willing, or do you think that you're able to go to your neighbors and get food for free because you can't afford it? Not many, I would guess to say. But if you talk to your neighbors and you have a cohesive community, then financial struggles are significantly less harmful to the entire community than they would be otherwise. Whereas, like, you see this a lot in super right-wing rural communities. They do have this kind of community. They do have this kind of but they just don't believe in the right thing. But it's the individualism that comes in. The hyper individualism of the average American is what has brought us here. Biosec, sorry, I missed what you said about my union and occupation. I'm a janitor. Look, if you're in a union and you work in a tradey type position, you can definitely get a visa to Australia. But there's also the there's other methods that you could do. Join the Discord. There's some info about emigrating out of the United States there that you can find and you might want to share with some of your friends. This channel is underrated. True. You guys gotta go and drop me a like on YouTube. And I agree so much. The individualist corporate drone mentality is actually death cult shit. You say it a lot, but it's been hitting me a lot as of late. Like, Lanky Sapien, you can take this away from just action too. Like, I can give you examples of this exact mentality being in place and just popping up on, like, once they're implemented, the material conditions and the psychological conditions declining is this type of mentality. Go back over the things I've said today because you misread a couple of the things out loud. My apologies. Chat goes very fast. If you want me to, correct something, you're going to have to tell me what I did wrong because there's too much to go through and I'm actually working right now. So, you know, can't really be wasting my time like that. How do I suss out the bastards? Man, like, it's just people who don't have empathy. You can't help anyone unless you help yourself first. Individual always comes first, and you're wrong about this, and it's okay. I'm not saying individualism is bad in any way. See, this is the problem. It's all black or white with you people. There's no gray area. Of course, you have to put your own mask on before you help someone else on a plane. Yes, you need to help yourself before you can help others. But that's not what I mean. That's normal society. You need the individualism and you need the community. We have only hyper individualism and no community. All of our communities are online. An online community is a facsimile. It cannot create the same benefits, the same outcomes as in-person social interaction does. And so there is a difference there. It's not individualism is bad. It's not bad. Too much individualism with no focus on community. That's what's bad. In America, we strive towards improving our own lives, becoming rich, and in China, they strive toward, I don't care about China, but that is true. In America, we strive towards improving our own lives, whereas in a country that gives a shit about its citizens, which, again, I am not CCP pilled, so I'm not going to say it's China, would be trying to improve the lives of the community as well. My interpretation of what a functional economic system would be the benefits that the individual gets would benefit the community, because the system would be set up in that the individual benefiting benefits the community, and benefit to the community benefits the individual. That's how it's always worked for human history, minus the people that come in and take a cut like the monarchs. Okay, so I'm not wasting my time on that either. Not human. If you want answers to your things, if you get what you get. I need to bring my girlfriend if I migrate. Would it be possible to do with that with a work visa? Maybe, depending on what job she has. It might be possible to get her on an asylum visa. I don't think you actually have to be trans to get an asylum visa right now. I think it's not particularly easy, but at the same time, there is significant amount of evidence that you could put forward that would help that picture get across to Home Affairs. That's the Office of Home Affairs. But also there is the idea of there's visas where you can come and live in Australia for 6 months to a year, and you just have to spend a month or two working in a specific industry, whether it's farming, whether it's all of that's on Discord, so it's there. But yeah, I agree with you, depraved ambiance. The only thing that Captain Buggy is ever really wrong on is China. I let people like you masturbate the community. All right, you're taking a time out, man. Your brain is fried. I need you to not human. I need you to go touch some grass. Actually go physically outside of the library that you're in, put your hand on the ground, and touch some grass. And then come back tomorrow, because I've had enough of you. They're not, like, incorrect or anything. Just for the rest of you, like, understand. It's just the amount of brain damage that I would have to go through to respond to that comment was not worth it. Okay, moving back onto the economy.
U.S. consumer confidence fell at its sharpest pace in 3.5 years in February, while inflation expectations surged. That's according to a report from the Conference Board, which indicated Americans were growing more anxious about the potential negative impact of President Donald Trump's policies on the economy. A senior economist with the Conference Board said that comments on the current administration and its policies dominated the responses to the latest survey. And there was a sharp increase in mentions of tariffs and trade, back to a level unseen since 2019.
Nothing leftist, I just went on a very long tangent.
Other economists said unprecedented layoffs of federal government workers were also taking a toll on consumers' psyche, which they said posed a risk to spending, the main engine of the U.S. economy. Consumer confidence fell for the third straight month, while average inflation expectations over the next year jumped to 6% from 5.2%. Though economists are not yet predicting a recession, they expect a long period of very slow economic growth and high inflation. That would put the Federal Reserve in a difficult spot. The U.S. Central...
Look, if the Federal Reserve holds out, that'll be interesting, but I'm not sure how long they can. Biosux, is it the Resources for Safety section? Yes, it is indeed. And if you have any questions, just send me a DM on Discord. I'll look at it after.
The bank paused cutting interest rates in January, while policymakers monitor the
I know about the Doge checks. You remember during COVID how difficult it was to get U2 checks? Do you really think that they're going to give you a $5,000 check? I would genuinely be shocked. That sounds like a recession. They just don't want to use the word. They literally had, I gotta find that video. Hold on. This is gonna be like an impossible fucking video to find. Doesn't come right up. No, I won't. They were like, we want to lower demand and increase supply, and we want to push, like, they will push inflation as far as they can. Like, the goal of this government is to crash the economy, but it's to crash the economy later, whereas I want it to crash quickly. They want it to crash later because they're still setting up their rug pull. Like, I've also made a video on the crypto rug pull that they're like installing piece by piece by piece by piece. I'm afraid they will use this crash as an opportunity to build economic relations with Russia. We don't even need the crash. We've openly said we're going to drop the sanctions, or rather we might drop the sanctions, but Donald Trump has said, yeah, no, we want to make a strong economic deal with Russia. At the same time here, what I'm like particularly seeing when it comes to like this crash that's ongoing is whether or not we use it as an excuse to invade Mexico or Canada. Because when the economy gets shit and Trump voters get mad, they're going to be looking for someone to blame. And I think they're going to be blaming China or, not China, Canada or Mexico. No, I don't think they'll give us it, but I'm sure if the government deposited $5K into your check next year, you'd spend it as bad. No, if they gave me $5K, I would say, good, that's my money. They're stealing the rest of it. They might as well give me some of it. That would be my answer, X. Why do you assume that I would spin it as bad? I'm not okay, actually I am ideologically, but I'm not innately like, I just hate Trump and Elon Musk, and that's what like my entire motivation is. I'm motivated by the reality. I'm motivated by social context. I don't like these people openly, absolutely. And yes, I do often cover them badly, but that's because they do bad things. If they just sent out the $5,000 checks, I would say, oh my God, they actually fucking did it. I mean, good, they're giving us some of our money before they steal the rest of it. So you're like, assumption was already incorrect. You know how Elon collects all the info from the web now? You know he believes in conspiracy theories. I've just been spamming the ones that he makes up. He does so much shit, man. And he's soy as well, so, you know. It is what it is. It is what it is. You're not getting the 5K.
The Trump administration's policies.
And, you're probably right, Lanky Sapien. The brown people are generally the easier to blame, but the Canadians are the more mad. Who knows? Canada did just file a lawsuit against the United States for the fact that, like, we've declared that the drug cartels are foreign terrorist organizations. And Claudia Sheinbaum comes out and says, okay, well, you know, if these are foreign terrorist organizations and they get 74% of their guns from the United States, then why is the United States funding foreign terrorist organizations? Which is a really good question to ask if you're Claudia Sheinbaum, actually. I'd be pleased and a bit more mad about every month of my life. That check, that passed without a check. I mean, you're not getting that check. And I want that. I want that check. I hope they do it. Please give us the $5,000 checks. XU is a right-winger, I think. Or a libertarian, maybe. Like, I mean, I say right-winger, I mean like liberal libertarian. It would only be to taxpayers. I am a taxpayer, X. I pay American taxes. Thank you for the resources. I'll look into it. Yeah, DM me on Discord via Sucks. I'll get to all of that after stream. Hold on. I'm just pulling up my sources together now. Actually, before we continue on with economics, I want to show you something very funny and a little crazy. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but here's Alex Jones freaking out over a autocorrect on a phone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just caught Apple in literal subliminal brainwashing. That was Sean's turn for it. He's absolutely right. This is incredible. You see more and more of this type of stuff. Charlotte, show people what you just discovered.
So if you do voice note to text and you say racist.
See that?
Racist. Racist.
Ooh.
Okay. This is very funny. Now, is it on purpose? I don't know. I really hope it is. Is this fucking psychological, like, brainwashing, subliminal brainwashing? No, it's not. It's not. It's just very funny. I hope that is, like, full on real. Oh, because they probably tried to voice note racist and they saw it flash as Trump for a second.
Ooh. Let me get it closer. Show people they can see that. That is insane. This is an Apple?
Racist.
Wow.
Wow.
Do it again.
You hit this voice note here, record your voice down here.
This really is a keck.
And you say...
Big fan.
Racist.
Wow.
Can you fucking believe that shit?
Now, here's the deal. Remember what Google did for 2 months after Trump got shot? They wouldn't even let you search it or find it. ChatGPT wouldn't let you do it. This is...
What? What? After Trump got shot, you couldn't search for Trump's in... What do you... Like, these people don't have any concept of reality. Some Apple software person totally did that intentionally, if this is real. It is Captain Buggy, and it's very funny. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. This is this, unlike Drake's complaint to about like Not Like Us being referred to instead of his own album, Certified Lover Boy. When you ask for Certified Lover Boy, it would bring you to Not Like Us. That was algorithmic, because nobody out here saying Certified Lover Boy without ending with Certified Pedophile. This is a programmer. Someone did that. Now, is it subliminal brainwashing from Apple? That would be based, but I don't expect that.
That's what Professor Epstein calls it, is subliminal programming. And they also do it with headlines that'll say something that's not true, but when you click it, it's a different article, so that they can't basically get caught doing it.
That is true.
You can go test this out. It'll work on your phone too, if you have Apple.
Wow.
You guys are everyone's phone. Just try and get your phone. Let's see what
Here, let's see it. Wow.
Professor Epstein.
Here, Charlotte.
I'm going to choose to believe it was a gay furry programmer who at Apple who did this. Didn't Apple recently say that they're not going to fire, like they're not going to do the DEI hire firing thing? Apple denies firing DEI. Was it Apple or what? Yeah, it was. It was Apple. That was Apple just today. Apple shareholders reject proposal to scrap DEI program.
And inclusion programs in America.
What do you mean Bigfoot has a copy of the list? What do you mean by that?
Rights organizations are now suing the Trump administration, alleging that 3 of his executive orders to end DEI programs.
So this one, by the way, the government can't do shit about. This is a private company. If you try and make Apple get rid of DEI, that's socialism, boys and girls. That's what you gotta. Yeah, well, Costco too. They're mad about Costco, but they shut up because they need Costco to survive because of the cheap food. If they start getting mad at Apple, like, you guys got to start telling them that they're, you don't know? They say it's a conspiracy theory to be dismissed. I don't know about, like, I know Bigfoot as, like, the creature. So, then we get to the budget vote. Now, the budget vote is due by March 15th. We have to increase the spending cap of the United States, the debt ceiling, rather, so we can start to pay for stuff. We need to increase the debt ceiling by a significant amount because of the amount of tax cuts we're giving to trillionaires, or rather future trillionaires. And I mean,
Chief Elon Musk takes a
I don't know how
chainsaw
to
to the
say
federal
this
government.
in a way that's going to take the hit out of it.
Republicans are getting pretty anxious behind the scenes, but not for the reason you might think. Backlash to Musk's DOGE cuts is one thing, but healthcare is another. And that's what's starting to keep Republicans up at night. It's that looming budget battle, which could mean massive...
Ah, yes, Big Cock Hunter. I remember that. Look, Hunter's laptop was such a nothing burger, but everything that the Republicans made out Hunter Biden to be is just Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz is Hunter Biden in the worst possible, like, imaginary context of any of the right. And then, like, ×5. Hey, Viz, I want to make clips of this. Can you let some of the video before you talk? Oh, absolutely, sure. Start in the beginning. Target lost revenue over DEI firings. They recently backtracked, but I think the damage is done. Of course they lost revenue over DEI firings. Of course they did. I need absolutely 0 Democrats to cooperate with this. I need absolutely 0 Democrats to vote on the budget bill. I need them to say no. We need 3 Republicans on our, like, to come to the Democrat side to, like, change shit, but no, that's not gonna happen. Every Democrat needs to say no. No votes. 0. And, like, yes, Eric is also, like, Hunter times 50,000. I think Elon should pay attention 100% instead of going to all the states and annoying people in the military. Do you realize, Donald Trump made a speech the other day about how federal workers need to go back to the office and work in the office because they're too lazy, and then immediately went golfing after that? Well, in the speech, he was like, oh, they're out golfing instead of working. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has been president for like 34 days, and he spent about half of those golfing.
While Slasher-in-Chief Elon Musk takes a chainsaw to the federal government, some Republicans are getting pretty anxious behind the scenes, but not for the reason you might think. Backlash to Musk's DOGE cuts is one thing, but healthcare is another. And that's what's starting to keep Republicans up at night. It's that looming budget battle, which could mean massive cuts to Medicaid. And according to some, well, spell disaster for the GOP during the midterms. Let's bring our...
Oh my goodness, you think the midterms? Jesus Christ. What is this? What have I been linked?
Ever since I started doing my Leopard song, I've gotten so many requests to do a version with the choir, which would be incredible. But I'm just not sure I can pull it off. Wait a second.
Oh, absolutely depraved ambiance.
Wait a second.
Nah, this is gonna be copyright. He's the president. Let him relax by hitting some balls. What kind of president is doing nothing? He's done nothing. What has been all that's happened since he became president was we dropped all of our allies, started trade wars with the entire world, cut every government office, replaced them with 19-year-old incels, kicked basically half the cybersecurity force out of the government, out of the military, kicked half of the IT like repair out of the military, kicked the fucking like all we did was he's just I mean to be fair, if you're China, he is the GOAT, so
Our contributing political correspondent Rachel Badin for the conversation. So lay it out for us, Rachel. What exactly is, well,
you guys, you know that's not what libertarian is, right? XU? When you Americans, especially like right-wingers, say libertarianism, that's not libertarianism. That is what you like, but that is the word that has been stolen. Libertarianism is it's a socialist ideology. It's closer to anarchism. If he was a true libertarian, he would reallocate FEMA back to its own agency and abolish the DHS. True.
What's in the Republicans' budget blueprint?
And no, he's not the
what's
president. The world is bad.
Yeah, hey there, Kira. I mean, obviously, this is a first step toward passing.
Zach, oh, sorry. I'm gonna be quiet and watch that video in full. Not like that. What the fuck did you send me, Zach? What is this? It's just. Watch that video in full? I'm not capable of watching that video in full. Sorry. Watch this video in full.
For the conversation. So lay it out for us, Rachel. What exactly is, well, what's in the Republicans' budget blueprint and what's at stake?
Yeah, hey there, Kira. I mean, obviously, this is a first step toward passing Donald Trump's tax and border agenda. But the big sticking points here on Capitol Hill have to do with government cuts. I mean, to get fiscal conservatives on board for this budget, Speaker Mike Johnson put in $2 trillion worth of cuts and $800 billion.
$2 trillion worth of cuts. We've gone over the entire pie chart of the government. Where do you think that $2 trillion has to come from? It's not coming from the Pentagon.
A large chunk of those actually is going to have to come out of the committee that deals with health care. Now, I've talked to a lot of Republicans,
$2 trillion
both rank and file
half.
and people in leadership.
$2 trillion is half the budget. It's literally. Again, one more time. U.S. budget pie chart. $2 trillion. As of 2014, the mandatory outlays, like mandatory spending, all of these things need to be funded, is $4 trillion. So if they're cutting $2 trillion from this $4 trillion, where do you think that $2 trillion is going to come from? Which of these sections do you think they're going to cut? Zach is so educational during the stream, and then he sends stuff like that. That's because Zach is based. Any Dem voting on this shit is a traitor. Again, I want 0 Democrats to cooperate with this. I want no one voting on the bill. I want the bill to fail. I want us to hit the debt ceiling and the government to shut down. There is no way to make $2 trillion out of this without touching Medicare at the very least. But if you want to cut Medicare, you got to cut income security, other mandatories, which I don't know what those are, but some of them probably can stay. Veterans benefits, that'll go. That still doesn't add up to half. So what? Okay, you got to take a hit to Medicare, you're going to take a hit to Social Security. Because they're not cutting from the military. You know they will. That's how they are. It's true. True, they will. The Democrats are going to vote on this. In fact, we've had Chuck Schumer talking about how they need to vote on this. They need to fight for it. They need to fight to make changes instead of not doing this. Hakeem Jeffries is like, okay, we need to fight to make decisions. Won't do anything. Don't vote for this. Like, every time this happened under a Democrat president, the Republicans threatened to shut down the government every single time. This time, it's literally the only leverage that we have from the left. It's all we have. It's the only thing we can do. And it's not small. It's big leverage. We can do quite a lot of damage to them with this leverage, their plan. But as in history, liberal democracies or liberals in liberal democracies will often side with the fascist in order to retain their wealth and power.
They say that's likely to come from Medicaid. The issue there, however, is that 1 in 5 Americans is on Medicaid right now. There is this sort of misperception that it's just a small group of,
majority MAGA voters, actually.
Low-income folks in inner cities, more Democratic areas. Well, that's not the case. And Republicans are starting to realize that. That's also Trump voters, white Trump voters in Louisiana, Hispanic Trump voters.
The Dems, like, at this point, this is the final line for them. If they fail here, then they're worthless. To be fair, in my perspective, they kind of already are. We've seen the new head of the DNC talking about how there are good billionaires and bad billionaires, and how they're going to take money from the good billionaires. Hakeem Jeffries' the method of fighting back is creating a nickname for Trump and calling him Captain Chaos, as if idiots on the right don't hear that and think that it's cool. So the elephant is really 6 leopards in an elephant suit, yeah? Yeah. Look, I don't trust them to stop this. I need no Democrats to vote on this. And I need you to annoy the shit out of your elected representatives up until March 15th. Call them. Annoy the fuck out of them. Set up automated bot networks to call and leave messages that you pre-recorded. Whatever you have to do. Go show up to some of these town halls. We've seen the Republicans showing up and complaining to their elected officials. You're allowed to go in there too, even if it's at a Republican town hall. You can still go in there and still voice your concerns and complaints. In fact, it's probably going to be more functional because you're in person and people genuinely behave differently in person. It is cool that the left has run out of mean words to call Trump. You think that, I don't think that the Democrats are not the left, XU. They don't even count as left. The Democrats are not left in any way, shape, or form. Just don't look up what suffragettes did to fight for their rights. Exactly. Chaos is a ladder, according to Peter Baelish. And, you're not wrong. And I am a giant Game of Thrones nerd, so thank you for that reference. Lanky Sapien, wait, didn't the Dems have the House and Senate in 2022? How the fuck did we not impeach Trump then? Am I missing something? Because they won't. Joe Biden came into office and told his advisors that he didn't want his presidency to be defined by going after the opposition, by going after Trump. It was his one job, actually. The only thing we elected him for. And he was like, nah. I've been meaning to do a rewatch for a while. I've been meaning to do a reread for a while, because, Winds of Winter might be coming soon, says the delusional girl who's been waiting for Winds of Winter for a decade. As Gore Vidal once said, we have 2 right wings, 1 party, and 1 property party. That's true. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. The Democrats have historically not been this bad, though. Understand, it got significantly worse very quickly after Citizens United. That's what made the Dems get even worse. But even during Obama's administration, we were already bailing out billionaires that crashed the economy then. We were just never at the point of, I want you to suffer to the constituents while we steal from you. We used to just steal from you, not also, call you a piece of shit and a whingy crybaby while stealing from you. See ya, Lanky Sapien. Good to see ya. I haven't read the books, but I've watched the show with subtitles on. Technically, I should read the whole thing to borrow a joke. Technically, I have read the whole thing to borrow a joke from Ed Bryan. You should read the books. I find them significant. They're so much more interesting than the show. And the show's good, but post season 4's ending, season 5, downhill. But the books are different from the show. The books are it's a series you have to analyze. The first words of the first book on the first page are, we should turn back. And this is George R.R. Martin telling you that you'll have to reread this text to understand what's actually going on in it. In the books, there's stuff in the details of, you can tell how much time has passed by looking at the phase of the moon, because it's constantly mentioned. There's a lot more behind the scenes. There's more politics in the books, is what I mean, It's all politics in the books. The donor class pulled them right and made them extra stupid. This is true. Depraved ambiance. Bill Clinton started this, by the way. And after Citizens United, it was over. Now we have legalized foreign bribery. I need to read the books. The ending sucked. The ending did suck. I mean, the books aren't finished. There's still 2 books that need to come out. It's been 13 years since the last one, so I'm hoping. Visora, do you think you could beat me at tennis? Probably not. XU, I don't play tennis. Like, I have before. I'm not bad at it. But not good at it. I love when you go nerd. It does happen sometimes when you mention one of my special interests. Maddie, that's what I've heard. Reading hasn't been much of a thing for me lately since childhood. It gets harder to read. At least in our current, like, material conditions in society, I find it more difficult to, like, read as well. Just even focusing is harder. Maybe it's the plastic in our brains. But if you get real into it, it does tend to get easier. And the first book is quite good. Like, it's excellent. So, might help. It might help. Anyway, let's get back to how the economy's being destroyed. Sorry, Leftist Leo, I know you were making clips from it, but I forgot we were talking about economy, and then I went over to Game of Thrones. Are sports bipartisan? Also, the end of Game of Thrones was good, IMO. Sports are irrelevant, and the ending of Game of Thrones was rad in so many ways that I would have to do like an hour-long video explaining the things that were wrong with it. From just like I'll give you one thing. I fucking hate the trope where you take out the main leader and then all of the others die. Like in like the Marvel movie when they took out Ultron and all the other Ultron bots died. That I understand. That's a hive-minded computer. These were zombies. Why the fuck would killing the Ice King, the Night King, kill all of the whites? Why? Why would that ever happen? Of course not. I did like the end of the show. There was just a lot of improvements that could be made. And it's because it was unfinished. It was rushed out. It's a whole, like, scope of problems that existed for years prior to the ending of the show. Again, since the beginning of season 5, the show went incredibly downhill. Hell, by season 7, they were fucking teleporting. Season 8, they were teleporting. Didn't Gendry run to the wall to, like, send a raven to Daenerys to come help them when they were all standing at... Do you understand how far of a distance that is? Hold on. Map of Westeros. That shit was insane. These motherfuckers are up by, like... Oh, okay, well past the wall. They're up, like, here, right? They were going towards, I can't remember the name of the city. It was the big episode. All the zombies, like, killed it, whatever. They're going over there. They're here. And Gendry has to run back to the wall. They were going towards Hardhome, I think, yeah. Which would have been, I don't know, at least 100 miles on foot. Send a raven from Castle Black all the way down to fucking Storm's End. Dragonstone. Sorry, not Storm's End. Jesus Christ. It's been a while. Send a raven from Castle Black to Storm's End. Again, Storm's End. Why am I thinking Storm's End? I'm thinking about the books. To Dragonstone. From Dragonstone, Daenerys is going to get on her fucking dragon and fly all the way back up there. And all of this happened while the main characters are surrounded by zombies. Like, they were already surrounded when Gendry had to run to the wall to send the letter. This entire concept on a normal, like, rushed schedule would take, like, a couple days for the bird to fly from Castle Black to Dragonstone. It would take maybe a day for Daenerys to fly her dragon all the way up to the north. There is no fucking, like... It was ridiculous. Yeah, look, sorry. My bad, guys. I got a little sidetracked off that because it was very much insane. I broke out the map. Yeah, I told you I am a big Game of Thrones nerd, and that shit pissed me off. Best Game of Thrones react video. Oh, I can't play the beginning, but I love that music. Yeah, no, I would think that this is a good video, but we'll save that for later. Let's go back to economic collapse. I feel like maybe we should focus on the important stuff. Sorry guys. All right, so yes, your taxes are going up to pay for trillionaires getting your money, and they're going to steal your Medicaid and possibly some of your Social Security.
In California and in New York, and so that's making some of them squeamish. They're looking at re-election, and they know that healthcare matters.
It seems like the Republicans that you're talking to, they aren't that concerned about these DOGE cuts. What makes Medicaid so different, and why they're so nervous about that?
Yeah, because it gets to sort of a very personal issue for millions of Americans. I think a lot of the Republicans I talk to are either supportive of DOGE, or maybe they don't like the chaos that is sort of stemming from Elon Musk's work, but they generally believe that voters are not going to vote based on what is happening to several thousand federal employees, even federal employees.
You know, my Social Security wise, my account's already flagged because like someone did identity theft fraud on my with my Social Security number, so like it's already flagged. They were never going to like give me fucking anything even if it stayed functional all the way through.
In their own districts and across the country, they just think it's not something that's going to move people. Medicaid, healthcare in particular, is different, and when you think about past sort of big grassroots movements that have
these
resulted
people that will be affected by the removal of Medicaid funding will be MAGA voters.
in political reckonings here in Washington, like the House flipping to another party, often it was healthcare that triggered those in recent history. You go back to 2010, the Tea Party movement that was inspired and sparked by a debate about Obamacare, with conservatives being fearful that passing this new government-wide health system would actually hurt their own private insurance. That was the big fear back then. You fast forward 8 years after Obamacare.
They won't tax cut SS, they'll just cut SS funding. They'll take the money from SS.
Obamacare became very popular. You actually had people who were concerned about that law being repealed by Republicans.
Yeah, by Republicans.
And that's why a lot
they didn't want Obamacare in place because they were paid by the insurance lobbies. But even Republicans never really got this done because doing this would hurt their constituents. Before Obamacare, you just died if you couldn't afford insurance. Before Obamacare, if you had a child and they were born with like fucking asthma, then you couldn't get health insurance for that kid. Pre-existing conditions. I don't think anyone is banking on government welfare programs. Well, I mean, Elon is. The rich are. The welfare queens that are running the government are banking on government welfare programs. Like $20 billion fucking whatchamacallit, deals for defense spending for SpaceX, for example. Obamacare was bipartisan. It was. It genuinely was. Then the Republicans went on to pretend to want to get rid of it for years until Trump won and then actually wanted to get rid of it. But the reason they never did is because it would hurt their constituents. Exactly. It would have been Romney Care if he had won. The program was actually originally called Romney Care, and they changed it to Obamacare when Obama won. Yeah, I was an asthma kid when I got sick. My mother never had me on Medicaid. Like, but to be able to get on Medicaid, you need to be below a certain income level as well. You don't just get Medicaid for having asthma. You can't get private health insurance because you had a pre-existing condition. You getting on Medicaid still requires you to be like a certain financial level. Elon shouldn't have declared on them using the Boring Company. I blame Musk. I mean, you can blame Elon Musk for literally every problem in the world from now on. It doesn't even have to be true. It's just fun. Social Security isn't welfare, it's social insurance program. Yeah, exactly. It's not a welfare program. They're just going to steal your money. That's your money in Social Security. Like, for an Australian, it would be your superannuation. It's a little different in that, like, we invest superannuation. But other than that, like, not all that different. Plus, they want to invest Social Security in the stock market, too, so they can steal your money that way. Some United Statesians literally believe that Obamacare and the ACA are different. I remember seeing that post after the election. It was very funny.
A lot of voters showed up to town halls. They were furious. They were worried about protections for people with pre-existing conditions, which was part of Obama.
Superannuation is like Social Security. When you get your paycheck, Your employer is required to put 10% of your pay into your superannuation. You don't get to do that. Your employer is required to do that, to create like a savings account for you. And then you get to choose the option of whether you want to invest that. Like if you want to say, okay, well, this company that like you have your superannuation with a company. I want the company to invest my superannuation and put it on the stock market. It's like a pension. Exactly. That's our equivalent of Social Security. But none of that is like welfare. That's your money. COVID exemptions to renewal requirements led to my Medicaid lapsing for 6 months, which delayed my trans HRT, which took a couple years before that to figure out where to get. Wondering how California will do. Not great, MX Maddie. Fuck, man.
Obamacare was very popular, being taken away by Republicans. They flipped the House into Democratic control. People remember that stuff. And so when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to Medicaid, this feels like a very different issue that could get personal and affect a lot of people very quickly if these cuts are made.
I don't
Rachel
have a pen.
Bade on the Hill for us. Thanks, Rachel.
I don't have a pen to sell you. This is very funny.
I just wonder too, I mean, how come...
Also, yeah, there's a lot of trans folk in here. Hello.
Almost everybody I know of that went to college is a Biden supporter.
Yeah.
And I don't understand how everybody is a Biden supporter if you just went to college. So what are they teaching in this college? Are they teaching anything?
Stuff like inclusivity and respecting other people, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, woke.
Yeah, wokeness, yeah.
I just wonder too.
We're like, these people are so, he's so close. He's so close.
I mean, how come almost everybody I know of that went to college is a Biden supporter?
Yeah.
And I don't understand how...
I just don't understand how.
Everybody is a Biden supporter.
Like, you're so close to the answer, my dude. Like, oh my God. Again, like, Biden wasn't a good president, but he was pretty good on domestic issues for his presidency. He just kind of fucked us at the end, and he was evil with Gaza. But he was good for labor unions. He was good for students. He was good for people with disabilities. He was good for we had the infrastructure bill that spent a lot of money that you're not going to get to see the benefits of until like a couple years later, that Trump is going to take credit for. Like, he wasn't bad domestically. The median age of U.S. homebuyers has risen to 56 years old. So the average age of someone buying a home in the United States right now is 56 years old, which is really fucking sad. Just 4 years ago, was 45%. 2008, right at the, like, when we had our last economic crisis, was 31%. Now I wonder, do you see like a large increase after an economic crisis? I do. He will likely never get there. He may orbit until it finds out. I hope he does figure it out though, and learns how to vote for his own and everyone else's interests. Yeah, look, honestly, I don't see these people figuring it out until it hits them, until they're suffering. Unless you're BlackRock or Vanguard, or what was the third one? Whatever it is. But like, yeah, 56 is the median age of a home buyer of a country. If this was a country in like Southeast Asia, Americans would look at this graph and say this country's cooked. That's what they would say. Americans would say this. Here is Republican Massey, Representative Massey of Kentucky, and his opinion on this budget bill. I bought land, just got 10 acres for $30K, gonna build my own home. Good for you. You have 30K. That's probably more than most. You almost definitely live in like the South or rural places though. Most people live in the cities, and you can't get shit for 30 grand. You get a bottle of water for 30 grand.
Are you still no? Is there anything?
They
convinced me.
If you have all that, if you have that much money and you're like chill financially, you could help someone who's not, you know, chill financially. I am very poor. I could use some donations actually.
There, I'm a no. Is there anything?
Look what. Let me.
Okay, let's start this over. This is a Republican like representative. it's so bad that, like, it's not something that is even remotely, what's the word? It's not supportable is not the word that I want to use, but it's the word that I can find. So,
no. Is there anything?
They convinced me in there. I'm a no.
Is there anything?
Look what. Let me. Their own numbers. If the Republican plan passes, under the rosiest assumptions, which aren't even true, we're going to add $328 billion to the deficit this year. We're going to add $295 billion to the deficit the year after that, and $242 billion to the deficit after that.
Remember when they ran on, we're going to reduce the deficit? Remember when they ran on no more foreign wars and that your prices are going to go down?
Under the rosiest assumptions. Why would I vote for that?
So are you solidly a no?
Yeah, they convinced me. I was at lean no until this meeting. Now I'm a no.
This no confirmed.
This is a no.
Why? What? Why?
They're talking points. Look. These are not something I made up. This is from.
Oh, hey, thank you.
Talking points.
I do accept your right-wing money. I appreciate your conservative right-wing money. I accept it. XU, very much appreciated. Americans can't think past the day. No, not necessarily. Americans can think past the day. They just struggle to think past their own social circle. Yeah, that was nice. No, like, XU is a good chatter, so. The last time we had a surplus, it was during the highway project, wasn't it? I think so, yeah. Didn't Joe Biden get us to a surplus, at least for, like, moments? It's kind of disturbing how one meeting swings such important decisions. Well, like, yeah. But Massey is also, like, one of, like, the actual, still, like, old school mentality Republicans. He's not, like, foaming at the mouth MAGA. He's more like Dick Cheney era. I don't remember Captain Buggy. Maybe not. Maybe I'm mixing that with something else.
Adds $328 billion to the deficit. It adds $295 billion to the deficit the year after that. The only way they get to this magic thing where it's
that's a lot
going to kill our country is 5 years from now.
The last time the U.S. had a budget surplus was in 2001. So, by the way, remember what we've talked about when it comes to, like, the budget surplus before. We have announced that we're creating a sovereign wealth fund, like the Saudis. Like, a sovereign wealth fund is an organization that the government puts taxpayer money into and then invests it overseas or on projects. They take, like, it's your money that's being invested into this. The government's putting some money in a fund that's to be invested. Now, when you are a country that is making a sovereign wealth fund, you are generally a country that runs with a surplus in your budget, not a deficit, because it's the surplus that goes into the fund to be invested. We are nowhere near a surplus. The last time we had one was more than 2 decades ago. So, it's crazy to me that unions are so uncommon in the US. We have pretty high participation, like 70%. Bias sucks. Unions are not common in the US because of Reagan. Reagan started the process of let's kill every labor union. I covered the Amazon strike in New York a little while ago, where the police were holding hands, blocking the protesters from being able to block the Amazon cars from moving. Like, unions are dead in America. They're crushing them right now. They're going to continue to crush them. Your union in America is going to probably be dismantled within, like, the next 3 months via sucks. Like, I'm not trying to be alarmist here, but look around you.
They imagine that 2.5%
and
growth.
George W. Bush was not still the most evil president.
Growth accumulates.
I don't think he actually ever was the most evil. Like, he's absolutely a war criminal, but he was not the most evil.
Right here they say they're going to cap discretionary spending. You think we're going to cap discretionary spending and then spend at the rate of inflation after that? That has never happened.
And it never will. It never will. I wish this had subtitles.
The only way they get to this magic thing,
the only way
it's not going to kill our country is...
This is a elected official saying that this could kill the country. An elected official is saying this.
5 years from now, they imagine that 2.5% growth accumulates. and that even right here they say they're going to cap discretionary spending. You think we're going to cap discretionary spending and then spend at the rate of inflation after that? That has never happened. So
yes.
their assumptions are
Captain
wrong. But
Buggy.
even if
Elon Musk is going to fund his primary opponent because of this.
you take their assumptions at face value, they told us in there they're going to increase the deficit in 2025 by $328 billion. And I've been here long enough. I've been here 12 years, so I've seen a 10-year plan or two come all the way to 10 years. Under Boehner, we had these 10 years.
This is what I mean. He's a Republican like the old Republicans were. He's basically a Democrat now, because the Democrats are like the current version of what Republicans used to be. Like George W. Bush would fit in better with Democrats today than he would with Republicans. Dick Cheney wouldn't, but, you know, that's a whole different thing. Cheney still, like, would not bend the knee to Trump, though, and then he would get kicked out, and then Elon would pay the money for him to get kicked out of elected office, and it's just, yeah. Employers are allowed to strike, bake, union bust. Sometimes I think that's the only thing stopping them from outright killing union members, like in the first U.S. Golden Age. That's where we're headed, depraved ambiance. They have cut all regulations for this, and they're trying to set up the system in which Americans are going to have to rely on company towns. We're going back to the Golden Age. That's what he meant by let's go back to the 1800s. It was this. And how did we get our working rights then? It was thousands of us on the streets protesting, getting the shit kicked out of us by cops, getting killed, getting shot, getting injured, and then eventually winning 5-day work week, winning 9-to-5 work hours, winning the right for children to not have to go into the mines to work, like winning the right to have money that is not fully dependent on the company that has created your residence and the stores around it. You know, it's we're headed there.
Plans under Ryan, we had
You're right.
10-year plans. Anything past the third year never happened.
Now remember, all of this is happening with an administration that promised to lower the price of goods for you and to lower inflation, even though inflation was as low as it could get without it being worse, because if it got any lower, then it would be deflation. But regardless of that, this was supposed to be economic recovery. Well, what is it now?
The battle over balancing your breakfast and your budget, brewing unlike ever before, with costs soaring for staples at the table like eggs, bacon, coffee, and orange juice.
I saw eggs that were $29 for a carton of 12 yesterday. $29. Like a photo of it, not here, obviously. We're all right. Did you know that Turkey is shipping tons, literal like tons of eggs to the United States as aid? How does it feel being how does it feel being living in America and needing other countries to send you like financial aid? First of all, does that sound like the deal master Donald Trump has succeeded in his goals? You know, I feel like that might be, I don't know, something that doesn't really go along with the idea of other countries having to ship you financial aid. Just buy the same stock as the Republicans and thank me later. I don't buy stocks. I think that they're evil, and I think that it's immoral to like engage in them as me. But like I've said before, you could just, there's several websites that track the stock purchases and sales of people in government, like Congress people, and you can just do that. Lots of people do. Lots of people just follow along with Nancy Pelosi. Okay, eggs are beta and you don't need them anyway. Great. What about bacon? What about steak? What about all the food that you eat? People do that. What? People do that and they'll monitor politicians who buy stocks so they know what to buy. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's already a thing. You can do that. First of all, if I had money, I still wouldn't do that. But I don't have the money to do that. Yeah, well, those have gone up too, XU.
People full of frustration.
Especially when you have kids, growing kids.
One more time.
With costs soaring for staples at the table like eggs, bacon, coffee, and orange juice.
Eggs, bacon, coffee, orange juice. All of those are getting more expensive.
Full of frustration.
Especially when you have kids, growing kids. It's getting expensive, very expensive.
Growing up in a different generation now seeing this, it's not encouraging.
We all know how bird flu is wreaking havoc on egg production. So far, more than 162 million poultry birds infected by the virus since the start of 2022. The result, dozen eggs.
It's getting so bad in other countries as well. Like, bird flu is really almost an epidemic. It's not epidemic yet, but like, we're getting there.
It's now averaging $8, more than tripling since just last October.
People ate sawdust during the Great Depression.
It means surcharges on egg-driven menus and limits at some national since just last
Surcharges on egg menu? What the fuck did I just hear?
October. It means surcharges on egg-driven menus and limits at some national retailers. It's gotten so bad that it's time to start importing eggs. Turkey's sending 15,000 tons on our way to eat.
15,000 tons of eggs. That's insane. I watched a news clip earlier, and some idiot was talking about growing coffee in the US. I bet they did, and I mean, like, good luck to them. That was that place, Waffle House? Waffle House was doing this? What do you mean? Waffle House was doing what?
The disruptions. An
Like
existential crisis made worse when you pair it with that other breakfast favorite, bacon.
And sound of bacon frying is the order of the day.
Prices more than
So, XU, you said you were going to revolt if they touch bacon. How you feeling? Oh, and surge prices. Well, they're all going to be doing this.
$7 a pound, slightly down from its all-time high a few years ago, but still historically sizzling hot. And washing down that cost isn't any cheaper. Coffee prices near
This
record
is propaganda.
highs.
Of course, this is what happens when you're talking to anyone who's on the right. Everything's immediately propaganda when it goes against their world belief. How about you go to the store and look at, I don't know, the prices of these things, and then have a look at some receipts in the past of how much you paid for these same goods down south before. So you're not going to have cheap goods. This is this is gold prices right now, by the way. Gold's been going up since January, like an incredible amount, because everyone is fucking terrified of the incoming financial crisis. This is a big jump in gold prices. That's huge. I'm just glad we're not getting pork help from Foreign Secretary Lord David Cameron. Me too. That would be gross. And it will be interesting to see how the quality of still will continue to tank as they roll back more regulations. Well, yeah, it will be, but it's going to get real bad, guys. Like, the quality of... Back in the past, before we started regulating the food industries, the food industry was the most corrupt, most disgusting, crazy industry there was. We called those people that found this out muckrakers. That's where the word for journalist comes from. Well, it is corporations' fault, but the corporations run the government. XU. Of course, it's the corporation's fault. No one says it's not. That's not good when gold surges like that. It means rich people are nervous. Yeah, it does. It means they're nervous about their currency. You know why? I would be too. They're not. Marco Rubio was on TV about a week ago talking about how the US dollar won't be the world's exchange currency within 5 years. 5 years. He said this 2 weeks ago. The Secretary of State saying that okay, other countries BRICS currency will get stronger. We're also trying to go into fucking crypto. What America has declared that we're going to buy 1 million Bitcoin, which is insane and is just them stealing from you, because obviously the price of Bitcoin will continue to go up as we buy the Bitcoin. And he's like, America wants a reserve. Do you understand that they're going to default on the budget, right? They're going to default on the US debt within the next year or two. In fact, I would imagine it'll happen somewhat before when the midterms would be. Start collecting bottle caps, vault dwellers. This new economy is just around the corner. Yeah, look, I know that this is some scary shit, and it might not feel particularly reasonable or serious, but I'm telling you right now, go and buy some rice and some non-perishable canned goods, and learn how to photosynthesize, I guess. I don't know. Leave the United States would be my best bet. my best guess. Also, if you have spare money, I would think that it might not be a bad idea to like invest your USD in a different currency, in like a currency that's not super connected to the USD, so that once the economy crashes, your money doesn't crash. Because you already have it in that other country's currency, and then you can bring it back to the United States and you can make some money off that because you have a lot more money now based on the currency exchange rate. But like you would have to be like someone who's smart and has like investment experience to do something like that, but it is possible. Learn to farm and repair machinery. I mean, you should learn to repair machinery in general anyway. You should, I've said you guys should just download Wikipedia as a file as well. Was it difficult to move to Oz? Yes, it was, but there are other ways. Like the way I moved was difficult because I was on a partner visa. Whereas like if you come in on a work visa, a study visa, if you come in on, if you want to join the Australian Armed Forces, you can do that as American, by the way, funny enough. If you want to come in here as an asylum seeker, or if you want to try do like you can stay here for a year, but you have to like work for 2 months in one of the specific industries type things. Like we have lots of options. Corncob, they're in the resources for safety section of my Discord. You can go check them out there, or you can just send me a DM and I'll answer like any questions that you have after stream.
The reason for the surge, something Hallie Jackson Now covered at the end of last year.
Climate change is the #1 factor on the increase and change in prices in the coffee market.
Arabica bean prices surged to around $4 a pound after brutal heat waves in Brazil, the world's largest producer. And Vietnam, another...
It is, Oxyander. It's the same thing everywhere, though. There's nowhere you can go that will escape that. The quality of life here is better if you, depending on where you live. So, like, where you move to matters. Like, I would not want to live in Melbourne or Sydney. Housing prices are getting significantly more expensive, but we are in a housing crisis bubble. Like Australia is going to have a 2008 style bubble popping of the housing market soon. I see it happening. There's been news reports that I've also covered that say we are in a very, very, very similar situation to the 2008 financial crisis. So like once that bubble pops, then you can buy a cheaper house. Joining the Australian Armed Forces gives you a visa. Is it permanent? I think it fast tracks your citizenship. I have the links for that as well in the Discord, so you can have a look at that as well. Well, our economy is built in the dumbest fucking way. That's the only thing. Like we could fix all of this. I have outlined several ways where we could fix several problems, and Australians in my chat couldn't find anything wrong with them. The issue here is the same issue as America, and in that the government doesn't work for you, they work for corporations, and we need people to get into the government from the bottom up and change it. Australia could be America V2. Australia is America. We're actually the 51st state. You just don't know that. Are there forklift jobs available? Because that's what I'm good at. I mean, we need a lot of tradies, so you can, theoretically.
Other big coffee grower saw record droughts followed by devastating floods.
It's a shame that if I ever ran for election, they would just kill me for being a socialist.
All that adding to that bitter taste hitting your wallet. Orange juice prices aren't easier to swallow, weather also impacting Florida's citrus industry. The state's commissioner of agriculture reporting a 90% decline in production over the past 2 decades. Now in its 7th generation, Jatra's citrus...
Aussie wildlife is really cool, XU. I've got to pet like koalas and wallabies. I have gotten to pet a quokka, which is my favorite animal of this region. Sorry, this is going to... I have to show you what a quokka looks like, or I cannot continue on. It is, mandatory, really. I just gotta find like a good picture. It's so cute. They're not afraid of people too. Yeah, like you could pet them. How common are the scary spiders? Not that common if you live in like urban areas. Like if you live out in the bush, sure, but like the spiders don't really fuck with you. Snakes, you're not gonna worry. America has much more dangerous wildlife. The only thing that's a mammal here as well that'll kill you is like dingoes or camels, and depending on what side of the Great Dingo Wall you're on, you don't have to deal with the dingoes, and you don't have to deal with the camels because they are in the outback. They're like in the mid. We have 64,000 feral camels wandering the outback. So sometimes they go and mess with like indigenous like settlements that are outside of the cities, like closer to the bush or places in like Northern Territory, but like, you're fine. What's the deal with cannabis going to affect my asylum picking? Well, I mean, you can get medical cannabis in Australia for like pretty much anything. I helped my friend get on it just for like back pain, and the list of things that make you eligible is pretty much everything. You just have to go to a doctor and ask. It is expensive, but you know that it is what it is. I've lived in Australia for 41 years. I've seen a snake twice. Yeah, I've never even seen one. I don't think, Oxyander. Not like out in the middle of public, in the grass or something. My dog died in Indiana by being bitten by a cottonmouth. Oof, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, we don't have mountain lions. We do have dingoes, but again, they're on the other side of the Great Dingo Wall. So unless you want to live in like Perth, then you don't have to deal with them. And I've gotten to pet a dingo because I went to Australia Zoo, like Steve Irwin Zoo, and they have dingoes that are being walked by like staff, and you're not allowed to approach them. But if they approach you, then you can pet them. Huntsman spider isn't dangerous, but they look like they can literally eat your ear off. Huntsman spiders scare me every time, but I know that they are not dangerous. They don't even want to do anything, but they can jump. They'll just like boop, pop across the distance, and you're just like, If I join the Australian Army, will I have to fight the emus? No, we lost a war against them, so that's fine. You might have to fight against somebody, whether it be Americans or Europeans. Would the Australian military reject someone with a prosthetic? No. I read through the they're pretty cool with the inclusivity. They got DEI in the military here. Is there a right wing in Australia? It's the Liberal Party. I've done videos on it. But like beyond that, there's even the worst parties, which is like One Australia. It's like they're all MAGA. Basically everybody except for Labour is MAGA, and Labour is kind of cucked. I mean, Albanese is definitely cucked, but Labour's been cucked because of the Greens, and that's like a whole other thing. They were literally wearing "Make Coal Great Again" hats in like a video I've covered. "Dig Baby Dig" shirts. It's because the fascists cannot ever come up with their own slogan. They just have to dick ride the one who could. They're all uncreative. They're all insecure. They're all really fucking stupid. It's just this is fascism run by the rich everywhere in the world.
Has a deep-rooted history here in Florida with no plans to get rid of any of it. The Shelfer family has managed these groves for more than a century.
We might go down with the ship, but we're not done forever.
But disease called citrus greening and hurricanes have hurt production. Just last month, one of the Sunshine State's largest citrus producers calling it quits. The company saying growing citrus is no longer economically viable for us in Florida. The Shelfers say they will weather the storm, but admit the Florida orange may one day be a novelty.
It won't have
God damn. XU, you don't realize that there's like MAGA literally everywhere? The AFD is partially MAGA. The fucking Le Pen's party in France is partially MAGA. Reform in the UK is entirely MAGA.
States product. Everything will be imported if there's not something done, If we
lovely. Everything's gonna get imported, and everything's going to have a 25% tariff on it. And the other country's also going to put a tariff on us, so things are just going to get expensive. That's the outcome here.
People like us don't stay in industry.
Didn't Peter Dutton's house get doxxed recently?
If you think you can escape the breakfast squeeze with alternatives, milk and bread prices also historically high, although relatively flat over the last few years. And if you're eyeing that avocado toast, there's concern there too. If the current paused tariffs on goods from Mexico kicks back in, it could also drive prices higher.
Well, the right does, of course, Camel. And it's not about Trump, really. It's more Elon and the cult. It's the death cult. It's the let's end society accelerationist, it's I want to be the 5 kings of the world cult. So not necessarily. And plus, what's going on now is shifting stuff. I just saw this. Latest poll out of Canada. The Liberals have taken the lead in Canada. The Liberals were down significantly. Trudeau was well down before. And now they're up. That's fucking excellent. Hold on. I had Canadian. I think I'll just call it Canada. Dude. Yeah, last we checked, it was this. It was 27.4 to 40.1, which was done February 23rd, 3 days ago. In 3 days, they went from 27.4 against 41.8 to 38 against 32. Like, the Conservatives lost more than I thought they would. In fact, like, I didn't expect the Liberals to take the lead here. That's 10 out of 10. Very happy with that. And you know what's making that happen? It's shit like this.
Alberta is first, and if they sign on, Saskatchewan would follow, and then you go west to British Columbia. There is a movement in Canada to join us. When you get your
They're mad about the fact that, like, we want to take Canada. It's a Canadian defensive nationalism.
On that and how that's perceived.
So it's true. Thank you, Brian. It's true. A lot of people in Canada are liking becoming our beautiful, cherished 51st state. They'll have to pay much lower taxes. They'll have the ultimate security. You know, they don't pay very much for security right now because they rely on us, which is really unfair to us.
They did more for us in the Iraq War than we did in some cases. And I like guac too, guys. Like, avocados, avocados are fine. They're not evil.
They make cars that we could make, and they send them back into the United States. They make
we did
a lot
that.
of things,
They
including...
make cars that we can make. Motherfucker, we made the trade deal that pushed all the manufacturing outside of, like, Canada. I'm sorry, outside of America. Canadian party names are backwards compared to Australia. I mean, like, yeah, kinda. Because, like, in Australia, we have Labour. The Conservatives are not, like, we don't have the Conservatives in Australia. The Conservatives are like United Australia Party. It's like the Nazi Party, you know? What's her name? Elmo Hitler Party. You know who she is when I said that. But regardless, like, it's not backwards. It's just Liberal would be blue, and then there would be Labour here. There is no Labour here. The People's Party really would be like what Labour could be in this list. I don't actually know what the People's Party believes. I don't care. That's a whole other thing. But, like, that's what I meant to say. The left is Labour in Australia and the UK. Exactly. And please, guys, Australians, if you're here, please vote Labour 1 when you vote in May. Don't vote Green 1. The Greens are the reason that Labour didn't get anything done this term. Every single time. Speaking of Elmo, what are your thoughts on Sesame Street in the Middle East? I don't have a good, I guess. I want the fucking kids to be entertained and learn educational stuff while being entertained. Love that. Great. You know, we cut PBS. I don't care to look it up. The more important here. My votes are 1 Labour, 2 Weed Party, and last Liberal. What's the Weed Party? We have a Weed Party? I would just vote, like, 1 Labour, and then put all of the rest of them like small parties, like that. I wouldn't even put Labour on that list. Oh, sorry, Liberal on that list. I wouldn't do it. But the reason Canada is shifting quite towards the Liberals is because they keep having threats placed on them. It's their land. We're threatening them regularly. Imagine if, like, America was not as powerful as Mexico. Imagine that America is Mexico and Mexico is America. And Mexico starts threatening to invade you constantly. Are you not going to start getting mad about it? Of course you are. So, like, but that's a huge jump. And the fact that they're in the lead now, and they have till October for this. And Trump's not going to stop. We're not going to stop. If they're already in the lead and it's not even March yet.
The most important meal of the day, filling stomachs, but emptying wallets, at least for now.
George is joining us now from that.
I want to see Mexicans and Canadians just utterly fuck up a shit out of our soldiers. Like, honestly. Hey, look, the cartels have drones and shit too, and the cartels do kind of already know guerrilla warfare. Like, obviously the American military is stronger, but like they can definitely give us some grief, and Americans are not used to losing. Our one casualty on our end is like 1,000 on their end in terms of public support. What do you think of Sustainable Australia Party, Visora? Interested in your opinion? Like sustainable as in a good party that would be, I don't think any of them exist. I think that if you want to fix the Australian government, which I do, because right now they are essentially just corporatists, they function specifically for companies, then you run for government. You get some sustainable energy. Oh, the Sustainable Australia Party. That's a party. All right, well, let me look it up. Find out. Is there a Wikipedia for this, or do I have to go to their website? Oh. SAP, officially registered party, universal basic income. That sounds cool. Policies. Oh, these guys have gotten into office. God, this is why I love preferential voting systems that have mandatory voting involved. They don't have a lot of money, so a lot of people don't know about them. Well, I mean, they just made that worse. You know, small parties now can't get any, like, very limited amounts of money, whereas the big parties can just consume billions from donors now. Yep. I mean, to be fair, that doesn't go into place until after this election. So again, like, you got to fix it. Target population of under 30 million? No, I don't like this. We need more immigration, not less. Set up independent federal commission to monitor exposed corruption. I'm a fan. Cool. Housing and affordability. Sustainable Australia based its solutions on restricting foreign ownership of residential property. That one's fine. Cutting immigration. I don't agree with this one at all. In fact, we need immigration to build houses because we don't have enough tradies that graduate in Australia that can do physical labor with their hands. And on taxation measures such as phasing out the 50% capital gains tax discount, which would be great. Yeah, get rid of that entirely. Fuck your discount. On residential investment property. I want to turn Australia's economy to an economy that functions outside of housing investment. These people are stupid. I don't like them. I like some of their ideas, but their other ideas make the ideas that I like impossible. So, you know, they're kind of just dumb.
Orange grower down in Florida. Well, I'm hungry, but talk to me about these folks that you're with here, because what's it going to take for them to keep producing down there?
Well, like, no, it's not cheap labor. We don't do that here. Immigrants get paid the same wages as everyone else, which is higher than yours. It's the immigrants that do the labor. I don't want cheap labor. We're not going to underpay them. We're not H-1B visaing them. I want those immigrants are here. One of the biggest problems in Australia, we have three major issues right now. We have the housing crisis. We have the idea of that there is too much immigration, which is a concept that a lot of Australians believe. And three, we have energy issues. I've laid this out before. The only reason we think that there are too many foreigners coming into the country is because they are all going to major cities. Major cities where we're not building houses. We're unable to, and because there is already a housing crisis of Australians looking for housing and cannot find any, the added weight of several other of immigrants coming in also looking for housing makes this more stressful. Now, what you can do is kill a couple birds with one stone. A lot of these immigrants are tradies. They know how to build shit. We need a new energy system. Peter Dutton wants to build 6 nuclear power plants across Australia, which would take like 15 to 20 years, cost an incredible amount of money, and end up with your energy costs being higher. It's cost SN. And by the way, the only reason our energy costs are this high is because what we do is we produce energy, and then we sell it overseas to a different company, and then we buy it back at a loss. We sell it for no profit and then buy it back for for a loss. It's insane. Now, what we could do instead of paying the coal companies for another decade or two while we build these more expensive nuclear facilities in a country that is as large as the United States landmass-wise and has the population of less than Florida, we could maybe, I don't know, get an hour out of town. We can subsidize these foreign workers to come and build housing about, you know, just a little bit out of town, and they can build that housing. They can build a little community. We can incentivize people to move there. They get to keep the house they built. You know why? Because the next thing they're going to do is they're going to start building energy infrastructure next to their house. Like windmills, solar panels, very easy. It's Australia, and batteries, and they're going to live next to that, and they're going to maintain that. That's their job. And if they need training, we'll give them training. If they don't want that job, they can get a different job. Someone else will do that job. But the project would be creating a livable community next to where we're also going to be creating energy infrastructure. That would solve a lot of problems in one go. The renewable energies would be infinitely cheaper, and it would be done within a year or two. The entire Australian energy network could be transferred to renewables with redundancies in place to not like have the system crash. Like, we could do that easily. I'm not even like, I've been in this country for 6 years and I've come up with that idea, and not one Australian has told me it's a bad idea yet. Why did I leave America anyway? I don't know. Don't remember. It was like 2018, and I was traveling. I went to Turkey. I lived in like one of the bigger cities there for a little while. I moved to Montenegro, and I lived there for a little while. Yeah, it's for the quokkas. Renewable energy is good, but battery power is more of a risk. You don't need as many batteries because it's going to be connected to the national grid anyway. The batteries are there for redundancy. SN. Like, you don't always need to be running all of the batteries. You would just build the infrastructure for them in case of something happening, in case of a higher load being required. Let's say, for example, it is expected to be incredibly hot for the next couple of days. It's summer here. It was 107 degrees for me like 2 weeks ago. So if you know that, like, okay, so yeah, you know, but like explaining it, if you know that it's going to be like, let's say 107 degrees the next day, but today's not too bad and it's sunny, you would power that battery so that tomorrow, when everyone has their air conditioner on at max, then you have like a redundancy in the flow. The wage discrepancy between undocumented immigrants and legal immigrants is 35%, just saying. Yeah, that's pretty bad. We don't tend to have an undocumented immigrant problem here because we send them to camps overseas. Not kidding. We have a place called Christmas Island, and that's where we send undocumented immigrants, but only the ones that come in on boats. But we do have a lot of legal immigrants. A lot of legal immigrants. What's up, Cosmopolitics? Thank you for the sub. And those legal immigrants, they need jobs. They need housing. They're in the big cities, and it is making the housing crisis worse. Whereas, like, all we need to do is invest in not only building houses, fixing our energy infrastructure, but also giving these guys a job. That fixes all three of these problems. Now, of course, not all of the foreign workers that have come in that can't find housing are tradies. Not all of them can do this, but we have other jobs for them. Australia, just like every other country, like in the West, has a birth rate that is below replacement rate. Now, it's not a problem for us because we are generally pretty good with immigration. But the Liberal Party, which wants to come in, wants to not be good on immigration. Bad on immigration is bad for the economy. You have a prison island. It's called El Salvador, you fucking Nazi. Sorry, I shouldn't have called you a Nazi. That was new. That was rude. You're just, hateful. Evil for that sentiment. If you think that you actually, like, if you genuinely enjoy the idea of, like, based, we need a prison island, then you're evil. The fact that Trump is trying to eliminate birthright citizenship is fucking terrible. Yeah, well, they're going to do that. Immigrants are the folk that built the U.S. as well. They say bad immigration because of white people. Literally, it's it. Immigrants built the United States. Immigrants are the ones continuing to keep the United States afloat. To be fair, even beyond that, we're going to be deporting immigrants, right? But we're not touching the illegal immigrants that work in the agriculture industry. The companies get to make a deal with the administration saying, look, we have a lot of undocumented immigrants and they grow a lot of the food. If you deport these people, then it will fuck food supply for the United States. It was not just a joke. You've said a lot of jokes that, like, were edgy and no one got mad at you, that one was worth a warning. There's a difference. Anyway, let's listen to Mike Johnson talk about Medicaid cuts.
You said that this is just the start of the process. Can you say unequivocally that further down the line there won't be any cuts to Medicaid programs?
Yeah, so look, let me clarify what we're talking about with Medicaid. Medicaid is hugely problematic because it has a lot of fraud, waste, and abuse. Everybody knows that. We all know it intuitively. No one in here would disagree.
There is no waste, fraud, or abuse in Medicaid. Doge has found literally nothing, by the way. This whole time, Doge has found 0 instances of waste, fraud, or abuse that were not immediately able to be debunked. How do you access the Discord? Just like this. I'd like to say convicts built Australia, but it was actually the people who controlled the convicts did. Well, yeah, and the indigenous people that, you know, were used as slaves-ish. I guess, I don't know. I'm scared to talk too mean about Australia while I'm still waiting on citizenship.
We had a hearing in budget just last week, or week before last, and they asked the experts, and the estimate is, I think it's $50 billion a year in fraud alone in Medicaid.
$50 billion a year of fraud in Medicaid alone? Like, they're just making this shit up. You know what? Like, the fraud that they say is just the system functioning as it should be. They can never find any because there doesn't exist any fraud. If there did, we would have done something about it. We already have people that look into this. That's their job to do that. Not elected officials, career civil servants. Like the people they all just fucking fired. You know, maybe it's the people whose job it was to prevent this from happening should not have been fired. Fraud for Medicaid, like people needing health care? Exactly, yeah. Pre-Civil War, but with Hispanics. Basically, yes. That's the situation that we find ourselves in.
Those are precious taxpayer dollars. Everybody is committed to preserving Medicare.
Here's Chris Murphy, Senator, talking about what he knows about this bill.
The cuts means the nursing homes shut down. People are put out on the streets. It means that poor kids don't get access to mental health services. And so what happened 8 years ago was cruel. A tax cut put on the American...
Cutting off a bit today, leftist Leo?
Was cruel. A tax cut put on the American public's credit card, 80% of the benefits going to the very, very richest, none of it trickling down.
80% of it going to the very, very richest, and 99% of that is going to the very, very richest of the very, very richest. Like the 0.01% get most of this.
This version that Republicans are talking about passing in a matter of weeks is even more cruel because it is the same balance, the benefit going to the very, very wealthy, President-elect Trump's friends who pay to get in and out of Mar-a-Lago, but financed immediately by cuts that are going to be devastating for the people in this country who get up every day relying on programs like Medicare and Medicaid.
Who's this good for? It's good for United Healthcare. It's good for Cigna. It's good for Jeff Bezos. It's good for Mark Zuckerberg. It's good for Elon Musk. This is Senator Chris Murphy talking about how they are going to kill you, or a lot of people at least. Free Luigi. Actually, speaking of, I do have something to cover on Luigi once we're done talking about how our market is entirely crashing. This was very funny. Tesla stock took an 8% loss today.
The shares of Tesla and how they tumbled out of bed today, down now under $300 a share. Well, now they're back over 300, but the market cap is below $1 trillion. The news out of Europe, negative sales for the month of January, down 45%.
Down 45% is insane.
At a time when its market share, it's fallen to 1% versus 1.8% last year in terms of EV market share. The industry EV sales, by the way...
Pretty much all U.S. company stocks were going down, meanwhile Russia and Europe were going up. Well, I mean, yeah. That's kind of the point, isn't it? That's the whole point. Krasnov is in power. That was his job. He's doing his job. Mr. Krasnov. One last thing, because they're also going after Snap.
You know, do you know what the? I'm assuming the answer to this is yes. But have you ever talked to a family who's on SNAP?
Absolutely.
And do you know what the average SNAP benefit per person per meal is?
You've mentioned it before, but you could tell me. I don't have it in front of me.
It's right now it's about $2.07 per person per meal. Right now, our back of envelope calculation on what benefits would be cut, and it would be if they cut the 2021 benefit update, would take that from $2.07 per person per meal to about $1.60 per person per meal.
$1.60 per person per meal.
Do you know how many people, are on SNAP in your district, Mr. Arrington?
A lot less after we passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
I'll tell you, 36,529.
The goal should be to keep people off the welfare rolls.
Well, you know what? Those tax cuts didn't.
Yes, of course, it's a trap in poverty to have SNAP benefits.
6 million people were. I don't mean to cut you off.
Well, the fact of the matter is.
Chill out, leftist Leo. Take a breath.
36,529 is quite a few people in your district.
I have a lot more taxpayers.
Right. You guys are all fully 100% valid in your anger. Take a breath. Don't let it get the best of you. Remember, you got to use it. Take that anger and use it as fuel going forward. And stop saying sorry. That shit's woke.
But with respect to my Republican colleague,
Go ahead.
With respect to my Republican colleagues and to you, Mr. Arrington,
please.
You're doing these cuts, and you don't even know what you're cutting.
He's yelling with no data. Hate those fuckers. That's because they don't have any data to back up what they want. That's not how that works. Like, they don't have reality on their side. Captain Buggy, if you want to keep people off welfare, then improve their fucking material conditions. Ghoulish politicians. This is true. Like, again, if you want to stop people from being on welfare, then reduce poverty. Everyone knows that being able to eat makes you lazy. Yeah, true. Being woke is bad? No. Well, yes. Being woke is bad, and being dark woke is good. You got to be dark woke, not regular woke. The right now is woke. The Republicans are the woke ones. They're the ones trying to do DEI shit. They're the ones on identity politics. They're the woke. They're the ones that spend all of their time talking about, like, oh, teachers and universities and queer people, they need to be gone. Like, they're all shaking their hands. Like, ugh. They're the woke. We're dark woke. Get over it. 36,000 people in that guy's district. By the way,
my concern right now,
if you're wondering what Medicaid covers, 21% of Americans nationally are on Medicaid. 83 million low-income Americans are on Medicaid. 4 in 10 children in the United States are on Medicaid. 1 in 4 adults with disabilities are on Medicaid. Nearly 50% of kids with special needs on Medicaid. 41% of births nationwide are on Medicaid. 5 in 8 nursing home residents, and 32% of people in Mike Johnson's home state. Love that last one. The concept of Medicaid is filled with waste, fraud, and abuse. There's $50 billion of waste, fraud, and abuse none of that bullshit exists. You know what that $50 billion of waste and fraud is? It's this 50% of children getting special needs. It's this births nationwide because they want you to have to pay 10 grand to hold your fucking kid after you have a baby. It's these nursing home residents because they want these old fucks to die so they can steal their money. It's people with disabilities because that's DEI, and again, we're the Nazis, and that's it. Like that's the 50 billion in waste, fraud, and abuse right there. They've literally, again, Doge has found 0 evidence of any waste, fraud, or abuse. I also do love Emma Vigland. This is the only reason I appreciate Sanders. He made healthcare more apparent issue. It's true. It's literally cheaper for us to have public health care. It would cost the government less money to install Medicare for all. But we're not doing that because we want you to pay money to private companies. 83 million Americans on Medicaid. Can you imagine how many voters you could earn if you did actual healthcare bills like Bernie wanted? We could have won so easily if it wasn't for liberals. This is true. It's true, true, true. I mean, we still can fight for these people, you know, go out and talk about that. It's your job. All of you, like, that are watching, it's your job to save the country. I'm not in America. I'm doing the best that I can from overseas by giving you all information. It's up to you to save the country. No one else is doing it. Onyxander, I have a theory that it's not good to call fascist Nazis because it confuses people what fascists actually are. Modern fascists can just say, I'm not Sikh highly. No, I don't think that that's an important distinction. I don't care. In fact, if they say that they're not a Nazi, then you say this. You say, hey, watch this video. And then they say, okay. And then you put this video on. Every time. This is my answer every time.
Nazi.
No, they are fascists. In America, they are fascists, but they are also Nazis. There is a difference. You can make the distinction. There are fascists and there are Nazis. No, that's not true, Oxyander. Nazis were not just German fascists. There is an actual definition of Nazis. And American right-wingers fit into it. They walk around carrying swastikas. They have swastika tattoos. They talk about eugenics. They talk about the final solution. Look at this. I made this short about it yesterday. They're Nazis. Look at this. Oh, well, I don't care. Either way. They support Nazis, they're Nazis. Okay? I don't care if, as long as you're on the right and you support the government, then you're a Nazi. If there's 5 Nazis at the table and you sit down, there's 6 Nazis at the table. I mean, Nazis are all like, also
Haben
white
Sie mich
supremacists.
gerade als Nazi beschimpft? Na, Sie sind doch einer. Das ist ja eine Unverschämtheit. Nur weil ich in der NSDAP und in der SS bin, bin ich noch lange kein Nazi. Wahrscheinlich bin ich auch noch rechtsextrem oder was?
This
Ja,
is,
aber was soll...
I get your point too. This is just like, this is what's happening. I don't care to argue with those people anyway.
Wollen Sie denn sonst sein? Ich bin vielleicht ein besorgter Bürger, der Angst vor Überfremdung hat. Aber ich bin nicht rechts. Und ich bin erst recht kein Nazi. Hey, Sie da? Sehe ich etwa wie ein Nazi aus?
That's what I try and do too.
Würde ich jetzt nicht sagen.
Na, sehen Sie? Aber der ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, hm? Nazis, 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 lauter Nazis. Wenn einem die Argumente
When you're running out of arguments, it's easy to play the Nazi card. I hate
ausgehen,
these people
dann
so much.
holt man schnell mal die gute alte Nazi-Keule raus. Es hat doch nichts mit Nazi-Keule zu tun. Sie machen sich das Leben sehr einfach. Nur weil jemand...
Just because someone doesn't automatically share the mainstream opinion isn't, they're not automatically a Nazi.
Die Mainstream-Meinung nicht teilt, ist
all of
gleich
these people
ein
sound
Nazi.
exactly the fucking
Aber
same
Nazi
anyway.
sein ist doch längst Mainstream. Ihr Nationalsozialisten seid an der Macht. Ach ja, ich vergaß. In Ihrer Welt sind ja alle Nazis. Der Führer ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, was? Ja? Jetzt reicht's aber. Führerbeleidigung. Mitkommen. Das sind jetzt über... Ja, ja, ich weiß.
I'm not in the NSPAD, but the SS, in the SS, but I'm not a Nazi. Sorry, I'm in the NSPD, PAD in the SS, I'm not a Nazi. That's literally the shit they do now. It is, it genuinely is. Like, that disconnect too. This is what happens. They say, I'm not a Nazi, and you can't sue. There's no law anymore. I saw this morning.
What do you
God
want to
damn
say?
it. And, like, at first I thought this was like a regular ad.
This one's a little too loose
But
for
it's
my
not.
liking. But,
And it
yeah, if
concerns
you want
the
some
fuck out of me.
entertainment,
Sorry.
wear this
A
and
bunch
go
of
to-
videos all started playing at the same time, and I got overwhelmed. Oopsie. All right. I think.
What do you want to say to those people who are upset about these cuts to the SNAP and nutrition assistance?
Where there's sound coming now? There's no law
to-
anymore. I saw this morning, and like at first I thought this was like a regular ad, but it's not, and it concerns. Get people to understand that they're a fascist, and if they associate at all with the Republican Party, then they are a Nazi. That's it. If you're pro-Republican Party, you're a Nazi. Because they're Nazis. You can't work with a Nazi and not be a Nazi. The argument about calling a Nazi is a pathetic ploy, a moron repeating stuff they heard from them, it's actually just psyop shit. How does Australia feel about weed? I mean, it's legal medically, and it's pretty easy to get, and it's legal in the capital, in Canberra, but nowhere else. And they are both, yeah. Like, not every fascist is a Nazi, but every Nazi is a fascist. And if you work with a Nazi, then you are a Nazi. Turns the fuck out of me. What's up, Lanky Sapien? So,
the plan was to send them to Madagascar. Drink heat energy. Why did the camps have swimming pools?
This is the kind of ads they put out when they say they're not Nazis. I'm gonna get copyrighted for the music behind this, but like I need you guys to understand this.
There was no cyclone B in the break. Just drink heat energy.
It's physically impossible to cremate that many people.
It's insane that that ad is evil. I know. But these are the people that say that they're not Nazis making these ads, paying for these ads, funding these ads, grooming these kids. What is this girl looks like 17. They're grooming this girl.
There's no record of Hitler ordering the final solution.
The Red Cross kept detailed records of all the deaths in the concentration camp.
Yeah, I don't know. This came up on my feed today. This is what Peter Dutton isn't currently openly working with the Nazis. In fact, the last thing I heard from Dutton is he said that he was pro-Ukraine, which really confused me. That was shocking. But like, yeah. What the heck is Heat Energy Drink? It's a Nazi thing. This whole thing is a Nazi ad. On fucking TikTok. On Twitter as well. It's on Twitter, watching it on TikTok. But these are teenagers making Nazi ads on social media for like to sell people stuff too. Not just for the sake of Nazism, but because they're funding something. He's fascist. I haven't seen him openly working with a Nazi yet. Once they see him working with a Nazi, then he's a Nazi. Gina Reinhardt, I don't think she has much thought in her head. Bro, Holocaust denial is becoming popular again. What the fuck is life? It's been like that for a little while, mate, but like, yeah.
Snap.
I mean, at least in Australia, when we have Nazis, the police are not nice to them.
And nutrition assistance?
For one, you can't say that it's cuts to SNAPs. This resolution just says the Ag Committee has to cut...
Okay, well, if they go to Mar-a-Lago often, then sure, they're Nazis as well. Again, if you sit at the table with a Nazi, then you are a Nazi.
More than $200 billion. What you have is other people like the Democrats going out there saying you're going to cut Medicaid, you're going to cut benefits. Nowhere, Maria, in the resolution does it say what the cuts are. It just sets the goal and the target rate of how much we're going to cut.
Is this enough to make the...
They're lying. That's all lies. Oh, sorry, I was just listening because I hadn't seen that yet. But that's straight up just lies. Oh, by the way, and one last thing for this topic. Here's what Republican elected officials think about their voters. Deep in love with your mom. I love your name. When people realize the winners write history books, they start to question what the real truth is. I mean, like, yeah, we all know this.
My concern right now, and I think I speak for a lot of Americans, is Elon.
But, like, understand that, like, the history books were written by the winners, but the winners still included the Nazis because we Operation Paperclip them out. Like Elon Musk, again, I've said this before, his grandfather was a Nazi. His name comes from a book written by a Nazi who was brought over to the United States via like Operation Paperclip. It's a fantasy novel that Elon's dad read and picked a name from and named Elon that. Like, it's all been the same anyway. Like, the Nazis never went away. We didn't do it denazification anywhere near as strongly as we should. The Nuremberg trials should have been harsher.
How can we be represented by you if you don't have a voice in Congress?
I'm a registered Republican voter and retired active Army officer. How can you tell me that Doge, with some college whiz kids from a computer terminal in Washington, D.C., without even getting out into the field, after about a week or maybe two, has determined that it's okay to cut veterans' benefits?
When are you going to wrest control as the Congress back from the executive and stop hurting your constituents?
Are you willing to use your subpoena power to say, Musk, come in here, stand in front of Congress, and answer some hard questions?
When will you stand up to them and say that is enough?
I do like seeing this. Like, the Republicans are mad, and they're right here. But it's all older people. They're not going to do anything.
We could have gone on and on. That was just a sampling of what's happening. You know what? We should go on and on. Let me do some more. This is sound from Wisconsin.
I saw you on TV.
What just happened? XU, you can look up Errol Musk, his dad, like he's talked about it openly.
We're going to pull up more. There is more of that. And the point is, you don't have to look very far. Here it is. Here's what's happening in Wisconsin.
President Trump has issued a lot of executive orders. I think by and large this is moving very quickly compared to other administrations, and I think across the board he's done some very good things. I think he's gotten rid of birthright citizenship.
It's nice to see them yelling at the Republicans for once.
Illegal as hell.
Boos from Republicans for Republicans. And as I said, there's more. Republicans in Congress are right now facing voters in their own party and Democrats and independents who are very angry when they go home to their neighborhoods and communities and home districts.
I don't see them getting outside though, Maddie Holmes. Like, it's encouraging, but it's not enough and it's too slow. Again, like the Nazis took a month, 3 weeks, and like 6 days to dismantle democracy in Germany, and it's been a month and change here. We got like 3-4 weeks left to do this, and these people are just barely standing up. Like, maybe next week when the tariffs hit and everything's hella expensive, that'd be great. But I still think that what happens in that case is not that like the country comes together and collectively liberates. No, they're still too crazy for that. What's going to happen is the right-wing militias are going to try a coup. It's going to be the Nazis that do the coup. And what we need to do, oh yeah, there's tons of protests. They don't get much coverage, but like they're weak protests. And the only reason that those protests are allowed to continue is because the right is still consolidating their power. In a year, you try a protest like that, they're just going to shoot you with live ammunition. Right now, what the likelihood of what happens if the Republicans get pissed off enough at the decrease in like living standard and the material conditions, they would have the right-wing militias have their own revolution. And what we as the left would need to do in that case would need to be the rational ones in the room. Like, the government's insane. The people who are fighting the government are insane. All of the normal citizenry, the 80 million people that never voted, that aren't engaged, they're all going to be looking at what the fuck is going on here? Who makes sense? We have to be the ones that make sense, because the other two don't make sense. Without any prior prompting, if you're not already trained to think that they make sense, which, you know, MAGA is, and the median voter can fall for, but is not by default trained this way. So that's our job in that case, is be the rational people and gather the support of the like general public so that we can fight both the Nazis and the government. But again, like Donald Trump is the king. He's tweeting out, "Long live the king." We have unitary executives. So like, it's kind of like, at this point, it's kind of your constitutional duty to fight against a monarchical, tyrannical government that is oppressing you. It's kind of why you have the Second Amendment. I'm not gonna, you know, like, I'm not gonna tell you to do violence. You should not do violence. In fact, you should not do violence. The other side will do violence. You need to be there to pick up the pieces and carry the people to safety. That's our job. And also, like, try and do other things to fix that. You know, like run through organizations. They already did that to me, but with non-lethal ammo during BLM, during the Palestine protests. I've been shot twice by cops protesting. Yeah, but with non-lethal ammo. Donald Trump wanted to use lethal ammo during BLM and was told no. This time, he won't be told no. Let's keep in mind that the left is opposed to the Second Amendment. I'm not. Liberals are opposed to the Second Amendment. Socialists aren't. The actual left is not, no. It's progressives and liberals that are. And they need to get over it and buy some guns, or they won't be able to protect themselves, their community. Especially not after the Pentagon purge either. Yeah, that's fucking scary.
Districts. It comes after Elon Musk slashing of the federal government programs and workforce, imperiling jobs and programs, and in some cases subsidies.
Yeah, friendly neighborhood Mexican. That's when you fire the lawyers, is when you're about to do some really illegal shit. which is going to be everything from this point forward.
That their constituents have come to rely on.
I mean, to be fair, it was everything before this point too.
And concentrating all of the power in America's system of government inside the Oval Office. The New York Times is reporting that one constituent...
Yeah, the right has been the party that has restricted gun use more than the left. That's true, Maddie Holmes. The Black Panther Party got guns, and California passed the strongest gun legislation in the country. Even, I mean, Trump banned bump stocks, but that ban got undid. My ex post today? What did I post a lot of shit on Twitter. Oh, yes, that one. I was about to actually show that one. They're coming for your guns, y'all. Here's Trump with the Attorney General Pam Bondi.
We've been rewriting it, and we are going to bring in something called the Gun Violence Restraining Order. So if someone is civilly committed, typically you can hold them for up to 72 hours, but people are getting out within 24 hours, the majority of them. So what we want to do is let law enforcement come in and take the guns.
Good.
They are a danger to themselves.
They want law enforcement to come into your house and take your guns. The liberals are going to need to wake up and realize that checks and balances laws aren't going to protect them from fascism. True.
Which you can't do right now.
Well, because without being adjudicated. So because they're a danger to themselves.
You want them to take the guns and
when they are
not go through 6 months of legal trials and everything.
Exactly. But we also have to give the...
I did warn you that they're going to come for your guns. And all of you were like, no, they won't come for your guns. Bondi and Trump.
The mentally ill, the due process in which they deserve, President. So what we're doing is they're going to be able to take the guns when they're taken into custody or into the hospital, and then when they're released within 24 hours or 72 hours.
I don't remember that one, Captain Buggy.
24 hours, but law enforcement will have 72 hours to determine whether they should give those guns back, or they can go to a judge and say, Your Honor, please keep these guns.
XU, why are you being a simp?
Is still a danger.
Again, they're purging the courts too, you know, like there's judges being removed from their job. And so here is the memorandum, the email that was sent to federal workers from the office of Roger Stone. This was in 2024, by the way. This was March of last year. This was the plan going forward. As we discussed over the phone, when re-elected, I believe you need to address the sticky issue of Second Amendment and the right to bear arms by our opponents and enemies. We can get around the gun issue with our base by promising a fix in early 2025 that won't affect, quote, patriots. The fix can include a new licensing program that would ensure our enemies can't get guns by empowering the FBI and local law enforcement with the right to confiscate guns from anyone deemed to be an enemy of the state. We can decide the parameters that would determine what actual is an enemy of the state later, so the base doesn't flip out. This was last year. This was the plan. It's specifically take our guns, not the right's guns. I'm against weapons of mass destruction, which are military-style rifles and high-capacity magazines. Like, yeah, that of course. Same with you, probably all sheet. But like this was the plan from Roger Stone last year. Of course, they determine it. It's fascism. What else was it gonna be? How else was this going to work? You know. It is fucking crazy. I mean, they're doing a lot of crazy shit.
American scientists and researchers are not okay right now. Is anyone reporting on what happened yesterday at a research conference in Orlando, Florida? I don't think the media is telling us what's happening, so I'm going to share the information here. I got a series of texts yesterday from a former student of mine explaining what happened at a research conference that her brother was attending pertaining to issues regarding hearing. Let me read you what she said. My brother has been at an NIH conference, that's the National Institute of Health, for neuroscience, and a lot of the auditory research events were canceled because it's considered DEI. Some of the residents of the hotel wearing MAGA hats trashed posters because it was a talk about the diversity of afferent firing in the cochlea. They just saw the word diversity and thought it was DEI. Do we understand what that means?
We are so fucking dumb. How are we so stupid? We were the most powerful, richest country in the world. How the fuck are all of us so fucking stupid?
Diversity of afferent firing in the cochlea. We're talking about the different ways that nerves are firing in the inner ear. People think that's DEI. Many of my brother's colleagues are getting messages that their funding is getting pulled even though it was already earned. And this is just one example of an entire field being dismantled. I'm sure you're hearing about plenty of others. I am not hearing about plenty of.
You got mad at the right when they went after biodiversity, yet you still like the right when they're literally going to kill basically all wildlife on Earth with their economic policies and their climate policies. I heard so much pushback that Kamala was coming for our guns. I didn't expect this. Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, like, they're only coming for our guns, not their guns. I have a business degree, which doesn't make me an expert, but knowledge I have exposes me to how misinformed people are. That's the thing, like, I don't have a degree. I'm not an expert in shit. I'm just another retard on the internet that talks, that yaps for 5 hours. But, like, there is a difference.
Others. He said the conference is like a funeral for the field. People have just been crying all over the hotel. It's maybe one of the most stressful times for him and his colleagues. Basically, all conference long, he's been finding out
they're gonna take Kamala's Glock.
Opportunities have been evaporated.
Oh, and thank you, Leftist Leo. It's the critical thinking that's missing, not a degree. Exactly. It's the ability to do introspection. It's the ability to do critical thinking. All of these are the fucking key here. Been lurking for a while. If they take SNAP and Medicaid, I will literally die, especially with more tariffs making food expensive. I suggest you make friends in your community and try and, like, I can't give you, like, advice in a way that's going to fix your life, but I can tell you what I would do in a situation where I know nothing about this community. I would still try and build a community. I would try and fundraise for, like, a food garden to grow vegetables and shit in, because food is expensive and you can still manage that with a group of people. Knock on some, like, doors with some pie or some shit, I don't know, cookies, and try and get people outside engaged, talking to you. Try and build a network. You need to, if you can't afford your food to survive because SNAP and Medicaid is cut, if you can't afford your food and medicine, then you need to be liked enough in your community that others in your community will help you. Or you need to leave the fucking country. It's that or that. Astolf, if you can apply for asylum in Australia. Like, there is the option of Ireland if you have any Irish heritage, but, like, that's kind of it. I don't have anything to give to you guys. Roosevelt was a Republican before the party switched. Wasn't that? Roosevelt was yeah, Teddy Roosevelt was. That was before the actual party switched. Yes. Curiosity allowed for my kids. Even if it pissed me off, I mean, yeah.
The NIH members who make up most of the committee couldn't attend, and neither could anybody else from the NIH. And this is because, quote, the new administration imposed a blackout on the NIH and other health agencies on most communications with the outside world and banned travel.
I don't think Congress exists anymore. It's there for, like, it's the circus. It's the circus without the bread. There is nothing. Congress doesn't do anything that would go against the unitary executive. And yes, I did Uno reverse card you. Thanks you. I win.
Forcing the cancellation of meetings needed for decisions about what research to fund next in the fight against cancer, heart disease, diabetes, and other diseases. This is so big, you guys. This is everything connected to our freedom of speech and the communication of unbiased research.
This is like death cult shit.
Crumbling in front of us.
It's death cult shit every time. And you mean like this, leftist Leo? This video was playing on every single monitor in a government office yesterday, and that makes me very happy. Like, it makes me really happy. Every single monitor inside a government office. Gonna be a lot of pissed off MAGAs who are on Medicaid and SNAP, which is a lot. It's the vast majority, actually. I do not have a community as far as I'm aware. I'm disabled and isolated in a single unit apartment, so I do not go out often. You need to try, my friend. You need to try and go out often. Talk to your neighbors at the very least. Knock on their door, make conversation. You gotta build that community. I'm sorry, but, like, that's all you can do. Can we watch the Carl Sagan link about science? It's not all that long. You can link it to me again. I do want to show you this as well one more time, because I showed this a couple times. Understand that this is the type of people that support the right.
to a Home Depot in a sanctuary city like where I live right now, Washington, D.C., and you'll see all the illegals, not all of them, but you can maybe see a lot of them start to run away, and you feel like a group fitness instructor. It's really good.
And you actually think that's funny?
I think it's hilarious, absolutely. What's not funny is them illegally...
There you have it, everybody. One of the worst people I've seen here at CPAC, and that's saying something. Appreciate it. Do you actually work for ICE?
No, not at all. Nope.
Explain the outfit.
It's $29.99 on Amazon.
Are there Lebanese in Home Depot? I don't know. I don't live in America. Okay, we'll watch this one first, and then we're going to move on to Luigi Mangione.
We have a civilization based on science and technology. And we've cleverly arranged things
Oh, that would make total sense, probably, Ashi.
so that almost nobody understands science and technology. Now that is as clear a prescription for disaster as you can imagine. It's a combustible mixture of ignorance and power. There's another, just speaking personally, another reason why I think
for now, Exio,
authorizing science is important, why I try to do it. And it's a foreboding I have, maybe ill-placed, of an America in my children's generation, or my grandchildren's generation, when all the manufacturing industries have...
The background music is Skyrim music. I can't keep watching. This probably already got me copyrighted. Sorry. It just clicked with me. The background music is Skyrim music. Content ID probably got that. My bad. But like, the guy's right. No, it's fine. Because if it's the copyright, it'll only copyright like in a way that I can just get rid of it. It's not like a strike. It's not like the end of the world.
Of Texas Republican Congressman Pete Sessions cautioned him at a recent town hall by saying this, quote, I like what you're saying.
Him saying you can buy an ice jacket on Amazon for $30 and then go fuck with people is both scary and literally like Hitlerite, like the most Hitlerite you can get.
But you need to tell more people. The guy in South Africa is not doing you any good. He is hurting you more than he's helping you.
Amazon is in the cabinet. Jeff Bezos was at the inauguration sitting in front of the cabinet. So like, you know... Did you see the news about a guy in Indiana who got arrested for threats he posted on Twitter? No, but that doesn't surprise me. Like, the Attorney General went out and said it's a crime to, in any way, inconvenience Doge while they're trying to do their job. Like, everything's a crime now. It's fucking fascism. Of course they're gonna pick you up off the street for saying mean shit online. I could just get drone striked any minute. Who knows?
Referring to Musk.
I hope
Trump
not.
on Friday was asked about the bubbling grassroots outrage over Trump and Musk's policies. Here's what he had to say.
Yes, Bezos did.
Some members of Congress in red districts are facing pushback from voters in town halls. They don't like the work of Elon Musk and these other actions. What do you say to them?
Who do you work for?
I work for ABC News, sir.
No wonder. Let me just tell you that I have today the highest poll numbers I've ever had. I have today the highest poll numbers.
The one thing I gotta give Trump is he actually is funny. Like, he's not good funny, but he is funny.
Republican president ever.
Trump to Republican voters, you know, eat it. Joining our conversation, MSNBC
columnist,
author.
it's basically him just saying, just die. All right, so Luigi Mangione appeared in court today.
Luigi, what do you think of the support for you outside?
Luigi's right to a fair trial is being infringed upon because he is being publicly treated as...
Man, he's like a bulletproof vet. This man is Captain America on trial right now.
Guilty, and as having the presumption of guilt as opposed to the presumption of innocence. I made a record in court today that I don't understand what this show of danger is for. When I go visit Luigi at MDC in Brooklyn, I sit with him. He is unshackled.
I love the nice photos they have of him. Like, everyone loves Luigi right now. And again, like, every part of this case was fucked up. In any time other than like the last 10, 15-ish years, this would have immediately been a mistrial that's thrown out. That lawyer looks familiar. Isn't she on cable news sometimes? I've been told that she is famous. I don't know who she is, though.
He walks around freely in the visiting
yes,
area.
that's actually a very good point. Lanky Sapien. Usually jail makes you look kind of beat, but he looks so clean. You know what that means? That means the other people in jail, in prison, respect him. That means, like, the prisoners help him out. They give him commissary. They want to make sure that he looks cleaned up for this. They probably, like, had a whole, like, couple days of, like, all right, here, we want to make Luigi look perfect for this. Like, they like him. He earned respect, and that's why he comes out of prison looking like a hero.
We sit in a room together without law enforcement hovering over us. But for whatever reason, here, despite all the law enforcement, they need him to be wearing this vest.
Exactly, Captain Buggy. I was thinking about that too.
They need him to be shackled, and they stand right over us, and we get no time with him.
Like, why? Why do you have to shackle this man? Why do you have to have 3 cops standing behind him like he's literally fucking Captain America and gonna do a backflip out of his seat? And, like, I don't know, it's all for show, obviously, but it doesn't even look, it looks stupid.
He is being treated differently because of this unusual and, frankly, just the fact that he's being prosecuted by 3 jurisdictions.
If we don't have him shackled to the desk with 3 cops with assault rifles standing behind him, he might break out and go and shoot another CEO, allegedly. Again, still, like, he still has not been convicted. It's allegedly.
For one event.
Stop denying! People are dying! Stop denying!
I think most people in prison are good people and should be released from prison. I think if we just emptied the prisons now into, like, rehabilitation centers, most of those people would pass through quite quickly. All along the Watchtower, crazy people abusing their power. Sure.
Luigi! Put the system on trial!
I love New York. I love New York so much. God, I miss New York. Here's a better shot of that billboard. I mean, they sanctified him. He has been sanctified. This is a billboard in Manhattan. The man is a saint now, which is kind of cool. Luigi gives me so much hope. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of things that I want to say that I can't say. Let's put it that way. Huh? Yeah, I already showed the pay $5 million to become a resident gold card earlier. But thank you, Infallible Fowl. It's not about Luigi, actually. Like, Luigi is the vehicle. It's not about him. It never has been. I just think he looks kind of nice in some of his photos. But it's not simping for Luigi, it's simping for alleged actions. He who saves his country, exactly, you know. We're not at the point anymore of, like, regular. They have called it war, right? They said they're doing psychological warfare on the left. Fucking, could you imagine if we got the right to speak the way that the right wing got to speak to us? Like, the shit that they can say online, but we can't, is insane. So Luigi Mangione's backpack was repacked by officers after seizing and searching at McDonald's. They later brought it into the police department and found the gun. So, like, don't know if there was actually even a gun in that bag, which there almost certainly wasn't. Attorney Tom Dickey filed a motion for unlawfully obtained evidence at Luigi Mangione's McDonald's arrest. Luigi was blocked from the exit by around 10 cops, forming a human wall around him. They seized and searched his backpack out of his sight, and they did not read him his rights first. And Luigi Mangione's attorney said that they want to fight the search and seizure issues for alleged gun and manifesto in Pennsylvania. He was supposed to have a court date February 24th, but the Department of Justice refusing to transport him to the Pennsylvania court. We all know what all of us want to say and think. What about what I want you all to do? I want you all to do the things. That's the thing, right? Like, you need to go outside, do the things. If we threaten capital, right-wingers enforce protecting capital. Well, that's unfortunate, isn't it? Are Republican votes to gut Medicaid similar to CEO actions that kill? They are. They're absolutely. Every single person who votes yes on that bill that cuts Medicaid is a mass murder. Every single person that is going along with the Trump administration is a mass murder. Every single person in our government that is not dissenting actively is a mass murderer. Hold on, I gotta bring the cat. Luckily, he's already here. Hi, buddy. Mashallah. Hello. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, everybody. Hi, buddy. He just kind of sleeps behind my chair the whole time I'm on stream, and I love it. He's adorable. All right. Wait, no. These people are mass murderers. Oh. Elmo? Oh, you mean Elon? Literally made threats, suggested going after Biden. You know, they're gonna go after everybody, guys. This, like, you are living in Nazi Germany right now. So does that mean we need more Luigis? I am unable to answer that question, probably Ashit. But I do not support violence, and I do not in any way condone or... Yeah, cool. I think you guys get the idea. Let's listen to Luigi's lawyer.
Do my best to stick to the remarks that were given in court. First, I want to start by talking about the fact that Luigi Mangione remains in federal custody, where he is being prosecuted.
They're not idiots, SN. We need to remind our idiot reps that they're killing people even if they don't care or respond. They're not idiots. They're well aware of what they're doing. Completely, 100% fully aware of the actions that they're doing and the consequences of those actions. But they benefit from doing them, so they're going to do them.
Executed in 3 jurisdictions by the federal government, by New York State, and by Altoona, Pennsylvania. But he's being held in federal custody, and the Department of Justice has refused to allow him to be in state custody, despite the fact that they've all agreed that the state court is going to go first. Now, this is problematic for several reasons. Number one, the federal government is still considering whether to execute Luigi and considering whether to seek the death penalty. So we are fighting that simultaneously while going first here in state court. And it impacts our ability to meet with him before court, after court. He's constantly surrounded by law enforcement. He's in shackles. He was wearing a vest today. Looked like I don't even know what it looked like, but a very serious vest with his...
Look, I'm telling you right now, in any serious courtroom outside of the last, really, 5 years, this would have been a mistrial. That's it. Luigi is just Kira. I mean, is that what the manifesto was? Was it the death note?
Legs shackled and his arms shackled. And so he's being treated differently because he's being held in federal custody than any other person who would be facing serious murder one charges in New York State court. And I made a record in court today that I don't understand what this show of danger is for. When I go visit Luigi at MDC in Brooklyn,
there's no reason for any of that.
He walks around freely in the visiting area. We sit in a room together without law enforcement hovering over us. But for whatever reason, here, despite all the law enforcement, they need him to be wearing this vest. They need him to be shackled, and they stand right over us. And
it's all there for the show. It's all there because they want you to look at him and think that he's dangerous. They called him a terrorist immediately. They want to give him the death penalty. Remember, just the other day, I looked at the article of how we're building gas chambers. They want to kill him.
Time with him. So he is being treated differently because of this unusual and frankly, just prosecutions for one event. It all is about one thing.
I mean, I know
One
who's
single
deserving.
event. So we object to that.
Not that I,
we also
you know.
made a record today that although the Manhattan DA's office has been providing discovery, we're past the discovery deadline, but they have made an effort to provide
democracy
discovery, and we appreciate it. But what we haven't received is the police paperwork from New York City.
Oh yeah,
We
look.
haven't
So
received
we're just gonna give you no police paperwork. You know, like you could just handle it, right? You don't need any documents. This is not like this. We're fine. We're just going to the new type of courtroom, not the old type of courtroom.
They call them DD5s. Those are the follow-up police reports that detectives write. I am sure there will be hundreds of them, and we have not received those yet. Very important. We've also just today received the discovery regarding the arrest in the Altoona case, and we've received a little of that previously, and we are concerned that Luigi's constitutional rights were violated
Yeah,
in
they were.
Pennsylvania, and there are serious
They
search and
were.
seizure issues that will be litigated in that case in Pennsylvania and in this case here and in the federal case, because it is alleged that Luigi had a gun on him and had other property on him that they are going to use against him in all of the cases. And if there is a search and seizure,
But there may
issue,
not have
again,
been.
We have to review all of the
Thank you
all
for
of
the follow.
Paperwork and camera footage when we receive it before we say definitively whether we think there is one. But so far, what we are seeing is we think there is a serious search and seizure issue. And so we want the opportunity to litigate it, including in Pennsylvania, where he was supposed to have a court date on February 24th, but the Department of Justice is refusing to transport him and allow him to face the charges in Pennsylvania. So
I can't imagine why they would do this, aside from they're trying to delay a little longer for something to be done to make it easier for them. You know, they're trying to didn't even hear about him. Well, like you don't know who Luigi Mangione is? You're bullshitting me. Like the point here is, I think that they're trying to delay so that when he does appear in court, the right has consolidated enough that there's not all that much argument over this, I suppose.
not litigate those issues in Pennsylvania.
Like, if there's a regular reason,
Which brings me
I
to
imagine
the
she would have
most
said so.
important point that we made today, which is Luigi's right to a fair trial is being infringed upon because he is being publicly treated as guilty and as having...
They literally called him the murderer before he was ever, like, they called him a terrorist before he even saw a courtroom. That's, like, you can't do that. We have innocent until proven guilty, or at least we did.
Presumption of guilt as opposed to the presumption of innocence, which is what he is entitled to. And although, of course, I understand the NYPD's need for a press conference before an arrest or after an arrest, which they did here. I didn't like it, but they did it, and I understood it. What I did not understand was how shocking it was that this week on HBO, in a documentary, I see the chief of detectives and the New York City mayor, full hair and makeup done, sitting down and giving an interview for television and talking about the evidence in Luigi's case.
What the fuck? What the fuck? That goes well beyond mistrial. Like, that's they're talking about evidence for the case on television before the case has happened. Realistically, I mean, to be fair, you can do that, but that would make the evidence inadmissible in a courtroom. So, like, there is no rules anymore. All of that is out the window. Everything.
Police paperwork that we don't have. Talking about forensics that we have not yet received. I guess we have now today, but I didn't when I was sitting there learning about the case, hearing an actor play Luigi reading from a journal that they say is Luigi's, and we have yet to receive it from the prosecution. And so
You're not wrong, Estolf. Which is why I'm saying, like, you guys got to be the rational people. When the right-wing Nazis start their own fucking revolution because the tariffs hit them hard and they can't afford their food, you need to be the people standing like, hey, look, you know, like, we can go back to normal if you guys want. You know, like, the government's insane and the Nazis are fighting the government and they're insane too. Let's, like, not be insane. That's what you got to be. That's what you have to do. That's your job. There's a liberal lawyer on YouTube that mentioned this was a mistrial because of this. He didn't seem even sympathetic towards Luigi. He was just upset with the fucking up of the trial. This is 100% a mistrial. Be dark woke, probably, Ashi. I mean, you can watch the clips and listen, Leftist Leo, but I also do appreciate that.
They have time to go and prejudice Mr. Mangione's ability to receive a fair trial and go out and make these statements, but not give this to us. And so we are concerned.
Have a lovely night, XU. I'm almost done myself.
All this evidence, and what if it ultimately gets suppressed because it was an illegal search and seizure in Altoona, Pennsylvania? How is he going to get a fair trial? So those are.
It's just not happening. Captain Buggy, I trust a liberal lawyer who's actually unbiased on this when they say, yeah, this is a massive fuck up. Like anyone who has even like a remote understanding of the law knows this is a massive fuck up.
A little bit more than I was allowed to say in court, but that's.
It's only been 4.5 hours.
That's what my prepared remarks were, and hopefully will allow.
I've just been doing ones that are shorter than usual lately, Leftist Leo. Alright, I have some other stuff to show you. I do have to pee really quickly, so I am going to, leave you with the Hassan chair and run an ad, but I will be quick. Promise. I'm back. Okie dokie. Let's continue. The wind of revolution screams, come on, do it. True. It does. It do indeed. It do indeed. Hassan chair, glory to the CCP. Oh, Captain Buggy. You were very funny. Oh, by the way, guys, like I'm looking into trying to actually pay video editors. Thinking about trying to, like, I don't know, maybe get a loan, do something there, because I want more videos out, and I love the volunteers. You guys are awesome, but I also do know that it is a lot of horrific shit to have to sit through, and that it is not good for people's mental health. I'm just weird, I guess, that I can sit and look at all this shit. So, like, I am working on that, as well as I'm working on the website, so, you know, we're coming along. So, yesterday we looked at this. Dan Crenshaw, the Republican, said that he would kill Tucker Carlson if he ever saw him.
Have you ever met Tucker?
Thank you for the follow.
We've talked a lot. Twitter. If I ever meet him, I'll fucking kill him. He's the worst person.
Openly saying I'd fucking kill him if I meet him. By the way, y'all, join the Discord, especially new people. We have a lovely community there, and you guys would be welcome. So, Marjorie Taylor Greene, today, in response to this, says, Dan Crenshaw, did you threaten my friend Tucker Carlson? To which Crenshaw replies, no. And I love this community note. Dan Crenshaw did, in fact, say that if he met Tucker Carlson, he would kill him. I love when the community notes are funny. That's, like, my favorite. But, like, I mean, I don't necessarily dislike his opinion. And then here's Marjorie Taylor Greene today talking about the budget, in which she says that 6,000 of her constituents are unworthy of their job or their paycheck because they work for the federal government. Shocking.
You can protest all you want outside of departments of this government. You can protest all you want, but the American people disagree with you. You're protecting the bureaucracy. The bureaucracy is not a business. Those are not real jobs producing federal revenue. By the way, they're consuming taxpayer dollars.
She is one of the few that I don't think is evil, that I just think is very, very, very stupid. And she likes to prove that all the time. And that jacket does not fit her. You're right. It's way too big for her. We're going to turn into a Voss stream if I start critiquing everyone's fucking clothing. Also, like, get your roots done, girl.
Those jobs are paid for by the American tax people who work real jobs, earn real income, pay federal tax.
Someone really needs to create like a Twitter account where all they do is clip Marjorie Taylor Greene anytime she's wearing a cross and just add like sizzles of smoke off of it. And that's the only, it's a meme account specifically for that. I want it. I want it to exist. And yes, MTG is a goblin. She's not a ghoul, because I genuinely, she is just that stupid. She's not like evil. She thinks this stuff is actually helping. Can you show that Marjorie picture I sent? Hold on. Yeah, I was gonna say send it again, please.
Taxes and then pay these federal employees. Federal employees do not.
Is it unreal? Probably all sheep, because you know they wrote a 900-page document about it a year ago that explained exactly that. And also in 1933, the wealthy billionaires also tried to do this, where they tried to overthrow FDR and install Smedley Butler as a dictator. So, like, you know, it does track historically with everything.
Deserve their jobs. Federal employees do not deserve their paychecks.
They don't deserve their paychecks. Like, that's what she believes. You don't deserve your paycheck. That's the photo. And I'm a big fan of it. Literal goblin. Literal goblin. I got it, Leftosio, don't worry. No, don't be sorry. I had the page open. You need to stop fucking apologizing. That shit's, not conducive. These people have no clue what most of the federal departments do. It's pathetic. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, none of them do. None of them care, even, really. Then we have, as we saw, a lot of people pretty fucking mad about, losing their jobs in the federal government, getting their, Medicaid cut, their SNAP benefits cut. There's Republicans that are, speaking up, right? And so Ana Navarro has an opinion, which they really need to stop with that. Too many opinions.
It's abusive.
Random.
It's abusive.
Yes,
to get an email?
I do. I do think that. I think the way that they are. Yeah, I think the way that they are treating them.
Why? How is this abusive?
Scott, have you ever gotten an email from someone that said you better do this or else you're going to resign?
Yeah, it's called having a boss in the private sector.
From someone who's not your boss.
The White House is every federal worker.
She's correct, and Elon Musk at the time did not work for the White House. He worked for a non-governmental agency, but you know.
Boss, that's number one.
Elon Musk is not anybody.
Scott, how is Elon going to evaluate? I mean, how is he going to evaluate the work of thousands of federal employees when he has no idea what
He's
they do?
not.
Captain Buggy, I agree, but they do that on purpose because they don't want you to actually get anything out of this.
The test was, are you even paying attention to your email? Are you even at your terminal?
Some federal workers, she sent it on a weekend. Some federal workers do not have access to their emails on the weekends. They just don't.
Did they go to work today?
Ana Navarro, what was the last email you received?
I mean, look, the amount of outrage, melting down, and sort of outpouring of emotion over this ought to tell you everything you need to know. We had a lady on CNN today, a supposed federal worker, who said she was infuriated by getting this email. She had time to go on CNN, but she didn't have time to send a 30-second email.
These people are fucking ghouls.
Saying, well, here's what I was working on last week. This is what people in the private sector have come to hate about how they view the public sector. And I think there's a
great, lovely. We've come to a conclusion here. I fucking hate the private sector. I want it all to go away. Every last bit of it. I don't want there to be a private sector, only a public sector.
Great many very dedicated public servants. But you said, you know, it's about control. Yes, it's about control, and it's about finding out who is actually at their job working and who isn't, and do we need all these people?
How does sending this email actually determine who's actually doing their job?
Did you answer?
No.
Scott Jennings is an evil fucking ghoul. Yeah.
But seriously, okay, so
let me
They're all corporate media. None of them give a fuck. They all hate you. And he was saying all this about like people like this, all of that, like these people are crying and they're whinging and they're being like.
First, just tell us about this email and what it was like receiving it and what you all have talked about after getting it.
Sure. I got this email Saturday afternoon, about 3 p.m., and I felt absolutely infuriated getting this email with a demand within 48 hours to provide a response on what I did within the last week or face termination. This is clearly an attempt from Elon Musk to harass and bully and intimidate.
Which is exactly what Project 2025 called for. And so people like him would literally qualify as a psychopath if an analysis was done, almost certainly. But I would think that that would be like the vast majority of the Republican Party at the very least, probably most of the Democrats too. At least a sociopath. Leftist Leo, people on those panels, even though their libs are making good points, it's not hard to make a good point against any of this stuff. Like, a conservative would make good points against this. Like, an actual Republican from, like, 2001 would also be making great points against this. So, like, Dick Cheney. No, Dick Cheney would go along with it. Liz Cheney would make good points about this. Probably sheet. I would respond back saying that the felon double jerk off dance. I suppose, yeah. And the answer would be pretty much yeah.
The federal workforce, which is part of his broader plan to gut the federal workforce and privatize public sector services.
Guys, they're going to privatize the IRS. The FDIC is going away. Do you understand that? George W. would probably make good points. That's how lost we are. Yeah, Zomi, on point here. I would give everything that I have to make the entire government get replaced with George Bush's government now. Like, every single person that was in government then can come back right now as long as everyone in government leaves right now. I would prefer that. That's how lost that we actually are. We are so far off the deep end. We have passed the Overton window like a month and a half ago.
To ensure that corporations like his own can get more profit. And that makes me really angry, and my coworkers as well.
First, just
the FDIC thing is legitimate scary. I'm thinking of pulling all my money out of everything. Honestly, I would say you probably should. I don't know, maybe find like a currency to put all of your money in instead that is not going to crash when the American dollar crashes. Look, remember, the last time we had, like, the Great Depression was, tariffs, high inflation, banking insecurity. We got tariffs, the inflation is rising, and we got banking insecurity. So, you know. Oh, by the way, all this shit that we're listening to about, like, Elon Musk, Doge doing all this, they won't even give us an actual fucking answer as to who is in charge of Doge, which is, like, they think you're stupid.
Great, thanks, Caroline. I wanted to ask about a federal...
Yeah, those tests, MX Maddie, you're entirely correct. I tested positive as a psychopath on a test given by a psychologist that my psychiatrist who brought them in later said I shouldn't have been given while getting diagnosed with ADHD and autism to qualify for benefits. My neurodivergent relationship with empathy feels weird to when folk monolith. No, I get that. And neurodivergent people have, like, they have empathy. It's just, it doesn't come out in the same way that neurotypicals think about empathy, and it tends to confuse people. Those tests also are highly dependent on your current mood at that point in time. Like, you can take that test today, and you can take that test tomorrow, and you'll have different answers. And borderline personality disorder is a diagnosis that really pisses me off. Like, I'm not even going to get into that, Leftist Leo, but, like, the way that we go about that one is insane.
The federal judge yesterday was saying that they didn't know who the Doge administrator was and was asking the lawyer for the administration who it was, and the lawyer responded, I don't know the answer to that. Can you tell us who the administrator of Doge is? Again,
It might be. I'm not saying anything against, like, your diagnosis. I'm just like, I don't like how we diagnose that. In fact, I would classify it differently too. It's classified as an axis 2 personality disorder, sorry, axis B personality disorder, and I would classify it as a trauma disorder similar to PTSD and CPTSD. Also, like 6 years of getting into leftism has at least built some intellectual semblance of empathy anyway. True, you kind of can't be a leftist without empathy.
Asked and answered this question. Elon Musk is overseeing Doge. Elon Musk.
So Elon's overseeing Doge.
Musk is a special government employee, which I've also.
But he's not the administrator. He's a special government employee. But he's overseeing Doge, but he's not the administrator.
Asked and have answered that question as well. There are career officials at Doge. There are political appointees at Doge. I'm not going to reveal the name of that.
By the way, 21 people resigned. Oh, you're not going to reveal the name of who's running Doge, the government department? Love that.
Individual from this podium. I'm happy to follow up and provide that to you. But we've been incredibly transparent about the way that Doge is working.
No, you haven't. Again, I'm not going to tell you who's in charge. Elon oversees it, but Elon doesn't administrate it, and Elon is a special government agent. They think you're stupid. This bitch, I swear, also I'm a trans guy and a Republican. Her makeup is so Republican. Look, the Republican makeup discourse is so on point. There's nothing incorrect there. It's so creepy, the lies. It's not even creepy. They think that you're stupid. This is Orwellian shit, as the post says. Elon's overseeing Doge, but he's not in charge. There is an administrator, but I'm not going to tell you who it is. That's what they said here. Oh, and then this happened as well.
People like the grifter-in-chief,
Which,
Trump,
by the way, calling him grifter-in-chief, 10 out of 10.
President Musk are openly using their public offices to enrich themselves to the tune of billions of dollars. So if we want to look at waste, fraud, and abuse, which I'm down to do, why is there complete silence?
Grifter-in-chief. Lanky Sapien, I wasn't anywhere near as politically active during Trump's first term. Was his first few months anywhere near this fucking crazy? No, it wasn't at all. Anywhere near.
On the other side of the aisle about looking at the complete grifter that is the president of the United States and the richest man on the earth, which is looking into things like Social Security and different things like that. Why don't we investigate the real corruption?
Hold off. Point of order.
I reclaim my time.
Point of order.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, look, they're triggered. Let it play for a second. I was doing that.
Whoa, hold off. There was a point of order when you said something. Who asked for it? Mr. Higgins, would you like to revise your remark with respect to improperly identifying the President of the United States?
Oh, sorry. Did you use the wrong pronouns for the president?
I'll say President Musk and grifter-in-chief Trump.
All right.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Oh my God, no, we're triggered. You can't call President Musk and grifter-in-chief Trump. Oh my God, what are you doing? This is illegal. The government of the name calling orange does check. What the fuck are you saying? I'm just me. The government of the name calling orange doesn't checks notes like name calling. Oh, okay, yeah, now I get it. Now I've put that together now. My apologies.
If I wanted to challenge someone to a fight, they would know it. Thank you.
Even I was about to say it, but Congress did instead. Oh my God.
If I wanted to challenge someone to a fight, they would know it. Thank you.
Chairman. Did you hear the what? The real quick. Oh my God, it's so funny. Oh my goodness. One more time, I need to. I'm so sorry.
To challenge someone to a fight, they would know it. Thank you.
What?
Chairman, if Mr. Musk actually came here, then maybe the rules
All right.
of the committee
I heard no
would apply to
disparagement
him.
of the
I'll say something else.
We'll save a lot of time.
I'll say something else.
Okay, all right.
It's okay.
We're going to let
I got it.
Chair recognize Mr. Frost. You still have 3:49. You're going to maybe revise this.
What does she mean? Who knows? I guess like threatening like I'll beat you up like at the playground after school. I don't know who said that, but it kind of sounded like MTG. One more time.
Thank you.
Chairman, if Mr. Musk actually.
Come on. No, literally, that's her saying like I'll fight you at the playground.
That is the president of the United States and the richest man on the earth, which is looking into things like Social Security and different things like that. Why don't we?
Come on. Oh God damn it. Sorry, I hit a button there. That's my fault. I'm just gonna refresh this page.
Point of order.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Hold off.
Hold off.
There was a point of order when you said something. Who?
Oh, thank you for the bits.
Asked for it? Mr. Higgins, would you like to revise your remark with respect to improperly identifying the President of the United States?
I'll say President Musk and
Still worth
Grifter in
watching
Chief
it again.
Trump.
All right.
Grifter in Chief
Hey,
Trump.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
What is that?
If I wanted to challenge someone to a fight, they would know it. Thank you.
That's Lauren Boebert.
Chairman, if Mr. Musk
No.
actually came here, then maybe
No,
the
it's
rules
not
All right.
committee
I heard
would
no
apply to
disparagement
him.
of
But-
the-
I'll say something else.
We'll save a lot of time.
I'll say something else.
Okay.
It might be Lauren Boebert. I'm not 100% on that. But it sounded more like her than it sounded like MTG, and it did not sound like Nancy Mace. And those are like the three loudest insane women. Wasn't MTG. Might have been Luna. That's another option as well.
All right. We're going to let Chair recognize Mr. Frost. You still have 349. You're going to maybe revise the disparaging comment about the president because that's supposed to be our decorum here. And
It is supposed to be. President Musk and the President of the United States, Donald Trump, who is engaged in grifting of the American people, often use their public offices to enrich themselves.
As they do.
Someone on the other side was just...
Yeah, fuck your decorum. Decorum is important as long as the other side is also engaging in decorum. Mr. Frost, based as fuck, man.
asking how would you
Point of
feel
order,
if you
Mr.
called
Chairman.
someone else from the
hold
other...
off.
Point of order, I'm triggered.
Mr. Frost, hold off. There's a pending motion for disparaging the president.
There's a pending motion for misgendering the president.
I will say the president's grifting because you spent the last 2 years saying
right.
President
Take
Biden
down
was corrupt.
his words.
I can say that Trump is
motion-
grifting. What I will...
We have to delete the words. No one can see them because it's going to groom the children. If they read the words of him misgendering the president, then it'll groom the children. We have to strike the words from the record.
withdraw
Remember-
is calling him grifter in chief. That is what I
The
will
chair
withdraw.
sustains the point of order, and the words in question are ordered stricken from the transcript of this
It's pathetic.
proceeding.
This
So-
is just, I'm triggered and I'm crying about it. It's like them banning the AP for saying the Gulf of Mexico instead of Gulf of America. And they think that we're the identity politics side. They're doing woke DEI shit every single day.
The member is barred from further participation.
Crockett. And so
They barred him from further participation for that.
seeing people's appearance as well as trying to fight them isn't a problem.
Point of order. It's a yes or no.
But we're so
Yes,
sad
Nope.
Yes or
Order.
no?
Order.
that our
Yes or no?
little leader,
Just skip her.
we're so
Skip her.
sad.
Order. Like, they're fucking birds. You know what I like about, like, European parliaments? Is sometimes these people, like, actually throw hands.
Skip her.
My
Skip
vote.
her. Go to the next one. Go to the next
The
one.
MSNBC anchor.
Go to the next one. Don't count that. Go to the next one.
Miss Randall votes no. Mr. Subramaniam. Mr. Subramaniam
Who's still complaining in the background?
votes no.
I want to say it's despicable that this committee is going to silence me for bringing
The
up
gentleman's
Trump's
words have been
Mr.
taken
Frost,
down. He is not
Mr.
permitted to
Frost.
speak for the rest of the hearing.
You could speak directly to Elon Musk.
The gentleman is not allowed to speak. He has misgendered the president and the vice president. I am triggered and I cannot deal with this person speaking. I am like, what else are they saying? That's all they're saying over and over and over again. I want this to be every session. Just waste their time fighting with dumb shit. Yeah, infallible foul. That's the tactic of resisting tyranny. You do your job maliciously, slowly. You make it suck for everyone who's trying to actually do the job in the fascist way. Not permitted to speak. Keep speaking, bro. Like, I mean, they take him out of the place. So, Astolf, these people called Biden a dictator for 4 years, but cry the exact second that someone calls Trump a grifter. That's because these people like to view themselves as the most mistreated people in the world, and also at the same time, the most entitled people in the world.
making millions of dollars.
Mr. Ranking Member, I'm going to have the Sergeant at Arms remove him if he doesn't refrain.
Yeah, they're getting the Sergeant at Arms to remove him. They did, by the way. Chairman James Comer threatens to have Sergeant at Arms forcibly remove Representative Maxwell. Trust from the Oversight Committee. I guess they didn't remove him. He just left. But speaking of Desmond Crockett, we heard her there for a second as well.
If you could speak directly to Elon Musk, what would you say?
Fuck off.
That's it. If you could speak...
Based. Like, understand, right? All of these people that cried tyranny, that cried dictator, all of that shit, half of them want dictatorship. They're just lying. They do it on purpose. Every accusation from these people is a confession. It's like, I've still yet to be wrong on that. Whenever the right makes accusations, they're confessions. Whenever the right talks about what they plan to do, it's what they're already doing. I know she has stocks and shit, but like, she's good. She's one of the good Dems. Like, yes, she has things that I disagree with, but she's not literally a Nazi. So like, my side of the wall. She's great. I do. I do like her. I like AOC better. That's like a personal thing. The accusation equals confession thing is 100%, 150% correct. Accurate, like 100%. Bleh. I can't talk now. What happened to me in the last 10 seconds? Confession is like accurate 150% of the time. It's scary reliable. It's true. It's true. It's all projection. That's all they do have. Yeah. It's I'm the most mistreated person in the world, and I deserve everything at your expense, and you should give it to me happily. If you complain while you give me everything you have, then I am being oppressed. That's how they think. It's like they can't imagine complaining about anything unless they are already doing it to you because they have like zero brain creativity. Well, I mean, most of the voters at the very least just don't have much in here going on, and that's manufactured. That's not like an innate thing. But the other end, they're cooked. Their brain is cooked. You're right. They can't imagine complaining about anything else because they're all focused on how much they can make you suffer and how quickly they can do it and how, long they can make it last. Captain Buggy, not a Nazi equals better than nothing. True. Can I just say these white cis men are obsessed with POC and trans porn? Like, I know that's out of nowhere, but like seeps into that. I mean, you're right. Aren't they banning porn in like most of the states? Like, isn't pornography banned in, like, at least, like, a third of America already? Oh, hold on. I want to show this. I thought I was done with that. God damn it. This one's useful. I'm just going to chat for a bit. Alright. So let's have a look at this one. This is the last one I'm going to show you. This is heated backlash at a town hall with Representative Mark Alford, Republican of Missouri, for supporting Doge's cuts to veteran services and Social Security.
And we have Rebecca Reinhold from Leavenworth, Kansas. Is that you? Okay.
Oh, yeah, no, they're banning porn. Corn cob. It's in Project 2025, and they already have done that in quite, like, a lot of states.
She says, veterans are hurting. Why aren't you helping? Okay.
True, long like Homo sapien.
I am on the Appropriations Subcommittee, which oversees the Veterans Affairs, and we're going to be making sure that we have the appropriate funds for veterans right now.
For their jobs the next day.
Yes.
We make sure that our veterans are cared for.
Yeah.
From the moment they become a veteran to when they are leaving.
Well, I care very much for veterans, and
I care very much about veterans, but I'm going to take their money and I'm going to put it in the ocean.
The recent cuts that were made, I think, to the veterans commissions, the new administrator,
not the hardworking federal
the new administration, made sure that America knew that the cuts that were made to the VA were not in a position that would affect services. So I do believe in veterans and helping veterans. I'm on the VA Military Construction Subcommittee for the appropriations, and we're going to make sure that our veterans are supported. We were just
thank you for the sub. I much appreciate it. These people are getting mad, and I want them to keep getting mad.
Home for veterans, and we were there on Valentine's Day. We sit down and talk to 100 of them and spend an hour there. So I have the greatest respect for veterans and supplying them the needs.
Astolf, aren't like a bunch of right-wingers also gooners?
If you'd like to write that down on your card like everyone else, you're welcome to. Caitlin A, where is Caitlin? Caitlin says, the total savings.
She's right. She's right. Oh, come on. Fucking Twitter player. I hate this.
The total.
You don't even know your own U.S. states.
Social Security. I work for Social Security.
She works for Social Security. Administration is
I would ban online gambling, Tyler the Flower.
a 50-year staffing.
We are at a
50-year
staffing low.
Low, okay.
50 years staffing low. There is one of me for every 1,600 of you. I can bring up to 45 of you in one day.
God damn, slay, girl. She is 100% on point. Having someone there saying, I literally work for Social Security, and 1,600 of you are my responsibility, and I can only look at 45 of you a day. That actually gives people tangible information that their brain actually processes, because this is not online. The woke filter isn't as strong in person. This person works for this. All of them are there because they're mad. It's good energy, yeah. I want more of that. See more of that in a week, then I'll be less worried for the future. I can't wait for people to start throwing shoes like the hero that threw both the shoes at Bush back in the day. God, that was classic.
And people, why are you allowing someone with no security clearance? I didn't see. Are you talking about Elon Musk?
Excuse me? Security clearance? Why are you allowing somebody who's a drug addict to go and leak secured information online? What was that email that we got yesterday? Oh yeah, you don't have to send in the 5 points of what you did today, but if you do, you should be aware that malign foreign actors are probably reading what you wrote. Like, are you fucking kidding me? They've emailed classified shit that got leaked like 7 times already. That was one of the things that the Nazis hated about the Jews. Not a major thing, but it was a small part. The Jews were big in entertainment business, and the Jews controlled nudity in those days. It's the same issue they have now. They have that same thought process today. Because they think that the Hollywood is controlled by the Jews, and that porn is like a way to, because they have that like whole incel movement that they're trying to create into like a, I need to keep my seed in my body, and that the women just want to steal it like my soul. The gypsies are coming to steal my soul. Like, the Borat shit. That's what their belief is. Everything is a Jewish psyop in their eyes. Yeah. Did you guys see the clip of Bannon saying that like, we support Israel, and the biggest threat to Israeli Jews is American Jews? Did you see that?
Question. I'm talking about
Elon Musk does have a security clearance.
No, he does not!
Yes, he does.
I get my security clearance
Like it or not, Elon Musk does have a security
with your
clearance.
benefits.
And
You
so,
didn't have to do shit.
that is it. I appreciate
Mr.
your work
Albert,
at the IRS.
176
This is kind of a repeat question. Karen says, why is an unelected person allowed to hire, fire, government?
God, I want that more energy. Feminism was made by Jews or some shit to weaken the Western white man or something. Literally, that's what they believe. Like, they put that into everything. Everything. It's all conspiracy bullshit because they can't actually think. The thing is that the incels who consume more porn than anyone, it's disproportionately affects them because they're the incels. I mean, true, Captain Buggy. I did an entire debate on what I think would be a way to go about starting to work on the incel problem. I mean, it wasn't an effective debate, but like I was right. Clearance at that level takes at least 4 to 6 months to process on the fast track. Usually they're like 9 months. Yeah, and those were all just in open emails that got leaked to the fucking press. And then an incel started screaming about holes the entire debate. Ah, yes. God, I hated that. That was not fun at all. It was not fun at all. Like, I would have had fun if there was any kind of, I don't know, back and forth that wasn't ridiculous.
I'll take one of these. Where's Karen that asked this question?
30,000 people die waiting for a disability decision every year because Social Security doesn't have the staff. Literally, like, then by saying that you are in favor of this, you are saying you're okay with tens of thousands of people being murdered, dying. You won via him embarrassing himself, lol. I pulled the Kamala giggle and like make fun of your rallies at the debate and then just win by standing there and looking not insane afterward. That was the strat. Elon touching sensitive info in like 3 days. You know, Elon has access to the nukes, right? The nuclear, like, arsenal is controlled by the Department of Energy. Doge is in the Department of Energy.
Don't have the staff.
Thank you, Karen. Gary says, why is an unelected person allowed to hire
my
five
job and I provide critical services to people. You cannot cut my
The
job
reason is
without
that he's
hearing from me.
and
Hurts to see. Like, it really does. I don't want to see. I don't like seeing this. I don't like seeing my country falling apart. But fucking pig. I mean, we have no idea what the cop was doing, so I'm like, I'm not immediately gonna call him a pig. There are cops that aren't evil. They're not common, but you know, they exist. I was literally a DOU affiliate. That's why that shit is such mindfuckery to me. Oh well, Base, good to have you here. You'll definitely come in handy explaining shit that like I think is happening and that is happening behind the scenes, but then no one believes me, but then you can confirm it because I'm just right, even though I've never been behind the scenes. And this was the Bannon one.
Where are you from? I was born in Jerusalem. Folks from USSR, so they've experienced real socialism. My question is to you is this: what do you think about foreign aid to Israel? Is it a strategic partnership?
Israel is a partner of the United States, but people in Israel got to understand something. The number one enemy to the people in Israel are American Jews that do not support Israel and do not support MAGA. Okay, MAGA and the evangelical Christians and the traditional Catholics in this country have Israel's back.
These guys are getting too comfortable. We never had Bannon on TV talking about how the Jews are a problem before. Especially not, you know, the progressive Jews. This is just actually like straight out of Nazi Germany. But, it, you know. You guys already know. I'm in the utility industry, I get it, yeah. Alright, well, if by some miracle they don't rig elections beyond repair, if we get a Dem president again, Musk will probably... No, what I'm telling you right now is, their plan, at least. Not what's going to happen. Again, don't know exactly. Bolsheviks, yeah. What's going to happen, at least in their head, what they want to happen, is they want to build up pressure against the Republicans for the next 2 years. Bannon's out there calling the Republicans pussies, saying he's not a Republican, cultural Marxist. Yep. What they're going to do is they're going to try and sway like leftists and moderates in the middle to come over to the right by using leftist rhetoric, talking about how the billionaires are stealing from you, controlling you. But again, they're going to try and form the Nationalist Party. They're going to try and set this up so the Nationalist Party wins, at least maybe not fully, entirely wins like a bunch of seats, but they take out a big chunk of Republican and Democrat seats in that 2026 election. That would be their ideal plan. Because, you know, it's going to be the messaging of the two parties are shit. They don't do anything. The rich are stealing from you. Come join the Nationalist Party. And then they're going to go from there. That's the current plan that I see being outlined. Anyway. Jump on the Discord. Please go on YouTube, like the stream, leave a comment. It definitely helps. And there won't be no stream tomorrow, but I will be back the next day. So for the Americans, that's Friday night. Thursday night I'll be back. And for the Australians, that'll be Friday morning. Now I'm gonna raid Riverboat Jack. But first, like, you know, join the Discord, drop a like, drop me a sub. Thank you. Thursday for you. Yes, Thursday night, long leg Homo sapien. Same time as usual. Like, it's just going to be the next day. And I'll see you all next time. Well, actually, still have to wait for the raid to load. Oopsie. And yes, thank you to all of you too. All right.